Port Mortuary by Patricia Cornwell. K. Scarpetta Mysteries, Book 18. Part 2. 12. Please shut the door. It occurs to me I'm starting to act like Lucy. I don't know where to begin, so many things are the matter. Benton closes the door and I notice the simple platinum band on his left ring finger. Sometimes I'm still caught by surprise that we're married, so much of our lives consumed by each other whether we've been together or apart, and we always agreed we didn't have to do it, to be official and formal, because we're not like other people, and then we did it anyway. The ceremony was a small, simple one. Not a celebration as much as a swearing in, because we really meant it when we said until death do us part. After all we'd been through, for us to say it was more than words, more like an oath of office, or an ordination, or perhaps a summary of what we'd already lived. And I wonder if he ever regrets it. For example, right now, does he wish he could go back to how it was? I wouldn't blame him if he thinks about what he's given up and what he misses, and there are so many complications because of me. He sold his family brownstone, an elegant 19th-century mansion on the Boston Common, and he can't have loved some places we've lived or stayed in because of my unusual profession and preoccupations, what is a chaotic and costly existence despite my best intentions. While his forensic psychology practice has remained stable, my career has been in flux these past 3 years, with the shutting down of a private practice in Charleston, South Carolina, then my office in Watertown closing because of the economy. And I was in New York, and then Washington and Dover, and now this, the CFC. What the hell is going on in this place? I ask him as if he knows, and I don't understand why he would. But I feel he does, or maybe I'm just wishing it because I'm beginning to experience desperation, that panicky sensation of falling and flailing for something to grab hold of, black and extra bold. He sits back down and slides the mug of coffee closer. And not hazelnut, even though you have quite a stash of it, I hear. Jack's still not shown up and no one has heard from him, I assume? He's definitely not here. I think you're as safe in his office as he's been in yours. Benton says it as if he means more than one thing, and I notice how he's dressed. Earlier he had on his winter coat, and in the x-ray room was covered in a disposable gown before heading upstairs to Lucy's lab. I didn't really notice what he was wearing underneath his layers. Black tactical boots, black tactical pants, a dark red flannel shirt, a rubber waterproof watch with a luminescent dial, as if he's anticipating being out in the weather or someplace that might be hard on his clothes. So Lucy told you it appears he's been using my office, I say. For what purpose, I don't know. But maybe you do. Nobody's needed to tell me there's a looting mentality at, what is it Marino calls this place? CENTCOM? Or does that just refer to the inner sanctum, or what's supposed to be the inner sanctum? Your office? No captain of the ship, and you know what happens? The Jolly Roger flag goes up. The inmates run the asylum. The drunks manage the bar, if you'll excuse me for mixing metaphors. Why didn't you say something? I don't work at the CFC or for it. Just an invited guest on occasion, he says. That's not an answer, and you know it. Why wouldn't you protect me? You mean in the manner you think I should, he says, because it's silly to suggest he wouldn't protect me. What has been going on around here? Maybe if you tell me, I can figure out what needs to be done. I then say, I know Lucy's been catching you up. It would be nice if someone would catch me up. In detail, and with openness and full disclosure. I'm sorry you're angry. I'm sorry you've come home to a situation that is upsetting. Your homecoming should have been joyful. Joyful? What the hell is joyful? A word, a theoretical concept, like full disclosure. I can tell you what I've witnessed firsthand, what happened when I met here several times. Case discussions, there have been 2 that involved me. He stares off. The first was the BC football player from last fall, not long after the CFC took over the Commonwealth's forensic cases. Wally Jamison, age 20, Boston College's star quarterback, found floating in Boston Harbor on November 1 at dawn. Cause of death exsanguination due to blunt force trauma and multiple cutting injuries. Tom Booker's case, one of my other MES. Jack didn't do that one, I remind him. Well, if you ask him, you might get a different impression, Benton informs me. Jack reviewed the Wally Jamison case as if it was his. Dr. Booker wasn't present. This was last week. Why last week? I don't know anything about it. New information, and we wanted to talk to Jack, and he seemed eager to cooperate, to offer a wealth of information. We? Benton lifts his coffee, then changes his mind and sets it back down on Fielding's sloppy desk with all its collectibles that are all about him. I think Jack's attitude is he may not have done the autopsy, but that's just a technicality. An NFL draft was right up the alley of your Iron Man freak of a deputy chief. Iron Man freak? But I suppose it was his bad luck to be out of town when Wally Jameson got beaten and hacked to death. Wally's luck was a little worse. Believed to have been abducted and murdered on Halloween. Crime scene unknown. No suspect, no motive or credible theory. Just the speculation of a satanic cult initiation. Target a star athlete. Hold him hostage in some clandestine place and kill him savagely. Chatter on the internet and on the news, gossip that's become gospel. I don't give a shit what Jack's feeling is or what's right up his goddamn alley, says a hard part of me that's old and scarred over. A part of me that is completely fed up with Jack Fielding. I realize I'm enraged by him. I'm suddenly aware that at the core of my unhealthy relationship with him is molten fury. And Mark Bishop also last week. Wednesday was the football player. Thursday was the boy, Benton says. A boy whose murder might be related to some initiation. A gang, a cult, I interject. A similar speculation about Wally Jameson, speculation being the operative word. Whose speculation? Not mine, I think angrily of Fielding. I don't speculate unless it's behind closed doors with someone I trust. I know better than to put something out there, and then the police run with it, then the media runs with it. Next thing I know, a jury believes it too. Patterns and parallels. You're connecting Mark Bishop and Wally Jameson. It seems incredible. I fail to see what they might have in common besides speculation. I was here last week for both case consults. Benton's eyes are steady on me. Where was Jack last Halloween? Do you know for a fact? I know where I was, that's about the only fact I know. While I've been at Dover, that's all I've known and all I was supposed to know. I didn't hire him so I could goddamn babysit him. I don't know where the hell he was on Halloween. I guess you're going to tell me he wasn't out somewhere taking his kids trick-or-treating. He was in Salem, but not with his kids. I wouldn't know that, and don't know why you do or why it's important. It wasn't important until very recently, Benton says. I stare at his boots again, then at his dark pants with their flannel lining and cargo and rear slash pockets for gun magazines and flashlights, the type of pants he wears when he's working in the field, when he goes to crime scenes, or is out on the firing or explosive ordnance disposal ranges with cops, with the FBI. Where were you before you picked me up at Hanscom? I ask him. What were you doing? We have a lot to deal with, Kay. I'm afraid more than I thought. Were you dressed in field clothes when you picked me up at the airport? It occurs to me that he might not have been. He's changed his clothes. Maybe he hasn't done anything yet, but is about to. I keep a bag in my car, as you know, Benton says, since I never know when I might get called. To go where? You've been called to go somewhere? He looks at me, then out the window at the chalky skyline of Boston in the snowy dark. Lucy says you've been on the phone. I continue to prod him for information. I can tell I'm not going to get right now. I'm afraid nonstop. I'm afraid there's more than I thought. And then he doesn't continue. That's all he's going to say about it. He's headed out somewhere, has some place to go. It's not a good place. He's been talking to people and not about anything good, and he's not going to inform me right now. Full disclosure and joy. When there is such a thing, it is only a taste, a hint of what we don't have the rest of the time. You met on Wednesday and then on Thursday, discussing the Wally Jameson and Mark Bishop cases here at the CFC. I go back to that. And I assume Jack was in on the Mark Bishop discussion as well. He was involved in both discussions. And you didn't mention this a little while ago when we were talking in the car. Not such a little while ago, more than 5 hours ago, and a lot has happened. There have been developments since we were in the car, as you know, not the least of which is what we now realize is another murder. Number 3. You're linking the man from Norton's Woods to Mark Bishop and Wally Jameson. Very possibly. In fact, I'd say yes. What about the meetings last week? With Jack? He was there, I push. Yes, last Wednesday and Thursday in your office. What do you mean my office? This building, this floor? Your personal office. Benton indicates my office next door. In my office? Jack conducted meetings in my office. I see. He conducted both meetings in your office, at your conference room table in there. He has his own conference table. I look at the black lacquered oval table with 6 ergonomic chairs that I got at a government auction. Benton doesn't respond. He knows as well as I do that Fielding's inappropriate decision to use my personal office has nothing to do with the furniture. I think of what Lucy mentioned about sweeping my office for covert surveillance devices, although she never directly said who might be doing the spying or if anyone was. The most likely candidate for the sort of individual who might bug my office and get away with it is my niece, maybe motivated by the knowledge that Fielding was helping himself to what isn't rightfully his. I wonder if what's been going on in my private space during my absence has been secretly recorded. And you never mentioned this to me at that time? I continue. You could have told me when it happened. You could have fully disclosed to me that he was using my damn office as if he's the damn chief and director of this goddamn place. The first I knew of it was last week when I met with him. I'm not saying I hadn't heard things about the CFC and about him. It would have been helpful if I'd known these things you were hearing. Rumors, gossip. I didn't know certain things for a fact. Then you should have told me a week ago when you knew it for a fact. On the Wednesday, you had your first meeting and discovered it was in my office, in an office Jack didn't have permission to use. What else haven't you told me? What new developments? I'm telling you as much as I can and when I can. I know you understand. I don't understand. You should have been telling me things all along. Lucy should have. Marino should have. It's not that simple. Betrayal is very simple. No one is betraying you. Marino and Lucy aren't. I'm certainly not. Implying that somebody is, just not the three of you. He is quiet. You and I talk every day, Benton. You should have told me, I then say. Let's see when I might have overwhelmed you with all this, overwhelmed you with a lot of things while you've been at Dover, when you'd call at 5 a.m. before you'd head over to Port Mortuary to take care of our fallen heroes, or at midnight when you'd finally log out of your computer or quit studying for your boards. He doesn't say it defensively or unkindly, but I get his not-so-subtle point, and it's justified. I'm being unfair, I'm being hypocritical. Whose idea was it that when we have virtually no time for each other we shouldn't dwell on work or domestic minutiae, or they will be all that's left? Like cancer, I'm quick to offer my clever medical analogies and brilliant insights when he's the psychologist. He's the one who used to head the FBI's profiling unit at Quantico. He's the one on the faculty of Harvard's Department of Psychiatry. But it's me with all the wisdom, all the profound examples, comparing work and niggling domestic details and emotional injuries to cancers, to scarring, to necrosis, and my prognostications that, if we're not careful, one day there's no healthy tissue left and death will follow. I feel embarrassed. I feel shallow. No, I didn't approach certain subjects until we were driving here, and now I'm telling you more, telling you what I can. Benton says to me with stoical calm, as if we are in a session of his, and any moment he will simply announce we have to stop. I won't stop until I know what I must. Some things he must tell me. It's not just fairness, it's about survival, and I realize I'm feeling unsure of Benton as if I don't quite know him anymore. He's my husband, and I'm touched by a perception that something has been altered, a new ingredient has been added to the house special.
What is it?
I study what I'm intuiting as if I can taste what has changed. I mentioned my concern that Jack's interpretation of Mark Bishop's injuries is problematic. Benton goes on, and he's guarded. He's calculating every word he says as if someone else is listening, or he will be reporting our conversation to others. Well, based on what you've described about the hammer marks on the little boy's head, Jack's interpretation is just damn wrong. Couldn't be more wrong, and I suspected it at the time when he was going over the case with us. I suspected he was lying. Us? I told you I've heard things, but I honestly haven't been around Jack. Why do you say honestly, as opposed to dishonestly, Benton? I'm always honest with you, Kay. Of course you aren't, but now is not the time to go into it. Now isn't. I know you understand, and he holds my stare for a long moment. He's telling me to please let it go. All right, I'm sorry. I will let it go, but I don't want to. I hadn't seen him for months, and what I saw for myself was, well, it was pretty obvious during those discussions last week that something's off with him, severely off, Benton resumes. He looked bad. His thoughts were racing all over the map. He was hyperfluent, grandiose, hypomanic, aggressive, and red-faced, as if he might explode. I certainly felt he wasn't being truthful, that he was deliberately misleading us. What do you mean, us? And it begins to occur to me what I'm picking up. Has he ever been in a psychiatric hospital, been in treatment, maybe been diagnosed with a mood disorder? He ever mentioned anything like that to you? Benton questions me in a way that I find unexpected and unnerving, and I'm reminded of what I sensed in the car when we were driving here. Only now it's more pronounced, more recognizable. He is acting the way he used to when he was still an agent, when he was empowered by the federal government to enforce the law. I detect an authority and confidence he hasn't manifested in years, a sure-footedness he lacked after his reemergence from protective deep cover. He came back feeling lost, weak, like nothing more than an academician, he often complained. Emasculated, he would say. The FBI eats its young, and they've eaten me, he would say. That's my reward for going after an organized crime cartel. I finally get my life back and don't want what's left of it, he would say. It's a husk. I'm a husk. I love you, but please understand I'm not what I was. He ever been delusional or violent? Benton is asking me, and it isn't just a clinician talking. I'm feeling interrogated. He had to expect you would tell me he's been using my office as if it's his, or that I'd find out. I think of Lucy again, of spying and covert recordings. I know he has a temper, Benton says, but I'm talking about physical violence possibly accompanied by dissociative fugue, disappearing for hours, days, weeks with little or no recall. What we're seeing with some of these men and women who return from war, disappearances and amnesia triggered by severe trauma and often confused with malingering. The same thing Johnny Donahue is supposedly suffering from, only I'm not sure how much of it has been suggested to that poor damn kid. I wonder where the idea came from, if someone suggested it to him. He says it as if he really doesn't wonder it. Jack's certainly famous for coming across as a malingerer, of avoiding his responsibilities going back to the beginning of time. Benton then says, I created Fielding. What haven't you told me about him? Benton goes on. I made Fielding what he is. He is my monster. A psychiatric history? Benton says. Off limits even to me, even to the FBI, I could find out, but I won't violate that boundary. Benton and the FBI, one and the same again, not a street agent again. I can't imagine that. A criminal investigative analyst, a criminal intelligence analyst, a threat analyst. The Department of Justice has so many analysts, agents who are a combination academic and tactical. If you're going to go to prison or get shot, may as well be at the hand of a cop who's got a PhD. What might you know about Jack, your protege, that I don't, Benton asks me. Besides that, he's a sick fuck, because he is. Somewhere some part of you knows it, Kay. I'm Briggs's monster and Fielding is mine, going back to the beginning of time. I'm well aware of sexual abuse, Benton says blandly, as if he doesn't care what happened to Fielding when he was a child, as if Benton really doesn't give a damn. Not a psychologist, but something else speaking, and I'm sure cops, federal agents, prosecutors, those who protect and punish are hardened to excuses. They judge subjects and persons of interest by what they do, not by what was done to them. People like Benton don't give a damn about why or if it couldn't be helped. Doesn't matter the definitions, distillations, and predictions he so astutely, so skillfully renders. In his heart, Benton has no sympathy for hateful, harmful people, and his years of being a clinician and consultant have been cruel to him, have been unfulfilling, and have felt fake. He's confessed to me more than once. That much is a matter of public record since the case went to trial. Benton feels the need to tell me something I've never asked Fielding about. I don't remember when and how I first heard of the special school Fielding attended as a boy near Atlanta. Somehow I know. And all that comes to mind is references he's made to a certain episode in his past, that what he experienced with a certain counselor makes it excruciatingly difficult for him to handle any tragedy involving children, especially if they were abused. I'm certain I never pushed him to volunteer the details. Back in those days especially, I wouldn't have asked. 1978, Benton says, when Jack was 15, although he was 12 when it started, went on for several years until they were caught having sex in the back of her station wagon parked at the edge of the soccer field as if she wanted to be caught. She was pregnant. Anther pathetic story about boarding schools. This one, thank God, not Catholic, but for troubled teens, one of these private treatment center/academies that has ranch in its name. What the therapist did to get convicted of 10 counts of sexual battery on a minor isn't what you haven't told me about Jack. I don't know the details. I finally answer him. Not all of them or even most of them. I don't remember her name. If I ever knew it, didn't know she was pregnant. His child? Did she have it? I've reviewed the case transcripts. Yes, she had it. I wouldn't have had a reason to look at the case transcripts. I don't ask why Benton has a reason. He's not going to reveal that to me right now, and maybe he never will. What a shame there's one more child in the world Jack's raised poorly. Or not at all, I add. How sad. Kathleen Lawler hasn't had such a good life either, Benton starts to say. How sad, I repeat. The woman convicted of molesting Jack, he says. I don't know about the child, a girl, born in prison, given up for adoption. Considering the mutant genetic loading, probably in prison too, or dead. Kathleen Lawler was in one mess after another, currently in a correctional facility for female offenders in Savannah, Georgia, serving 20 years for DUI manslaughter. Jack communicates with her, is a prison pen pal, although he uses a pen name, and that's not what you haven't told me because I doubt you know about it. Actually, I can't imagine you do. Who else was at the meetings last week? I'm so cold my fingernails are blue and I wish I'd brought my jacket in here. I notice a lab coat on the back of Fielding's door. It crossed my mind while we were sitting in your office, says Benton, the former FBI agent, the former protected witness and master of secrets, who isn't acting like a former anything anymore. He's acting like he's investigating a case, not just a consultant on one. I'm convinced that what I suspect is true. He's back with the feds. Things end where they begin and begin where they end. An affective disorder. I've thought hard about it, tried to remember him from the old days. Done a lot of reflecting on the old days. Benton talks matter-of-factly, as if he has no feelings about what he's divulging and accusing me of. He's never been normal, that's my point. Jack has significant underlying pathology. That's why he was sent off to boarding school, to learn to manage his anger. When he was 6 years old, he stabbed another little kid in the chest with a ballpoint pen. When he was 11, he hit his mother in the head with a rake. Then he was sent to the ranch near Atlanta, where he only got angrier. I have no idea what he did when he was growing up, I reply. It's not a common practice to conduct extensive background checks on doctors one might hire. In fact, was unheard of when I was getting started. When he was getting started? I'm not an FBI agent, I add pointedly. I don't dig up everything I can about people and go around questioning neighbors they grew up around. I don't question their teachers. I don't track down their pen pals. I get up from Fielding's desk. Although I probably should have, I probably will from now on, but I've never covered up for him. I go on, never protected him that way. I admit I've been too forgiving. I admit I've fixed his disasters or tried to, but never covered up something I shouldn't, if that's what you're saying I've done. I would never do anything unethical for him or anyone. Not anymore, I add silently. I did it once, but never again, and I never did it for Jack Fielding. Not even for myself, but for the highest law of the land. I walk across the office, cold and exhausted and ashamed of myself. I remove Fielding's lab coat from the hook at the top of the closed door. I don't know what it is you think I've not told you, Benton. I have no idea what he's involved with or whom, or his delusions or dissociative states and blackouts. Not in my presence, and he's never shared information like that, if it's true. I put on the lab coat, and it is huge, and I detect the faint, sharp odor of eucalyptus, like Vicks, like Bengay. Maybe a mood disorder with a touch of narcissism and intermittent explosive anger. Benton goes on as if I just said nothing. Or it could be the drugs. Maybe his damn performance enhancement drugs as usual, the sorry bastard. He doesn't represent the CFC well. I'm sorry as hell to make the understatement of the century. And it wasn't lost on Douglas and David, and that got the CFC off on the wrong foot as long ago as early November when they got involved in the Wally Jamison kidnapping and murder. You can imagine what's gotten back to Briggs and others. Jack is 1 inch from ruining everything, and that opens up a place to opportunists. Like I said, it creates a looting mentality. I pause before a window and look down on the dark, snowy street as if I might find something there that will remind me of who I am. Something to give me strength, something to find comfort in. He's done a lot of damage, Benton's voice behind me. I don't know that it's been intentional, but I suspect some of it has been because of his complicated relationship with you. Snow is blowing at a sharp angle, hitting the window almost horizontally and making rapid clicks that remind me of fingernails tapping, of something restless and disturbed. When I look at the snow as it hits the glass, it makes me dizzy. It gives me vertigo to look at it and then to look down. Is that what this is about, Benton? My complicated relationship with him? I need to know about it. It's better it's me instead of someone else asking you. You're saying everything is damaged and ruined because of it? That it's the root of everything wrong? I don't turn around but stare out and down until I can't look at the flying flakes of ice and the road below and the dark river or the volatile winter night any longer. That's what you believe. I want him to verify what he just said. I want to know if what's been damaged and ruined while I've been gone includes Benton and me. I just need to know anything you haven't told me, he answers instead. I'm sure you and others need to know. I don't say it nicely as my pulse picks up. I understand things from the past don't get resolved easily. I understand complications. I turn around and meet his stare, and what I see in it isn't just cases and dead people or my mutinous office or my deranged deputy chief. I see Benton's distrust of me and my past. I see him doubting my character and who I am to him. I never slept with Jack, I tell him. If that's what you're trying to find out so someone else is spared the discomfort of asking me. Or is it my discomfort you're so worried about? I never did. It won't come out because it isn't there. If that's what you're trying to ask me, that's your answer. You can pass it along to Briggs, to the FBI, to the Attorney General, to whoever you goddamn want. I would understand when Jack was your fellow when both of you were just getting started in Richmond. I try not to make it a practice to have sex with people I mentor, I say, with a surprising flare of irritability. I'd like to think I bear no similarity to what's-her-name Lawler, the former therapist locked up in Georgia. Jack wasn't 12 when you met him. It never happened. I don't do that with people I mentor, and when people mentor you... Benton's eyes are steady on me as I stand by the window. That's not why John Briggs and I have a problem, I answer angrily. 13. I return to Fielding's desk and sit back down in his chair as I finger something slick and filmy inside one of his lab coat pockets. I pull out a square of transparent plastic that is paper thin. The CFC didn't need to make a bad first impression with the feds, but I'm confident you'll change it. Benton says it as if he regrets what he's just asked me, as if he's sorry about what he just confronted me with in the line of duty. I sniff what Fielding must have peeled off a eucalyptus-laced pain-relieving patch and resentfully think, yes, indeed, the feds. I'm so glad I can change what the goddamn feds must think of me. I don't want you to feel negative about everything here, everything you've come home to, Benton continues. It wouldn't be helpful if you are. There's a lot to take care of, but we'll get there. I know we will. I'm sorry our conversation had to move in certain directions. I'm really sorry we had to get into all this. Let's talk about Douglas and David. I remind him of names he referred to moments earlier. Who are they? I have no doubt you'll prevail and make this place work, make it what it was meant to be, which is stellar and unlike anything anywhere. Better than what they have in Australia, in Switzerland, even better than any place where they were doing it first, including Dover, right? I have complete confidence in you, Kay. I don't want you to ever forget that. The more Benton assures me of his confidence, the less I believe it. Law enforcement respects you, the military does, he adds, and I don't believe that either. If it were true, he wouldn't have to say it. So what? I then think with hostility that seems to come from nowhere. I don't need people to like or respect me. It isn't a popularity contest. Isn't that what Briggs always says? It's not a popularity contest, Colonel, or if he's being more personable, it's not a popularity contest, Kay, and he smiles wryly, a steely glint of mischief in his eyes. He doesn't give a shit if anybody likes him, and in fact thrives on people not liking him, and I'm going to start thriving on it too. The hell with everyone. I know what I need to do, which is something. I will do something. Oh yes, I will. Thinking I'm going to come home to this and just take it. Do nothing about it. Let whoever it is have his way. No, hell no, not going to happen. Whoever would entertain an idea like that sure as hell doesn't know me. Who are Douglas and David? I again ask, and I sound snappish. Douglas Burke and David McMaster, Benton says. I don't know them, and who are they to you? Now I'm the one doing the interrogating. FBI's Boston Field Office, Metro Boston Homeland Security. You haven't gotten to know the locals, not key ones, but you will, including the Coast Guard. I'm going to help you get to know everyone around here if you'll permit me to. For once I might be useful. I've missed being useful to you. I know you're upset. I'm not upset. Your face is flushed. You look upset. I don't mean to upset you. I'm sorry I have. But it's something I've needed to know for several reasons. And are you satisfied? It's critical to know where you are in all this and who you are in it. He says as I hold the flimsy plastic backing, a square about the size of a cigarette pack. I lift it up to the light and see Fielding's large fingerprints on the transparent film and smaller ones that must be mine. Fielding is chronically straining muscles, always achy and sore, especially when he's abusing anabolic steroids. When he's back to his old bad tricks, he smells like a damn menthol cough drop. What do Homeland Security, the Coast Guard, have to do with anything we're talking about? I'm opening desk drawers, looking for Nuprin, Motrin, or Bengay patches for Tiger Balm, for anything that might confirm what I suspect. Wally Jameson's body was floating in the harbor at the Coast Guard's ISC, their integrated support command, right there under their nose. Which I believe was the point, Benton replies as he watches me. Or the point was the wharf right there that's deserted after dark. One of the few wharves in the area that you can drive a car on. I sure as hell know that area. So do you. We know it, and some of the people who work there probably would recognize us. We've walked around there so many times, right next door to where we stay once in a blue moon when we can get away and be alone and be civil to each other. I sound sarcastic and mean. Authorized personnel only. Might I ask what you're looking for? I'm sure it's something that will be in plain view. It's my office. This entire place is my office. I'll look at whatever the hell I want, plain view or not. My pulse is flying and I feel agitated. The wharf isn't open to the public. Not just anybody can drive a car on it. Benton replies as he watches me carefully, worried. I didn't mean to upset you this much. We walk over there all the time and no one asks for our IDs. They're not standing around with submachine guns. It's a tourist area. I'm argumentative and combative, and I don't want to be. The Coast Guard ISC isn't a tourist area. There's a guard gate you have to go through to get out on the pier, Benton says very calmly, very reasonably, and he continues looking at his iPhone. He looks at it and then at me, back and forth reading both of us. I miss it. Let's spend a few days there soon. I try to sound nice because I'm acting awful. Just the two of us. Yes, we will. Soon, he says, we'll talk and get everything straight. I imagine it with startling clarity, our favorite suite that reaches out into the water like a fingertip at the Fairmont Hotel on Battery Wharf, directly next door to the Coast Guard ISC. I see the ruffled, dark green water of the harbor and hear it washing against pilings as if I'm there. I hear the creaking of docks, the clanking of rigging lines against masts, and the bass tones of the horns the big ships sound as if all of it is audible inside Fielding's office. And we won't answer our phones, and we'll go for walks and get room service and watch the tall ships, the tugboats, the tankers from our window. I would love that, wouldn't you love it? But I don't sound nice as I say it. I sound pushy and angry. We'll do it this weekend if you want. If we can, he says as he reads something on his iPhone, scrolling down with his thumb. I move my coffee away and the corner of the desk looks rounded, not squared. Too much caffeine and my heart is beating hard. I feel lightheaded and edgy. I hate it when you look at your phone all the time. I say before I can stop myself. You know how much I hate it when we're talking. It can't be avoided right now, he says as he looks at it. Exit off 93. Get on Commercial Street and you're right there, I resume arguing. A convenient way to get rid of a body, drive it there and dump it in the harbor. Nude, so whatever trace evidence there might have been from the car trunk, for example, was probably washed away. I shut a bottom drawer and sound peculiar to myself as I mutter distractedly. Pain-relieving patches, none, and I didn't see any in my desk drawers either, only chewing gum. I've never been a gum chewer. Well, when I was a little kid, double bubble at Halloween, with a colorful, waxy yellow wrapper that's twisted on the ends. I see it, I smell it, my mouth waters. Here's a secret I've never told anyone. I'd recycle, chew it and wrap it up again, for days until there was no flavor left. My mouth is watering and I swallow several times. I stopped chewing gum when I stopped trick-or-treating. See? You've reminded me of trick-or-treating, something I haven't thought of in so many years I can't believe it's just popped into my head. Sometimes I forget I was ever a child, ever young and stupid and trusting. My hands are shaking. Better not to like something you can't afford, so I didn't make a habit of gum. I'm trembling. Better not to look like you grew up low class, especially if you did grow up low class. When have you ever seen me chew gum? I won't. It's low class. Nothing about you is low class. Benton watches me carefully, guardedly, and I see what is in his eyes. I'm scaring him. But I can't stop myself. I've worked damn hard in life not to look low class. You didn't know me when I was getting started and had no idea what people are really like. People who have complete power over you, people you worship really, and what they're capable of luring you into so that you never feel the same about yourself. And then you bury it like that beating heart under the floorboards in Edgar Allan Poe. But you always know it's there. And you can't tell anyone. Even when it keeps you awake at night, you can't even tell the person you're closest to that there's this cold, dead heart under the floorboards and it's your fault it's under there. Christ, Kay. It's odd that everything we love seems to be in close proximity to something hateful and dead, enters my mind next. Well, not everything. Are you all right? I'm fine, just stressed out, and who the hell wouldn't be? Our house is a stone's throw from Norton's Woods, where someone was murdered yesterday, and he may have been at the Courtauld Gallery at the same time Lucy and I were the summer before 9/11, which she thinks was caused by us, by the way. Liam Saltz was there, too, at the Courtauld, one of the lecturers. I didn't meet him then, but Lucy has him on CD. I can't remember what he talked about. I'm curious why you would bring him up. A link on a website that Jack was looking at for some reason? Benton doesn't say anything, and he doesn't take his eyes off me. You and I go in the Biscuit when I'm home on weekends. Maybe we've been in there at the same time Johnny Donahue and his MIT friend were. I go on and can't keep up with my thoughts. We love Salem and the oils and candles in the shops there, the same shops that sell Iron Spike's Devil's Bone. Our favorite getaway in Boston is next to where Wally Jameson's body was found the morning after Halloween. Is someone watching us? Does someone know everything we do? What was Jack doing in Salem on Halloween? Wally's body got where it was by boat, not the wharf, Benton replies, and I don't know where he got the information. All these things in common, you'd think we live in a small town? You don't look good. You're sure it was a boat? I feel like I'm having a hot flash. I touch my cheek, press my hand against it. Lord, that will be next. So much to look forward to. More relevant is the fact that someone deliberately dumped his body where the 100-foot cutters are homeported with guardsmen on board. Benton watches my every move, and starting around daybreak, support staff and other personnel show up for work, and the wharf is a parking lot. All these people getting out of their cars and seeing a mutilated body floating in the water. That's brazen. Killing a little kid in his own backyard while his parents are inside the house is brazen. Killing someone on Super Bowl Sunday in Norton's Woods while a VIP wedding is going on is brazen. Doing all this in our own neighborhoods is brazen, yes. First you know it's a boat. Next you know it was a VIP wedding. Not just a wedding, but a VIP wedding. I don't ask but state. He wouldn't say it if he didn't know it. Why was Jack in Salem doing what there? You can't even get a hotel room in Salem on Halloween. You can't even drive. There are so many people. Are you sure you're all right? Do you think it's personal? I ask, as I obsess about what a small world it is. I come home and this is my welcome, to have all this ugliness and death and deceit and betrayal practically in my lap. To some extent, yes, Benton says. Well, thank you for that, I said. To some extent, not everything. You said you think it's personal? I want to know exactly how it is personal. Try to calm down. Breathe slowly. He reaches for my hand, and I won't let him touch me. Slowly, slowly, Kay. I pull away from him, and he returns his hand to his lap, to the iPhone in it that flashes red every other second as messages land. I don't want him to touch me. It's as if I have no skin. Is there anything to eat in this place? I can send out for something, Benton says. Maybe it's low blood sugar? When did you eat last? No. I couldn't right now. I'll be fine. Why do you say VIP? I hear myself ask. He looks at his phone again, the tiny red light flashing its alert. Anne, he says to me as he reads what just landed. She's on her way, should be here in a few minutes. What else? I can download the scan in here, take a look. She didn't send it, she tried to call you. Obviously you're not at your desk. There were undercover agents at the wedding, protecting a VIP. But obviously he wasn't the one who needed it, Benton says. Nobody was looking for the one who needed protecting. We didn't know he was going to be there. I take another deep breath, and I try to diagnose a heart attack, if I might be having one. Did the agents see what happened? Mount Auburn would be the closest hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. Ones stationed by the outside doors weren't looking at him and didn't see it. They saw people rushing around him when he collapsed. There was no reason he was of interest, and the agents maintained their posts. They had to. In case it was some diversionary maneuver, you always maintain your post when you're on a protective detail. With rare exception, you don't divert. I focus on the discomfort in the center of my chest and my shortness of breath. I'm sweating and lightheaded, but there's no pain in my arms, no pain in my back, no pain in my jaw. No radiating pain, and heart attacks don't cause altered thinking. I look at my hands. I hold them in front of me as if I can see what's on them. When you saw Jack last week, did he smell like menthol? I ask, and then I say, where is he? What exactly has he done? What about menthol, extra-strength Nuprin patches, Bengay patches, something like that? I get up from Fielding's desk. If he's wearing them all the time and reeks of eucalyptus, of menthol, it's usually an indication he's abusing himself physically, tearing the hell out of himself physically in the gym, in his taekwondo tournaments, has chronic and acute muscle and joint pain. Steroids, when Jack's on steroids, well, that's always been the prelude to other things. Based on what I saw last week, he's on something. I'm already taking off Fielding's lab coat. I fold it into a neat square and place it on top of his desk. Is there a place you can lie down? Benton says. I think you should lie down. The on-call room downstairs. There's a bed. I can't take you home. You can't be there right now. I don't want you going out of this building, not without me. I don't need to lie down. Lying down won't help. It will make it worse. I walk into Fielding's bathroom and snatch a trash basket liner from a box under the sink. Benton is on his feet, watching what I'm doing, keeping an eye on me as I tuck the folded lab coat inside the liner and return to the bathroom. I scrub my hands and face with soap and hot water. I wash any area of skin that might have come into contact with the plastic film I found in Fielding's lab coat pocket. Drugs, I announce when I sit back down. Benton returns to his chair, tensely, as if he might spring up again. Something transdermal that certainly isn't Nuprin or Motrin. Don't know what, but I will find out, I let him know. The piece of plastic you were touching, unless you poisoned my coffee. Maybe a nicotine patch? You wouldn't poison me, would you? If you don't want to be married anymore, there are simpler solutions. I don't see why he'd be on nicotine unless as a stimulant. I guess so, something like that. It's not something like that. I used to live off nicotine patches and never felt like this, not even when I would light up while I still had a 21 milligram patch on. A true addict. That's me. But not drugs. Not whatever this is. What has he done? Benton stares at his coffee mug, tracing the AFME crest on the black-glazed ceramic. His silence confirms what I suspect. Whatever Fielding is involved in, it's connected to everything else. To me, to Benton, to Briggs, to a dead football player, to a dead little boy, to the man from Norton's Woods, to dead soldiers from Great Britain and Worcester. Like planes lit up at night, connected to a tower, connected in a pattern, at times seeming at a standstill in the dark air but having been somewhere and going somewhere, individual forces that are part of something bigger, something incomprehensibly huge. You need to trust me, Benton says quietly. Has Briggs been in contact with you? Some things have been going on for a while. Are you all right? I don't want to go before I know you are. This is what I've trained for, made so many sacrifices for. I decide to accept it. Acceptance makes it easier for me to know what to do. 6 months of being away from you, of being away from everyone, of giving up everything so I could come home to something that's been going on for a while. An agenda. I almost add, just like in the beginning, when I was barely a forensic pathologist and was too naive to have a clue about what was happening. When I was quick to salute authority, and worse, to trust it, and much worse, to respect it, and even worse than that, to admire it. And worst of all, to admire John Briggs so much I would do anything he wanted. Absolutely anything. Somehow I've managed to land in the same spot, the same thing again. An agenda. Lies and more lies, and innocent people who are disposable. Crimes as coldly carried out as any I've ever seen. Joanne Rule and Nooni Pieste are graphically in my mind, as real as they've ever been. I see them on dented gurneys with rust in their welded seams and wheels that stick, and I remember my feet sticking as I walked across an old white stone floor that would not stay clean. It was always bloody in the Cape Town morgue, with bodies parked everywhere, and the week I was there I saw cases as extreme in their grotesqueness as that continent is extreme in its magnificent beauty. People hit by trains and run over on the highway, and domestic and drug deaths in the shantytowns, and a shark attack in False Bay, and a tourist who died from a fall on Table Mountain. I have the irrational thought that if I go downstairs and walk into my cooler, the bodies of those 2 slain women will be waiting for me, just as they were on that December morning after I'd flown 19 hours in a small coach seat to get to them. Only they had already been looked at by the time I showed up, and that would have been true if I'd flown Mach 2 on the Concorde or been a block away from them when they were murdered. It wasn't possible for me to get to them fast enough. Their bodies may as well have been on a movie set. They were so staged, innocent young women murdered for the sake of a news story, for the sake of power and influence and votes, and I couldn't put a stop to it. I not only couldn't stop it, I helped make it happen because I made it possible for it to happen, and I replay what PFC Gabriel's mother said about hate crimes and being rewarded for them. My office at Dover is right next to Briggs's command suite. I remember someone walking past my closed door several times while I was talking to her. Whoever it was paused at least twice. It crossed my mind at the time that someone might be waiting to come in but could hear through the door that I was on the phone and was unwilling to interrupt. The more likely answer is that someone was listening. Briggs has started something, or someone allied with him has, and Benton's right, it's been going on for a while. Then these last 6 months have been nothing more than a political ploy. How sad, how tawdry, how disappointing. My voice is steady, and I sound completely calm, the way I get before I do something. Are you okay? Because we should go downstairs if you're okay. Anne is here. We should talk to her, and then I need to go. Benton has gotten up and is near the door, waiting for me with his phone in hand. Let me guess. Briggs made sure I got this position so he could keep it open for whomever he really has in mind. I go on and my heart has slowed and my nerves feel steadier, as if they're firing normally again. Wanted me to keep the seat warm? Or was I the excuse to get this place built, to get MIT, get Harvard, get everybody on board, to justify some 30 million in grants? Benton reads something else as messages drop out of the thin air one after another. He could have saved himself a lot of trouble, I say, as I get up from the desk. You're not going to quit, Benton says, reading what someone has just sent to him. Don't give them that satisfaction. Them, then it's more than one. He doesn't answer as he types with his thumbs. Well, it's always been more than one. Take your pick, I say as we walk out together. If you quit, you give them exactly what they want. As he reads and scrolls down on his phone, people like that don't know what they want. I shut Fielding's door behind us, making sure it's locked. They just think they do. We begin our descent in my bullet-shaped building that on dark nights and gloomy days is the color of lead. I'm explaining to Benton the indented writing on a pad of call sheets as we glide down in an elevator I researched and selected because it reduces energy consumption by 50%. It can't be a coincidence that Fielding was interested in a keynote address Dr. Liam Saltz just gave at Whitehall, I say, while numbers change on a digital display, while we gently sink from floor to floor in the soft glow of LEDs in my environmentally friendly hoisting machine that no one who works here appreciates in the least from what I've heard. Mostly there are complaints because it is slow. He's one extreme and DARPA's certainly the other. Neither of them always right, that's for sure. I describe Dr. Saltz as a computer scientist, an engineer, a philosopher, a theologian, whose sport, whose art, most assuredly isn't war. He hates wars and those who make them. I know all about him and his art. Benton doesn't say it in a positive way as we stop gently and the steel door slides open with scarcely a sound. I certainly remember from that time at CNN when you and I got into a spat because of him. I don't remember getting into a spat. We are back in the receiving area, where Ron is sternly alert behind his glass partition, exactly as we left him long hours ago. In split screens of video displays, I see cars parked in the lot behind the building, SUVs that aren't covered with snow and have their headlights on. Agents or undercover police, and I remember windows glowing in MIT buildings rising above the CFC fence. I remember noticing it at the time Benton drove us here, and now I know why. The CFC has been under surveillance and the FBI, the police, aren't making any effort to disguise their presence now. I feel as if the CFC is on lockdown. Ever since I walked out of Port Mortuary at Dover, I have been accompanied or locked inside a secured building, and the reason isn't what was presented, at least not the only reason. No one was trying to get me home as quickly as possible because of a body bleeding inside the cooler. That was a priority, but certainly not the only one, and maybe not even the top one. Certain people used that as an excuse to escort me. Certain people, such as my niece, who was armed and playing bodyguard, and I can't believe Benton wasn't involved in that decision, no matter what he did or didn't know at the time. Maybe you remember him hitting on you. Benton is saying as we follow the gray corridor. You seem to think I'm having sex with everyone. Not with everyone, he says. I smile. I almost laugh. You're feeling better? He says, touching my arm tenderly as he walks with me. Whatever got into me has passed, and I wish it wasn't such a god-forsaken hour of the morning. I wish someone was in the trace evidence lab so we could take a look at the plastic film I was exposed to. Probably try the scanning electron microscope first, then Fourier transform infrared or whatever detectors it takes to figure out what is on Fielding's pain-relieving patches. I've never taken anabolic steroids and don't know firsthand how that would feel, but I can't imagine it's what I felt upstairs. Not that quickly. Cocaine, crystal methamphetamine, LSD, whatever could get into my system instantly and transdermally, hopefully nothing like that either. But what would I know about how that would feel? Not an opioid like fentanyl, which is the most common narcotic delivered by a patch. A strong pain reliever like fentanyl wouldn't have caused me to react the way I did. But again, I'm not sure. I've never been on fentanyl. Everybody reacts differently to medications, and uncontrolled substances can be contaminated with impurities and have variable doses. Really? You seem like yourself? Benton touches me again. How are you feeling? You okay for sure? Worn off, whatever it was. I wouldn't do the case if it wasn't, if I felt even remotely impaired. I tell him, I guess you're coming to the autopsy room. Since we're headed there. A drink, right? He is back to Liam Saltz. He bumps into you at CNN and asks you to have a drink with him at midnight. That's not exactly normal. I'm not sure how to take that. But I don't feel flattered. His reputation with women is on a par with certain politicians who will remain unnamed. What's the buzzword these days? A sexual addiction. Well, if you're going to have one. We walk past the X-ray room, and the door is shut, the red light off because the scanner isn't in use. The lower level is empty and silent, and I wonder where Marino is. Maybe he's with Anne. He had any contact with you since then? That was what, about 2 years ago? Benton asks. Or maybe with some of your compatriots at Walter Reed or Dover? Not with me. I wouldn't know about others except no one involved with the armed forces is a fan of Dr. Saltz's. He's not considered patriotic, which really isn't fair if you analyze what he's actually saying. Problem is nobody seems to understand what anybody is saying anymore. People don't listen. Saltz isn't a communist. He's not a terrorist. He hasn't committed treason. He just doesn't know how to curb his enthusiasm and muzzle his big mouth. But he's not of interest to the government. Well, he wasn't. Suddenly he is. I assume that's what Benton will tell me next. He wasn't at Whitehall yesterday. Wasn't even in London. Benton waits until now to inform me of this as we pause before the locked double steel doors of the autopsy room. I don't guess you found that part on the internet when you were trying to make heads or tails of Jack's indented writing, Benton adds in a tone that is shaded with other meanings. A hint of hostility, not directed at me but at Fielding. How do you know where Liam Saltz was or wasn't? I ask at the same time I think about what Benton mentioned upstairs. He referred to the event at Norton's Woods as a VIP wedding and mentioned a security presence. Undercover agents, Benton told me, although it was during an interval when I wasn't thinking as clearly as I should have been. Did his keynote address by satellite on a big video screen? Well attended by the audience at Whitehall, Benton says, as if he was there. He had a complication, a family matter, and had to leave the country. I think of the man beyond these closed steel doors, a man whose wristwatch when he died may have been set to UK time. A man with an old robot called Mort inside his apartment. The same robot that Liam Saltz and I testified against, persuading people in power to disallow its use. Is that why Jack was looking him up? Looking up Rusey or whatever he was looking at early yesterday morning? I ask as I scan open the lock to the autopsy room. I'm wondering how that happened. If he got a call and then looked him up or maybe knew he was in Cambridge for some reason. Benton replies. I'm wondering a lot of things that hopefully will get answered soon. What I do know is Dr. Saltz was here for the wedding. The daughter of his current wife, whose biological father was supposed to give her away, then got the swine flu. I text messaged you, Anne tells me, and she's shrouded in blue as she works on a computer that is contained in a waterproof stainless steel enclosure, the sealed keyboard mounted at a height suitable for typing while standing. Behind her on the autopsy table of Station 1, which is now shiny and clean, is the man from Norton's Woods. I'm sorry, I say to her abstractedly as I think of Liam Saltz and worry what his connection might be to this dead man beyond robots, particularly Mort. My phone's in my office and I've not been in there, I say to Anne, and then I ask Benton, does he have other children? He's at the Charles Hotel, Benton replies. Someone's on the way to talk to him, but to answer your question, yes, he does. He has a number of children and stepchildren from multiple marriages. I wanted to let you know I didn't feel comfortable uploading his scans and emailing them. Anne then says to me, "Don't know what we're dealing with and thought it was better to play it extra safe. If you're gonna hang around, you need to cover up," she directs this to Benton. Got no clue what this one's been exposed to, but he didn't set off any alarms. At least he's not radioactive. Whatever he's got in him isn't, thank God. I assume all was quiet at the hospital. No incidents, Benton says to her. I'm not staying. Security escorted us in and out, and we didn't see anyone else. No patients or staff at any rate. You found something in him? I ask her. Trace amounts of metal. Anne's gloved hands move on the computer's keyboard and click the mouse, both freshly overlaid with industrial silicone. Fielding's sloppy presence is noticeably gone from the autopsy room, and I see water in the sink of Station 1, my station, and a big sponge, the surgical instruments bright and shiny and neatly arranged on the dissecting board. I spot a mop that wasn't here earlier, and a whetstone on a countertop. I'm amazed, I say to her as I look around. Ollie, she says, clicking the mouse. I called him, and he drove back and spruced up the place. You're kidding. It's not that we haven't tried while you were gone. Jack's been using this workspace, and we've learned to stay away. How can there be metal that didn't show up on CT? Benton watches her scroll through files she created at the neuroimaging lab, looking for the images she wants from the MRI. If it's really small, I explain to him how it's possible. A threshold size of less than 0.5 millimeter, and I wouldn't expect it to be detected on CT. That's why we wanted to rule out the possibility by using MR, and apparently it's a good thing. Although maybe not if he was alive, Anne says, clicking on a file. You don't want something ferromagnetic in a living person because it's going to torque, it's going to move. Like metal shavings in the eyes of people involved in professions that expose them to something like that. They may not even know it until they get an MRI. Then they know it. Boy, do they ever? Or if they have body piercings they don't tell us about, and we've seen that enough times, she says to Benton. Or, God forbid, a pacemaker. Metal moves and it heats up. Theories, I ask her, because I can't imagine an event or a weapon that could create what has just filled the video display. Your guess is as good as mine, she answers, as we study high-resolution images of the dead man's internal damage, a dark, distorted area of signal voids that starts just inside the buttonhole wound and becomes increasingly less pronounced the deeper the penetration inside the organs and soft tissue structures of the chest. Because of the magnetic field, even with what must be particles incredibly minute, you're going to get artifact right here, I point out to Benton. These very dark and distorted areas where there's no signal penetration. You get this blooming artifact along the wound track. What's left of the wound track, because the signal's been blown out by metal? He's got some sort of ferromagnetic foreign bodies inside him, all right. What could do that? Benton asks. I'm going to have to recover some of it, analyze it. I think of what Lucy said about thermite. It would be ferromagnetic, just as bullets are. Both metal composites having iron oxide in common. 0.5? The size of dust? Benton's eyes are distracted by other thoughts. A little bigger, Anne replies. About the size of gunshot residue, grains of unburned powder, I add. A projectile like a bullet could be reduced to frag no bigger than grains of gunshot powder, Benton considers. And I can tell he is connecting what I'm saying with something else, and I think of my niece and wonder exactly what she said to him while they were together in her lab earlier. I think of shark bang sticks and nano-explosives, but there are no thermal injuries, no burns. It wouldn't make sense. No projectile I've ever seen, Anne says, and I agree. Do we know anything more about who he might be? She means the body on the table. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Hopefully soon, Benton replies. It sounds like you might have an idea, Anne says to him. Our first clue was he showed up at Norton's Woods at the same time Dr. Saltz was inside the building, and that was something to check because of certain interests these two individuals would have in common. He means robots, I suspect. I don't think I know who that is, Anne says to him. A scientist who won a Nobel Prize and is an expatriate? Benton says, and as I observe him with Anne, I'm reminded they are colleagues and friends, that he treats her with an easy familiarity, with trust that he doesn't exhibit around most people. And if he, Benton, indicates the dead man, knew Dr. Saltz was coming to Cambridge. The question was how. Do we know if he knew that? I ask. Right now, we don't for a fact. So Saltz was at the wedding, but this one wasn't dressed for a wedding. Anne indicates the nude dead body on the table. He had his dog with him, and a gun. What I know so far is the bride is a daughter from a different marriage. Benton says, as if this detail has been carefully checked. The daughter's father, who was supposed to give her away, got sick. So she asked her stepfather, Dr. Saltz, at the last minute, and he couldn't physically be in two places at once. He flew into Boston on Saturday and made his appearance at Whitehall via satellite, a sacrifice on his part. The last thing he felt like doing, I'm sure, was to re-enter the U.S. and show up at Cambridge. The undercover agents, I ask? For him, if so, why? I know he has enemies, but why would the FBI be offering protection to a civilian scientist from the UK? That's the irony, Benton says. The security at the event wasn't about him, was about those attending the wedding, most of them from the UK because of the groom's family. The groom is Russell Brown's son, David. Both Liam Saltz's stepdaughter Ruth and David attend Harvard Law, which is one reason the wedding was here. Russell Brown, the shadow Secretary of State for Defense whose speech I just read on the Rus-E website. He shows up at an event like that and is armed, I say, as I move closer to the steel table. A gun with the serial number eradicated. Right. Why? Benton asks. To protect himself, or was he a potential assailant, or to protect himself for a reason that's unrelated to the wedding and the people I've just mentioned? Possibly top-secret technology he was involved in, I offer. Technology worth quite a lot of money, I add. Technology people might kill for. And maybe did kill for, Anne says, as she looks at the dead young man. Hopefully we'll know soon, Benton says. I look at the dead man rigid on his back, his curled fingers and the position of his arms, his legs, his hands, his head exactly as they were earlier, no matter how much he has been disturbed during transport and scans. Rigor mortis is complete, but he won't resist me strenuously as I examine him because he's thin. He doesn't have much muscle fiber for calcium ions to have gotten trapped in after his neurotransmitters quit. I can break him easily. I can bend him to my will. I've got to go, Benton says to me. I know you want to get this taken care of. I'll need your help with something by the time you're ready to get away from here, and you're not to get away on your own. Make sure she calls me, he says to Anne as she labels test tubes and specimen containers. Call me or call Marino, he adds. Give us an hour's advance notice. Marino will be with you? I start to ask. We're working on something. He's already there. I no longer question what Benton is referring to when he says we, and he looks one more time at me. His eyes meeting mine with the intimacy of a lingering touch, and he leaves the autopsy room. I hear the receding sound of his brisk footsteps along the hard tile corridor, then his voice and another voice as he talks to someone, perhaps Ron. I can't make out a word they are saying, but they sound serious and intense before silence returns abruptly. I imagine Benton has left the receiving area, and on a video display, I'm startled by him. Picked up by security cameras, he walks through the bay as he zips up the shearling coat I gave him so long ago I don't remember the year. Only that it was in Aspen where he used to have a place. I watch him on closed-circuit TV opening the side door that is next to the massive bay door, and then another camera picks him up outside my building as he walks past his green SUV parked in my spot. He gets into a different SUV, dark and big with bright headlights that the snow slashes through, the wipers sweeping side to side, and I can't see who is driving. I watch the SUV in my snow-covered lot, backing up, moving forward and pausing as the big gate opens, and finally out of sight in the bitter weather at the empty hour of 4 a.m. With my husband in the passenger's seat, driven by someone, maybe his FBI friend Douglas, both of them headed to a destination that for some reason I've not been told about. 14. Inside the anteroom I prepare for battle the way I always do, suiting up in armor made of plastic and paper. I never feel like a doctor, not even a surgeon as I get ready to conduct a post-mortem examination, and I suspect only people who deal with the dead for a living can understand what I mean by that. During my medical school residencies, I was no different from other doctors, tending to the sick and injured on wards and in emergency rooms, and I assisted in surgical procedures in the OR. So I know what it is to incise warm bodies that have a blood pressure and something vital to lose. What I'm about to do couldn't be more different from that. And the first time I inserted a scalpel blade into cold, unfeeling flesh, made my first Y incision on my first dead patient, I gave up something I've never gotten back. I abandoned any notion that I might be godlike or heroic or gifted beyond other mortals. I rejected the fantasy that I could heal any creature, including myself. No doctor has the power to cause blood to clot or tissue or bone to regenerate or tumors to shrink. We don't create, only prompt biological functions to work or not work properly on their own, and in that regard, doctors are more limited than a mechanic or an engineer who actually builds something out of nothing. My choice of a medical specialty, which my mother and sisters still consider morbid and abnormal, probably has made me more honest than most physicians. I know that when I administer my healing touch to the dead, they are unmoved by me or my bedside manner. They stay just as dead as they were before. They don't say thank you or send holiday greetings or name their children after me. Of course, I was cognizant of all this when I decided on pathology. But that's like saying, you know what combat is when you enlist in the Marines and get deployed to the mountains of Afghanistan? People don't really know what anything is really like until it really happens to them. I can never smell the acrid, oily, pungent odor of unbuffered formaldehyde without being reminded of how naive I was to assume that the dissection of a cadaver donated to science for teaching purposes is anything like the autopsy of an unembalmed person whose cause of death is questioned. My first one took place in the Hopkins Hospital morgue, which was a crude place compared to what is beyond this room, where I am this minute folding my AFME field clothes and placing them on a bench, not bothering with the locker room or modesty at this hour. The woman whose name I still recall was only 33 and left behind 2 small children and a husband when she died of postoperative complications from an appendectomy. To this day, I'm sorry she was my science project. I'm sorry she was ever put in a position to be any pathology resident's project, and I remember thinking how absurd it was that such a healthy young human being had succumbed to an infection caused by the removal of a rather useless worm-like pouch from the large intestine. I wanted to make her better. As I worked on her, practiced on her, I wanted her to come to and climb off that scratched-up steel pedestal table in the center of the dingy floor inside that dreary subterranean room that smelled like death. I wanted her alive and well and to feel I'd had something to do with it. I'm not a surgeon. What I do is excavate so I can make my case when I go to war with killers or, less dramatically but more typically, with lawyers. Anne was thoughtful enough to find a pair of freshly laundered scrubs, size medium and the institutional green I'm accustomed to, and I put them on. Then, over them a disposable gown, which I tie snugly in back before I pull shoe covers out of a dispenser and cover a pair of rubber medical clogs Anne dug up somewhere. Next are protective sleeves, a hair cover, a mask, and a face shield, and finally I double glove. "Maybe you could scribe for me," I say to her as I return to the autopsy room. A big, empty vista of gleaming white and bright steel. Only the 3 of us are here, if I include my patient on the first table. In the event I don't get to dictate my findings directly afterward, as it appears I may have to leave. "Not by yourself," she reminds me. "Benton took the car key," I remind her. "Wouldn't stop you since we have vehicles, so don't try to fool me. When it's time, I'm calling him, and there won't be an argument." Anne can say almost anything and not sound disrespectful or rude. She takes photographs while I swab the entrance wound on the lower back. Then I swab orifices in the off chance this homicide might involve a sexual assault, although I don't see how, based on what has been described, because we're looking for a unicorn. I seal anal and oral swabs in paper envelopes and label and initial them. "Not your everyday pony, and I'm not going to believe anything anyway, since I didn't go to the scene." "Well, nobody did," Anne says. "Which is a shame. Even if somebody had, I'd still be looking for a unicorn. I don't blame you. I wouldn't trust what anybody says if I were you. If you were me..." I lock a new blade into a scalpel as she fills a labeled plastic jar with formalin. "Unless it's me who's talking," she replies without looking at me. "I wouldn't lie or cheat or help myself to things that aren't mine. I would never treat this place as if it belongs to me. Never mind, I shouldn't get into it. I won't let her get into it. It isn't necessary to put her in a position like that, betraying the people who have betrayed me. I know what it feels like to be put in a position like that. It's one of the worst feelings there is, and promotes lying overtly or by omission, and I know that feeling too. An untruth that lodges intact in the core of your being like undigested corn found in Egyptian mummies. There's no getting rid of such a thing, of undoing it without going in to get it, and I'm not sure I have the courage for that as I think of the worn wooden steps leading down into the basement of the house in Cambridge. I think of the rough stone walls below ground and the 1,500-pound safe with its 2-inch thick composite triple-lock door. I don't suppose you've heard any rumors about where everybody is, I then say. When you were with Marino at McLean. I begin the Y incision, cutting from clavicle to clavicle, then long and deep straight down with a slight detour around the navel and terminating at the pubic bone in the lower abdomen. Did you get any idea of who is in our parking lot and what's going on? Since I seem to be under house arrest for reasons no one has been inclined to make completely clear, the FBI? Anne doesn't tell me something I don't know as she walks to the wall where clipboards hang from hooks next to rows of plastic racks for blank forms and diagrams. At least 2 agents in the parking lot and 1 followed us. Someone did. She collects the paperwork she needs and selects a clipboard after making sure the ballpoint pen attached to it by a cord has ink, a detective, an agent. I don't know who followed us to the hospital, but someone who clearly had alerted security before we got there. She returns to the table. When we rolled up at the neuroimaging lab, there were 3 McLean security guys, most excitement they've had in years, and then this person in an SUV, a dark blue Ford, an Explorer or an Expedition. Maybe what Benton just drove away in, and I ask Anne, did he or she get out of the SUV? I assume you didn't talk to whoever it was? I reflect back soft tissue. The man is so lean, he has just the thinnest layer of yellow fat before the tissue turns beefy red. It was hard to see, and I wasn't going to walk right up and stare. The agent was still sitting in the SUV when we left and followed us back here. She picks up rib cutters from the surgical cart and helps me remove the breastplate, exposing the organs and significant hemorrhage, and I smell the beginning of cells breaking down, the faintest hint of what promises to be putrid and foul. The odors emitted by the human body as it decomposes are uniquely unpleasant. It isn't like a bird or an opossum or the largest mammal one can think of. In death, we are as different from other creatures as we are in life, and I would recognize the stench of decaying human flesh anywhere. How do you want to do this? En bloc? And deal with the metal after we have the organs on the cutting board? Anne asks. I think we need to synchronize what we're doing inch by inch, step by step. Line things up with the scans as best we can because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to see whatever these ferromagnetic foreign bodies are unless I'm looking right at them with a lens. I wipe my bloody gloved hands on a towel and step closer to the video display, which Anne has divided into quadrants to give me a choice of images from the MRI. Distributed a lot like gunshot powder, she suggests, although we can't see the actual metal particles because they canceled the signal. True. More blooming artifact, more voids at the beginning than the end, greatest amount at the entrance. I point my bloody gloved finger at the screen. But no residue of anything on the surface, she says. And that's different from a gunshot wound, a contact wound. Everything about this is different from a gunshot wound, I answer. You can see that whatever this stuff is, it starts here. She indicates the entrance wound on the lower back, but not at the surface. Just beneath it, maybe half an inch beneath it, which is really weird. I'm trying to imagine it, and can't. If you pressed something against his back and fired, you'd get gunshot residue on the clothes and in the entrance wound, not just an inch inside and then deeper. I looked at his clothes earlier. No burns or soot, no evidence of GSR, she says. Not grossly, I correct her, because not being able to see gunshot residue doesn't mean it isn't there. Exactly. Nothing visually. What about Morrow? I don't suppose he came downstairs yesterday while Marino had the body in ID, printing him, collecting personal effects. I don't suppose someone thought to ask Morrow to do a presumptive test for nitrites on the clothing, since we didn't know at that time there could be GSR or that there was even an entrance wound that correlates with cuts in the clothing. Not that I know of, and he left early, I heard. Well, we still can test presumptively, but I'd be really surprised if that's what we're seeing on MR. When Morrow or maybe Phil gets in, let's get them to do a grease test, just to satisfy my curiosity before we move on to something else. I'm betting it will be negative, but it's not destructive, so nothing lost. It's a simple, quick procedure involving desensitized photographic paper that is treated with a solution of sulfonylate acid, distilled water, and alpha-naphthol in methanol. When the paper is pressed against the area of clothing in question and then exposed to steam, any nitrite residues will turn orange. Of course, we're gonna do SEMEDX, I add, but these days it's a good idea to do more than one thing, since slowly but surely lead is going to disappear from ammunition, and most of these tests are looking for lead, which is toxic to the environment. So we need to start checking for zinc and aluminum alloys, plus various stabilizers and plasticizers, which are added to the gunpowder during manufacturing. Here in the US, at any rate, not so much in combat, where poisoning the environment with heavy metals is considered a fine idea, since the goal is to create dirty bombs, the dirtier the better. Not our goal, I hope. No, not ours. We don't do that. I never know what to believe. I do know what to believe, at least about some things. I know what comes back to us when our service people are returned to Dover, I reply. I know what's in them, I know what isn't. I know what's manufactured by us and what's manufactured by others. The Iraqi insurgency, the Taliban, the Iranians. That's one of the things we do. Materials analysis to figure out who is making what, who is supplying it. So when I hear these things about weapons or bombs made in Iran, that's where it comes from. It's how the US knows intelligence from our dead, from what they teach us. We leave it at that, our talk of the war, because of this other war that has killed a man who is too young to be finished, a man who took an old greyhound for a walk in the civilized world of Cambridge and ended up in my care. They've developed some really interesting technology in Texas that I want us to look into. I return to gunshot residue because it is safer to talk about that. Combining solid-phase microextraction with gas chromatography, coupled with a nitrogen-phosphorus detector, as Texas should, since it's a state law that everybody carry a gun. Or is it that firearms are tax-deductible, like farming and raising livestock is around here? Well, not quite, I reply. But we'll want to look into doing something similar at the CFC, since of all places I would expect a growing prevalence of green ammunition. Of course. Don't pollute the environment while you're doing a drive-by shooting. What scientists have come up with at Sam Houston can detect as little as one gunpowder particle, which isn't relevant in this case, since we know this man has metal in him almost at a microscopic level, but plenty of it. Preliminarily, at any rate, Marino should have used a GSR kit on the hands at least, since this man was armed. I do know that he did that much before he printed him, Anne says, because of the gun, although no sign it had been fired, but I saw him using a stub on the hands when I walked into ID at one point. But not the wound, because you discovered it later. It wasn't swabbed. I haven't done anything I wouldn't have. Not my department. Good. I'll take care of it when I get to it. When we turn him over, I decide, let's take out the block so I can blot the raw surfaces of the injured track. I'm going to use the MRI as my map and blot as much of the metal material as I can in hopes that even if we can't see it, we're getting some of it. We know it's metal. The question is, what kind of metal and what is it from? In wall-mounted steel cabinets with glass doors, I find a box of blotting paper while Anne lifts the block of organs out of the body and places it on the dissecting board. I can't tell you what a problem it is these days. People with metal in them, she comments as she collects organ fragments from the chest cavity, which is opened and empty like a china cup, the ribs gleaming opacally through glistening red tissue, including old bullets of the non-green variety. We get these research subjects in after the hospital's advertised for volunteers, and of course, I mean the normals, right? All these people who come in and they're just as normal as the day is long, right? And have nothing to report. Right. Like it's real normal to have an old bullet in you. She returns fragments of the left kidney, the left lung, and the heart to their correct anatomical positions on the block of organs, as if she's piecing together a puzzle. Happens more often than you think, she says. Well, not more often than someone like you would think, since we see things like that in the morgue all the time. And then you get the old routine that bullets are lead, and lead isn't magnetic, so it's fine to scan the person. Usually one of the psychiatrists who doesn't know any better and can't seem to remember from one time to the next that, no, wrong again, lead, iron, nickel, cobalt. All bullets, pellets, are ferromagnetic. I don't care if they're so-called green, they're going to torque because of the magnetic field. That could be a problem if someone's got a fragment in him that's in close proximity to a blood vessel, an organ. God forbid something was left in the brain if some poor person was shot in the head eons ago. Paxil, Neurontin, or the like aren't going to help the poor person's mood disorder if an old bullet relocates to the wrong place. She rinses a fragment of kidney and places it on the dissecting board. We're going to need to measure how much blood is in the peritoneum. I'm looking at the hole in the diaphragm that I saw hours earlier when I followed the wound track during the CT scan. I'm going to guess at least 300 mLs originating through the lacerated diaphragm and at least 50 mLs in his pericardium, which normally might suggest some time interval before death because of how much he bled. But the severity of these injuries, which are similar to blast injuries, he had no survival time. Only as long as it took for his heart and respiration to quit. If I were willing to use the term instant death, this would qualify as one. This is unusual. Anne hands me a tiny fragment of kidney that is hard and brown with tan discoloration and retracted edges. I mean, what is that? It almost looks fixed or cooked or something. There is more. As I pull a light closer and look at the block of organs, I notice hard, dry fragments of the left lung's lower lobe and of the heart's left ventricle. Using a steel beaker, I scoop pooled blood and hematoma out of the mediastinum, or the middle section of the chest cavity, and find more fragments and tiny, hard, irregular blood clots. Looking closely at the disrupted left kidney, I note perirenal hemorrhage and interstitial emphysema, and more evidence of the same abnormal tissue changes in areas closest to the wound track, areas most susceptible to damage from a blast. But what blast? Reminds me of tissue that's been frozen, almost freeze-dried, I say, as I label sheets of blotting paper with an abbreviation for the location the sample came from. LLL for left lower lobe and LK for left kidney and LV for left ventricle of the heart. In the strong light of a surgical lamp and the magnification of a hand lens, I can barely make out dark silvery specks of whatever was blasted through this man when he was stabbed in the back. I see fibers and other debris that won't be discernible until they are looked at under a microscope, but I feel hopeful. Something was deposited that likely was unintended by the perpetrator. Trace evidence that might give me information about the weapon and the person who used it. I turn the fume hood on the lowest setting so there is nothing more than an exchange of air, and I begin gently blotting. I touch the sterile paper to the surfaces of fragmented tissue and the edges of wounds, and one by one lay the sheets inside the hood, where the gently circulating air will facilitate evaporation, the drying of blood without disturbing anything adhering to it. I collect samples of the freeze-dried-looking tissue and save them in plasticized cartons and also in small jars of formalin, and I tell Anne we're going to want a lot of photographs and that I'll ask colleagues of mine to look at images of internal damage and of the tannish tough tissue. I'll ask if they've ever seen anything like it before, and as I'm saying all this, I'm wondering who I mean. Not Briggs. I wouldn't dare send anything to him. Certainly not Fielding. No one who works here. No one at all comes to mind except Benton and Lucy, whose opinions won't help or matter. It's up to me whether I like it or not. Let's turn him over, I say. And empty of organs, he is light in the torso and head heavy. I measure the entrance wound and describe what it looks like and exactly where it is, and I examine the wound track through the block of organs, finding every area that was punctured by what I'm now certain was a narrow double and single-edged blade. If you look at the wound, you can clearly see the two sharp ends of it, the corners of the buttonhole made by two sharp edges, I explained to Anne. I see. Her eyes are dubious behind her plastic glasses, but look here, where the wound track terminates in the heart. Can you see how both ends of the wound are identical, both very sharp? I move the light closer and hand her a magnifying lens. Slightly different from the wound on his back, she says. Yes, because when the blade terminated in the heart muscle, it didn't penetrate as deeply. Just the tip went in, as opposed to when these other wounds were made. I show her. The tip penetrated and was followed by the length of the blade running through, and as you can see, the one end of the wound is just a little blunted and slightly stretched. You especially can see it here, where it penetrated the left kidney and kept going. I think I see what you're saying. Not what you would expect with a butterfly knife, a boning knife, a dagger, all of which are double-edged, both sides of the blade sharp from tip to handle. This brings to mind something spear-tipped sharp on both sides at the tip, but single-edged after that, like I've seen in some fighting knives or, in particular, something like a Bowie knife or bayonet, where the top of the blade has been sharpened on both edges to make penetration easier in stabbings. So what we've got is an entrance that is 3/8 of an inch linear. Both ends of the wound are sharp, with one that is slightly more blunted than the other. And the width expands to 5/8 of an inch, I measure. and Anne writes it down on a body diagram. So the blade is 3/8 of an inch at the tip, and at its widest it's 5/8. That's pretty narrow. Almost like a stiletto, she says, but a stiletto is double-edged. The entire blade is homemade? A blade that injects something that explodes. Without causing thermal injury, without causing burns. In fact, what we're seeing is more consistent with frostbite, where the tissue feels hard and is discolored. I remind her as I measure the distance from the wound on the man's back to the top of his head. 26 inches and 2 inches to the left of the mid-spine. Direction is up and anterior, with extensive subcutaneous and tissue emphysema along the track, perforating the transverse process on the left 12th rib paraspinally, perforating paraspinal muscle, pararenal fat, left adrenal, left kidney, diaphragm, left lung, and pericardium, terminating in the heart. How long a blade for something to perforate all that? At least 5 inches. She plugs in the autopsy saw and we turn the body on its back again. I place a headrest under the neck and incise the scalp from ear to ear, following the hairline so the sutures won't be visible afterward. The top of the skull is white like an egg as I reflect the scalp back and pull the face down like a sock, like something sad, the features collapsing as if he is crying 15. I don't realize the sun is up and the Arctic front has marched off to the south until I open my office door and am greeted by a clear blue sky beyond tall windows. I look down 7 floors, and there are a few cars moving slowly on the white frosted furrowed road below, and going the other way, a snowplow truck with its yellow blade held up like a crab claw as it scuttles along, looking for the right spot, then lowering the blade with a clank I can't hear from up here and scraping pavement that's not going to be completely cleared because of ice. The riverbank is white, and the Charles is the color of old blue bottle glass and wrinkled by the current, and beyond in the distance, the skyline of Boston catches the early light. The John Hancock Tower soaring far above any other high-rise, overbearing and sturdy, like a solitary column left standing in the ruins of an ancient temple. I think about coffee, and it is a fleeting urge as I wander into my bathroom and look at the coffee maker on the counter by the sink and the boxes of K-cups that include hazelnut. I'm beyond being helped by stimulants. Not sure I'd feel caffeine except in my gut, which is empty and raw. Intermittently, I'm stabbed by nausea, then I'm hungry, then nothing at all. Just the gousiness of sleeplessness and the persistent hint of a headache that seems more remembered than real. My eyes burn and thoughts move thickly but push with force like a heavy surf pounding against the same unyielding questions and tasks to be done. I won't wait for anyone, given a choice. I can't wait. There is no choice. I will overstep boundaries if need be, and why shouldn't I? Boundaries I've set have been stepped on right and left by others. I will do things myself. Those things I know how to do. I am alone, more alone than I was because I've changed. Dover has changed me. I will do what is necessary. And it might not be what people want. It is 7:30, and I've been downstairs all this time because Anne and I took care of other cases after we finished with the Norton's Woods man, whose name we are no closer to discovering, or if it is known, I've not been informed. I know intimate details about him that should be none of my business, but not the most important facts: who he is, what he was and hoped to become his dreams, and what he loved and hated. I sit down at my desk and check the notes Anne made for me downstairs and add a few of my own, making sure I will remember later he had eaten something with poppy seeds and yellow cheese shortly before he died, and the total amount of blood and clot in the left hemithorax was 1,300 milliliters, and the heart was disrupted into 5 irregular fragments that were still attached at the level of the valves. I will want to emphasize this to the prosecution. It occurs to me because I'm thinking about court. For me, it all ends there, at least on the civilian side of my life. I imagine the prosecutor using inflammatory language I can't use, telling the jury that the man ate cheese and a poppy seed bagel and took his rescued old dog for a walk, that his heart was blown to pieces, causing him to hemorrhage almost 3 units of blood or more than 1/3 of all the blood in his body in a matter of minutes. The autopsy didn't reveal the purpose of the man's death, although provisionally at least the cause of it is simple, and I absently write it down as I continue to ponder and meditate and make plans. Atypical stab, puncture to the left back. A pathological diagnosis that seems trite after what I just saw, and one that would give me pause were I to come across it somewhere. I'd find it cryptic, almost tongue-in-cheek and coy, like a bad joke if one knows the rest of it. The massive blast-like disruption of the organs and that the death is a vicious and calculated homicide. I envision the hem of the long black coat quickly flapping past, and what must have happened just seconds before when the person wearing it plunged a blade into the victim's lower back. For an instant, he felt the physical response, the shock and pain as he exclaimed, "Hey!" and clutched his chest, collapsing on his face on the slate path. I imagine the person in the black coat quickly bending over to snatch off the man's black gloves and briskly walking away, perhaps tucking the blade up a sleeve or into a folded newspaper or I don't know. But as I imagine it, I believe the person in the long black coat is the killer and was covertly recorded by the dead man's headphones, and it causes me to wonder again who was doing the spying. Did the killer plant micro-recording devices in the victim's headphones so he could be followed? And I imagine a figure in a long black coat walking swiftly through the shaded woods, coming up behind the victim, who couldn't hear anything but the music in his headphones as he's stabbed in the back, and he falls too fast to turn around. I wonder if he died not knowing who did this to him. And afterward, is it what Lucy proposed? Did the person in the long black coat view the video files and decide it wasn't necessary to delete them from a webcam site somewhere, that in fact it was clever to leave them? There are reasons for all things, I tell myself, what has always been true but never feels that way while I'm in the middle of the problem. There are answers and I will find them. And while the physics of how the fatal injury was executed may seem difficult to divine, I assure myself there are tracks the killer left behind. I have captured footprints on blotting paper. I will follow them to who did this. You won't get away with it, I think, as if I'm talking to the person in the long black coat. I hope whoever you are, you have nothing to do with me, that you aren't someone I taught to be meticulous and clever. I have decided that Jack Fielding is on the run or in custody. It even enters my mind that he might be dead, but I'm exhausted, I'm sleep-deprived. My thoughts aren't as disciplined as they should be. He can't be dead. Why would he be dead? I have seen the dead downstairs, and he wasn't among them. My other patients of the morning were simple enough and asked little of me as I tended to them. A motor vehicle fatality, and I could smell the booze and his bladder was full, as if he'd been drinking until the moment he left the bar and climbed behind the wheel in a snowstorm that careened him into a tree, a shooting in a run-down motel, and the needle tracks and prison tattoos of yet one more among us who died the way he lived, an asphyxia by a plastic dry-cleaning bag tied around an old widow's neck with an old red satin ribbon, maybe left over from a holiday during better times. Her stomach full of dissolved white tablets, and next to the bed an empty bottle of a benzodiazepine prescribed for sleeplessness and anxiety. I have no messages on my office and cell phones, no emails that matter to me at the moment and under the circumstances. When I checked Lucy's lab, she wasn't there, and when I checked with security, I discovered that even Ron has left, replaced by a guard I've never met, gangly and jug-eared like Ichabod Crane, someone named Phil who says Lucy's car isn't in the lot, and the instructions are that the security guards aren't to let anyone into the building, not through the lower level or the lobby without clearing it with me. Not possible. I let Phil know. Employees should be showing up already, or they will be at any minute, and I can't be the gatekeeper. Let anybody in who has a right to be here. I told him before I came upstairs, except Dr. Fielding, and when I added that, I could tell it wasn't necessary. The guard named Phil clearly was aware that Fielding can't just show up or won't, or maybe isn't able to, and besides, the FBI dominates my parking lot. I can see their SUVs clear as the bright, cold day on the video display on my desk. I swivel my chair around to the polished black granite countertop behind me, to my arsenal of microscopes and what accompanies them. Pulling on a pair of examination gloves, I slit open one of the white envelopes I sealed with white paper tape right before I came upstairs, and I pull out a sheet of blotting paper that is stained with a generous smear of dried blood that came from the area of the left kidney where I saw a dense collection of metallic foreign bodies in the MRI. Turning on the lamp of my materials microscope, a Leica I have depended on for years, I carefully move the paper to the stage. I tilt the eye tubes to a viewing angle that won't strain my neck and shoulders and realize right away that the settings have been changed for someone much taller than me who is right-handed. Someone who drinks coffee with cream and chews spearmint gum, I suspect. The ocular focus and interocular distance have been changed too. Switching to left-hand operation and adjusting the height so it is better suited for me, I start with a magnification of 50x, manipulating the focus knob with one hand as I use the other to move the sheet of blotting paper on the stage, lining up the bloody smear until I find what I'm looking for, bright, whitish silver chips and flakes in a constellation of other particles so minute that when I bump the magnification up to 100x, I can't make out their characteristics, only the rough edges and scratches and striations on the largest particles, what looks like unburned metal chips and filings that have been milled by a machine or a tool. Nothing I see reminds me of gunshot residue. Doesn't even remotely resemble the flakes, discs, or balls I associate with gunpowder or the ragged fragments or particulate of a projectile or its jacket. More curious is other debris mixed with blood and its obvious elements. The colorful confetti of detritus that constitutes everyday dust, tangled with red cells piled up like coins, and granular leukocytes reminiscent of amoeba that are caught as if frozen in time, swimming and cavorting with a louse and a flea that at a magnified size remind me why 17th century London went into a panic when Robert Hooke published Micrographia and revealed the piercing mouthparts and claws of what infested cats and mattresses. I recognize fungi and spores that look like sponges and fruit, spiny pieces of insect legs and insect egg cases that look like the delicate shells of nuts or spherical boxes carved of porous wood. As I move the paper on the stage, I find more hairy appendages of long-dead monsters, such as midges and mites, and the wide compound eyes of a decapitated ant, the feathery antenna of what may have been a mosquito, the overlapping scales of animal hair, maybe from a horse or a dog or a rat, and reddish-orange flecks that could be rust. I reach for the phone and call Benton. When he answers, I hear voices in the background and am subjected to a bad connection. A knife sharpened or shaped on something like a lathe, possibly a rusty one in a workshop or basement, possibly an old root cellar where there are mold, bugs, decaying vegetables, probably damp carpet. I say right off as I begin an internet search on my computer, typing the keywords knife and exploding gases. What was sharpened? Benton asks, and then he says something to someone else, something like need the keys or need to keep. I'm moving, not in a good place. He gets back to me. The weapon used to stab him, a lathe, a grinder, possibly old or not taken care of, with traces of rust based on the metal shavings and very fine particulate I'm seeing. I think the blade was honed, perhaps to make it thinner and to sharpen the tip on both edges, to turn the tip into a spear, so whatever might have been used for sharpening and polishing, a rasp, a file. You're talking about power tools that are old and rusty. A lot of rust? Metalworking tools of some type, not necessarily power tools. I'm not in a position to be that detailed. I'm not an expert in metalworking and I don't know how much rust, just that I found what looks like flakes of it. Exploding intestines. How to clean your spark plugs. Common gases associated with metalworking and hand-forged knives. I silently read what is on my computer screen as I then say to Benton, not that I pretend to be a trace evidence examiner, but microscopically it's nothing I've not seen before, just never seen it blown into a body. But then I've never really looked. I've never had a reason to look for something like this, am unaccustomed to using blotting paper internally when someone has been stabbed. I suppose there could be all sorts of invisible fibers, debris, particulate injected inside people who've been shot, stabbed, impaled, or God knows what. I type injection knife into the search field because as I listen to myself, I'm reminded of remote delivery darts, of weapons powered by CO2 to fire what's basically a long-range immobilization or tranquilizing missile with a small explosive charge and a hypodermic needle. Why couldn't you do the same thing with a knife, as long as it had a way to be powered and a narrow channel bored through the blade with an outlet hole near the tip? I'm walking outside to the car now, Benton says. We'll be there in 45 minutes to an hour if the traffic's not too bad. The roads aren't bad. 128 isn't too bad. Well, this wasn't hard. I'm disappointed. Nothing with so much potential for lethal damage should be this easy to find. What isn't hard? Benton says as I look in amazement at an image of a steel combat knife with a gas outlet hole near the tip and a neoprene handle in a foam-lined plastic case. A CO2 cartridge screws into the handle. I skim out loud. Thrust the 5-inch stainless steel blade into the target as you use your thumb to push the release button, which it appears is part of the guard hub. "'Kay, who's with you right now?" Injects a freezing ball of gas the size of a basketball or more than 40 cubic inches at 800 pounds of pressure per square inch. I go on, looking at images on an elaborate website as I wonder how many people have such a weapon in their homes, their cars, their camping gear, or are walking around with it strapped to their sides. I have to admit it is ingenious, possibly one of the scariest things I've ever seen. Can drop a large mammal in a single stab. Kay, are you by yourself? Freezes wound tissue instantly, thus delaying bleeding and attracting other predators. So if you have to defend yourself against a great white shark, for example, it won't begin bleeding into the water and attracting other sharks until you are well out of the way. I skim and summarize and feel sickened. It's called a wasp. You can add it to your shopping cart for less than $400. Let's talk about it when I see you, Benton says over the phone. I've never heard of it. I read more about a compressed gas injection knife I can order right now as long as I'm over 18 years of age. Advertised for special ops SWAT pilots who are stranded in open water, scuba divers, apparently developed to kill large marine predators, as I said, sharks, mammals, maybe whales, and those in wet suits. K? Or grizzly bears, for example. While you're minding your own business on a friendly hike through the mountains. I make no effort to keep the sarcasm out of my tone to hide the anger I feel. And of course military, but nothing I've seen in military casualties. I'm on a cell phone, Benton interrupts me. I'd rather you don't mention this to anyone else. No one in your office, or have you already? I haven't already. You're by yourself? He asks me again. Why wouldn't I be? But I say yes, and maybe you could delete it from your history, empty your cache in case anybody decides to view your recent searches. I can't stop Lucy from doing that. I don't care if Lucy does it. She's not here. I don't know where she went. I know, he says. All right then. He's not going to tell me where she is or where anybody is, it seems. I'll make evidence rounds, take care of as much as I can, and meet you downstairs in back when you get here. I hang up and try to reason through what just happened. I try not to feel hurt by him as I logically sort it out. Benton didn't sound surprised or especially concerned. He didn't seem alarmed by what I've discovered, but by my discovering it, and the possibility that I might have told someone else, and that probably means the same thing I've been sensing since I returned home from Dover. Maybe I'm not the one finding things out. Maybe I'm simply the last one to know and nobody wants me to find out anything. What an unexpected predicament to be in. If not an unprecedented one, I think, as I do what Benton asked and empty the cache and clear the history, making it problematic for anyone to see what I've been searching on the internet. As I do this, I wonder who really asked. My husband? Or was it the FBI asking? Who was just talking to me and telling me what to do as if I don't know better? It's almost 9, and most of my staff is already here. Those who aren't using the snow as an excuse to stay home or to go somewhere else they'd rather be, such as skiing in Vermont. On the security monitor, I've watched cars pull into the lot and seen some people coming through the back door, but far more arriving by way of the civilized entrance on the ground floor, through the stone lobby with its formidable carvings and flags, avoiding the dreary domain of the dead on the lower level. The scientists rarely need to meet the patients whose body fluids and belongings and other evidence they test, and then I hear the sounds of my administrator Bryce unlocking the door in the hallway that opens onto his adjoining office. I reseal the blotting paper in a clean envelope and unlock a drawer to gather other items I've been keeping safe as I try not to sink into a dark space, thinking dark thoughts about what I just looked at on a website and what it implies about human beings and their capacity to create imaginative ways to do harm to other creatures. In the name of survival, it crosses my mind, but then rarely is it really about staying alive. Instead, it's about making sure something else doesn't. And the power people feel when they can overpower, maim, kill. How terrible, how awful, and I have no doubt about what happened to the man from Norton's Woods, that someone came up behind him and stabbed him with an injection knife, blasting a ball of compressed gas into his vital organs, and if it was CO2, there is no test that will tell us. Carbon dioxide is ubiquitous, literally as present as the air we exhale, and I envision what I saw on CT. The dark pockets of air that had been blown into the chest and what that must have felt like, and how I will answer the same question I'm always asked. Did he suffer? The truthful answer would be, no one knows such a thing except the person who is dead, but I would say no, he didn't suffer. I would say he felt it. He felt something catastrophic happening to him. He wasn't conscious long enough to suffer during the agonal last moments of his life, but he would have felt a punch to his lower back, accompanied by tremendous pressure in his chest as his organs ruptured. all of it happening at once. That would have been the last thing he felt except possibly a glimmer, a flash, of a panicked thought that he was about to die. And then I stopped thinking about it because to obsess and imagine further would become useless and self-indulgent theorizing that is paralyzing and non-productive. I can't help him if I'm upset. I'm worthless to anyone if I feel what I feel, just as it was when I took care of my father and became an expert at pushing down emotions that climbed up inside me like some desperate creature trying to get out. I worry what you have learned, my little Katie. My father said to me when I was 12 and he was a skeleton in the back bedroom, where the air was always too warm and smelled like sickness and light seeped wanly through the slatted shades I kept closed most of the way his last months. You have learned things you shouldn't ever have to learn, but especially at your age, my little Katie. He said to me as I made the bed with him still in it, having learned to wash him religiously so he wasn't overcome by pressure sores, to change his soiled sheets by moving his body, a body that seemed hollowed out and dead except for the heat of his fever. I would gently rock my father to his side, holding him up on one side, then the other, leaning him against me because he could not get up in the end, couldn't even sit up. He was too weak to help me move him during what his doctor called the blast phase of chronic myeloid leukemia. And at times he enters my mind and I feel the weight of him against me when I'm swathed in protective clothing, peering through protective glasses, at work at my hard steel table. I fill out lab analysis requests that will need to be signed by each scientist. I receipt various items too so I can keep the chain of evidence intact. Then I get up from my desk, win 6, knocking once. I open the door that leads into Bryce's office. Our shared entrance is directly across from the door to my private bath, which I've learned to keep open a crack. When both gray metal doors are shut, I have had a tendency to get mixed up and walk in on Bryce when I'm interested in coffee or washing up, or I find myself about to hand paperwork to a toilet and a sink. He is at his desk with his chair rolled back and has taken off his coat, which is draped over the back, but he still has on his big designer sunglasses that look ridiculously heavy, as if drawn on with a dark brown crayon. He struggles with a pair of LL Bean snow boots that don't go with his typically deliberate ensemble, which today is a navy cashmere blazer, tight black jeans, a black turtleneck, and a tooled leather belt with a big silver buckle shaped like a dragon. I'll be on the phone and can't be disturbed, I tell him, as if I've been here every day for these past 6 months, as if I've never been gone. Then I have to leave. Is someone going to tell me what's going on around here? And welcome home, boss. He looks up at me, his eyes masked by the big, dark glasses. I don't suppose the unmarked cars in the parking lot are a surprise party, because I know I'm not throwing one. Not that I wouldn't and wasn't intending to eventually, but whoever they aren't here because of me, and when I asked one of them to be so kind as to give me an explanation and please move his ass so I could park in my spot, he was, shall we say, testy? The case from yesterday morning, I start to say. Oh, is that why? Well, no wonder. His face brightens, as if what I just said is somehow good news. I knew it was going to be important, I somehow knew it, but he didn't really die here. Please tell me it's not true, that you didn't find anything to suggest anything so outrageous, or I guess I'll just start looking for another job right this minute and tell Ethan we're not about to buy that bungalow we've been looking at. I'm sure you've figured out what happened by now, knowing you. You probably figured it out in 5 minutes. He pulls off the other boot, moving both of them to the side, and I notice he's spiked his hair and has shaved off the mustache and beard he had when I saw him last. Compactly built, Bryce is slight, but strong with a blonde choirboy prettiness, to use a cliché, because it happens to be true. He doesn't look like himself with facial hair, which is probably the point, to look like someone else, to be transformed into a formidable and virile character like James Brolin, or to be taken seriously like Wolf Blitzer. Heroes of his "my top administrator and trusted right hand has many," a host of famous imagined friends he speaks of easily, as if the act of tuning into them on one of his big-screen TVs or saving them with TiVo makes them as real as next-door neighbors. Seriously good at what he does for me, with degrees in criminal justice and public administration, Bryce Clark at a glance seems misplaced, as if he wandered off the set of E, and I have used this to my advantage over the few years he's worked for me. Outsiders and even people who work here don't always realize that my recovering Mormon compulsive talking clotheshorse of a chief of staff is not to be trifled with. If nothing else, he's voyeuristic and adores filling me in, as he puts it. He likes nothing better than to gather information like a magpie and carry it back to his nest. He is dangerous if he detests you. It's unlikely you'll know it. His banter and deliberate affect are a bunker that his more dangerous self hides behind, and in that way he reminds me of my former secretary, Rose. Those who made the mistake of treating her like a silly old woman one day found themselves missing a limb. The FBI, Homeland Security, no one I've seen before. Bryce is bent over in his chair as he unzips a nylon gym bag, his stocking feet planted on the floor. Probably the FBI, but he isn't going to let me finish. Well, the one who was so rude totally looked the part, all buff in a gray suit and camel hair coat. I think the FBI fires people if they get fat. Well, good luck hiring in America. Drop dead, good looking, I'll give him that. Did you see him back there? Do we know his name and what field office he's with? Not anyone I've met from Boston, maybe he's new. Who? My thoughts run into a wall. Lord, you are tired. The agent in that big, bad black Ford Expedition, the spitting image of the football player on Glio. You probably don't watch that either. It's only the best show on TV, and I can't imagine you don't love Jane Lynch, unless you don't know who she is since you probably didn't catch the L word, but maybe Best in Show or Talladega Nights? My God, what a hoot. The bureau boy in the black Ford looks exactly like Finn. Bryce. Anyway, I saw all the blood, how much the body from Norton's Woods bled inside his pouch, and it was god-awful, and I thought to myself, this is it, the end of this place. Meanwhile, Marino's huffing and puffing and about to blow the house down, pitching a fit as only Marino can about someone delivered alive and dying in the fridge. So I told Ethan we might have to tuck away our pennies because I might be unemployed. And the job market right now? 10% unemployment or some nightmare like that, and I seriously doubt Dr. G is going to hire me because every morgue worker on the planet wants to be on her show. But I would ask you to pick up the phone and recommend me to her, please. If this place goes down the toilet, why can't we do a reality show? I mean, really, you had your own show on CNN some years ago. Why can't we do something here? I need to talk to you about... But there's no point when he gets like this. I'm glad you're here, but sorry you had to come home for something so god-awful. I stayed awake all night wondering what I was going to tell reporters. When I saw those SUVs behind the building, I thought it was the media was fully expecting television trucks. Bryce, you need to calm down and maybe take your sunglasses off. But nothing in the news that I know of, and not one reporter has called me or left a message here or anything. I need to go over a few things, and you really need to shut up, please. I interrupt him. I know. He takes off his sunglasses as he works his foot into a black high-top sneaker. I'm just a little overwrought, Dr. Scarpetta, and you know how I get when I'm overwrought? Have you heard from Jack? Where's the mouth of truth when you need it? As he ties his sneakers. Don't ask me to pretend, and I would respectfully request that you inform him I don't answer directly to him anymore, now that you're home, thank God. Why do you say that? Because all he does is order me around as if I work in the drive-through window at Wendy's. He barks and snaps as his hair falls out, and then I wonder if he's going to kick someone, maybe me, or strangle me with his umpteenth degree black belt or whatever the fuck he has, excuse my French. And it's gotten worse, and we weren't supposed to bother you at Dover. I told everybody to leave you alone. Everybody's told everybody to leave you alone or they'll answer to me. I'm just realizing you've been up all night. You look awful. His blue eyes look me up and down, studying the way I'm dressed, which is in the same khaki cargo pants and black polo shirt with the AFME crest that I put on at Dover. I came straight here and don't have anything to change into. I finally get a word in edgewise. I don't know why you bothered replacing your L beans with an old pair of Converse left over from basketball camp. I know you have a better eye than that. And I know I never went to basketball camp because I always went to music camp every summer. Hugo Boss, half price at endless.com, plus free shipping, he adds, getting up from his chair. I'm making coffee and you want some. And no, I've not heard from Jack, and you don't need to tell me there's a problem, and it might have to do with those agents in our parking lot, who obviously have a personality disorder. I don't know why they can't make an effort to be friendly. If I wore a big gun and could arrest people, I'd be Little Miss Sunshine to everyone. Smile and be so nice. Why not? Bryce brushes past me, walking into my office, disappearing into the bathroom. I can run by your house and pick up a few things if you want. Just tell me, a business suit or something casual. If I get stuck here, I start to say I might take him up on it. We really do need to arrange some sort of closet for you, a little haute couture at HQ. Oh, wardrobe? His voice sings out as he makes coffee. Now, if we had our own show, we'd have wardrobe, hair, makeup, and you'd never find yourself in the same dirty clothes and odoriferous of death. Not that I'm saying you're well anyway. Best of all would be if you went home and straight to bed, as hot water shoots loudly through a K-cup, or I could run out and get you something to eat. I find when I'm tired and sleep-deprived. He emerges from my bathroom with 2 coffees and says, "Fat. There's a time and a place for everything. Dunkin' Donuts, their croissant with sausage and egg. How about it? You might need 2. You actually look a little thin. Life in the military really doesn't suit you, dear boss. Are you aware of a woman named Erica Donahue calling here?" I ask him as I return to my desk with a coffee I'm not sure I should drink. Opening a drawer, I search for Advil in hopes there really might be a bottle hiding somewhere. She did. Several times. Bryce carefully sips the hot coffee, leaning against the frame of the open doorway that connects us. When he offers nothing else, I ask, when did she call? Starting after it was in the news about her son, that was a week ago, I think, when he confessed to killing Mark Bishop. You talked to her? Most recently, all I really did was direct her call to Jack again when she was looking for you. Again, you should get his part from him. I don't know his details, Bryce says, and it's not like him to be careful with me. He's cautious suddenly. But he talked to her. This was, let me see. He has a habit of gazing up at the dome as if the answers to all things are there. It's also a favorite delaying tactic of his. Last Thursday. And you talked to her. Before you transferred her call to Jack, mostly I listened. What was her demeanor, and what did she say? Very polite, sounded like the upper-class intelligent woman she is, based on what I hear. I mean, there's a ton of stuff about the Donahue family and Johnny Hinckley Jr. He's almost that notorious, and when he saw what he had done, he holstered his trusty nail gun. But you probably don't read all this shit on these gore sites like Morbidia Trivia, Wicked Whateverpedia, Crypt Notes, or whatever, and I do have to follow them as part of my job, part of my being informed about what's being said out there in sensational, sin-loving cyberland. He's comfortable again. He's uncomfortable only when I probe him about fielding. Mom was an almost famous concert pianist in a former life, played in a symphony orchestra. I think in San Francisco, Bryce goes on. I happened to notice some twittering about her being taught by Yundi Lee, but I seriously doubt Lee gives lessons, and he's only 28, so I don't believe it for a second. Of course, she's in an uproar. Can you imagine? They say her son is a savant, has these bizarre abilities like knowing tire treads. The detective from Salem St. Hilaire, who is anything but, and you don't know him yet, was talking about it. Apparently, Johnny Donahue can look at a tread pattern in a dirt parking lot and go, "That's a Bridgestone Battle Wing front motorcycle tire?" I just came up with that because Ethan has those on his BMW, which I wish he didn't love so much, because to me they're all donor cycles. Supposedly, Johnny can do math problems in his head, and I'm not talking if a banana costs 89 cents, how much is a bunch of 6? More Einsteinian, like what is 9 times 103 to the square root of 7 or something? But then you probably know all this. I'm sure you've been keeping up with the case. What exactly did she want to discuss with me? Did she tell you? I know Bryce. He wouldn't hand off someone like Erica Donahue without letting her talk until she ran out of words or patience. He's too much of a snoop, his mind a chatterbox gossip mill. Well, obviously he didn't do it, and if someone would really look into the facts without having their mind made up, they'd see all the inconsistencies, the conflicts, Bryce replies, blowing on his coffee, not looking at me. What conflicts, exactly? She says she talked to him the day of the murder at around 9 in the morning before he headed off to that cafe in Cambridge that's now become so famous right around the corner from you. Bryce continues. The Biscuit. Lines out the door because of all the publicity. Nothing like a murder. Anyway, he wasn't feeling well that day, according to Mom. Has terrible allergies or something and was complaining his pills or shots or whatever weren't working anymore. And he was dosing up big time and felt punk is the word she used. So I guess if someone has itchy eyes and a runny nose, he's not going to kill anyone. I didn't want to tell her that a jury wouldn't put much stock in a sneezy defense. I need to make a call and then make my rounds. I cut him off before he digresses the rest of the day. Can you check with trace evidence and see if Evelyn is in? And if so, please tell her I have a few things that are rather urgent. What I've got needs to start with her and then fingerprints, then DNA, then toxicology, then one item in particular will come back up here to Lucy's lab. There was no one over there a while ago. What about Shane? Are we expecting him? Because I'm going to need an opinion about a document. It's not like we're a rugby team stranded in a blizzard in the Andes and are going to resort to cannibalism for God's sake. It was quite a storm all night. You've been down south too long. There's what? 8 inches? A bit icy, but nothing for around here, Bryce says. Actually, if you could ask Evelyn to come upstairs immediately and let her into Jack's office. I decide I'm not going to wait as I remember the lab coat folded up inside the trash can liner. I explained to Bryce what's in the pocket and that I want it checked right away on SEM, and I also want a non-destructive chemical analysis. Be very, very careful not to open the bag and touch anything, I say to Bryce. And tell Evelyn there are fingerprints on the plastic film, meaning there will also be DNA. With my administrator silently out of range on the other side of our shared shut door, I decide to hold off calling Erica Donahue until I have a chance to think about what I'm going to do. I need to think about everything. I want to reread her letter and make sure of my intentions. And as I ponder and remember what's happened since I left Dover, as I look out at the bright blue sky of a new day, I know I'm still hungover from the last mother I dealt with. I feel poisoned by the memory of Julia Gabriel on the phone as someone loitered outside my closed door at Port Mortuary. The names she called me and what she accused me of were bitter and vile, but I didn't really let it get to me in a way that gave power to her words until I found what I did in Fielding's office. Since then, a shadow that is chilled and dark like a sunless part of the moon is at the back of my thoughts and moods. I don't know what is being said or decided about me or what has been resurrected like some cold-blooded thing that never died and now is stirring. What records have been found and what has been gone through that I have secretly feared all these years and at the same time forgotten. Although the truth was always there, like something unseemly out of sight in a closet. Something that I never look for, but if reminded I know it's not gone because it was never thrown out or returned to its rightful owner, which should never have been me. But the ugly matter was handed over as if it was mine, and it was left hanging. As long as what was done in South Africa stayed hidden in my closet instead of where it belonged, I'd be fine, was the message I got when I returned to Walter Reed after working those 2 deaths and was thanked for my service to the AFP, to the Air Force, and was free to leave early. Debt paid in full. They had just the position for me in Virginia where I would prosper as long as I remembered loyalty and took my dirty laundry with me. Has it happened again? Has Briggs done the same thing to me again and soon will send me packing? Where this time? Early retirement crosses my mind. It's all coming out with more ugliness piled on, and that's not survivable, I decide, because I don't know what else to think. Briggs has told someone, and someone told Julia Gabriel, who has accused me of hatred, prejudice, callousness, dishonesty, and I must remember that this noxious miasma permeates any decisions I might make right now. That and fatigue. Be exceedingly careful. Use your head. Don't give yourself up to emotions, and easy as pie drifts through my mind. What Lucy said about security recordings, and I pick up my phone and buzz Bryce. Yes, boss, he says brightly, as if we haven't chatted in days. Our security recordings from the closed-circuit cameras everywhere, I say. When was Captain Avalone here from Dover? I understand Jack gave her a tour. Oh, Lord, that was a while ago, I believe November. I recall she went home to Maine the week of Thanksgiving, I tell him. I know she was gone from Dover that week because I had to stay. We were short-handed. That sounds about right. I think she was here that Friday. Were you with them on the grand tour? I was not. I wasn't invited, and Jack spent a lot of time with her in your office, just so you know. In there with the door shut, they ate lunch in there at your table. This is what I need you to do, I tell him. Get hold of Lucy. Text message her, or whatever you need to do, and let her know I want a review of every security recording that has Jack and Sophia on it, including anything in my office. In your office? How long has he been using it? Well, Bryce? How long? Pretty much the entire time. He helps himself when he wants to impress people. I mean, he doesn't use it for his casework very often, mostly when he's being ceremonial. Tell Lucy I want recordings of my office. She'll know exactly what I mean. I want to see what Jack and the captain were talking about. How delicious. I'll get right on it. I'm about to make an important call, so please don't disturb me, I then say. As I hang up, I realize Benton will be here soon. But I resist the temptation to rush, wise to slow down, to allow thoughts and perceptions to sort themselves out, to strive for clarity. You're tired. Exercise caution and play it smart when you're this tired. There's one way to do this right, and every other way is wrong. You won't know the right way until it happens, and you won't recognize it if you're wound up and muddled. I reach for my coffee but change my mind about that, too. It won't help at this point. Will only make me jittery and upset my stomach more. Pulling another pair of examination gloves out of a box on the granite counter behind my desk, I remove the document from the plastic bag I sealed it in. I slide the 2 folded sheets of heavy paper out of the envelope I slid open in Benton's SUV as we drove through a blizzard, what now seems like a lifetime ago but has only been 12 hours. In the light of morning and after so much has happened, it seems more unusual than it did that this classical pianist whom Bryce described as intelligent and reasonable would have used duct tape on her fine engraved stationery. Why not regular tape that is transparent instead of this ugly wide strip of lead gray across the back? Why not do what I do when I enclose a private memo in an envelope and simply sign your name or initials over the seal of the flap? What was Erica Donahue afraid would happen? That her driver might want to read what she wrote to someone named Scarpetta, whom he apparently had never heard of. I smooth open the pages with my cotton-gloved hand and try to intuit what the mother of a college boy who has confessed to murder transferred to the keys of her typewriter, as if what she felt and believed as she composed her plea to me is a chemical I can absorb that will get me into her mind. It occurs to me I've come up with such an analogy because of the plastic film I found in the pocket of Fielding's lab coat. Hours beyond that unnerving druggy experience, I can see just how bad it really was, and that I could not have been myself with Benton, and how uncomfortable it must have been for him. Maybe that's why he's being so secretive and is lecturing me about divulging information to whoever happens to be nearby, as if I, of all people, don't know better. Maybe he doesn't trust my judgment or self-control and fears that the horrors of war changed me. Maybe he's not so sure that the woman who came home to him from Dover is the one he knows. I'm not who you used to know floats through my head. I'm not sure you ever knew me as a whisper in my thoughts, and as I read the neat rows of single-spaced type, I find it remarkable that in 2 pages there isn't one mistake. I see no evidence of whiteout or correction tape, no misspellings or bad grammar. When I think back to the last typewriter I used, a dusky pink IBM Selectric I had in Richmond the first few years I was there, I remember my chronic aggravation with ribbons that broke or having to swap out the golf ball-like element when I wanted to change fonts, and dealing with a dirty platen that left smudges on paper, not to mention my own hurried fingers hitting the wrong keys, and while my spelling and grammar are good, I'm certainly not infallible. As my secretary Rose used to say when she'd walk in with my latest effort typed on that damn machine, and on what page is this in Strunk and White, or maybe it's in the MLA style guide and I just can't find it. I'll redo it, but every time you type something yourself, and she'd flap her hand in that characteristic gesture of hers that said to me, "Why bother?" And then I stop those thoughts because it makes me sad when I think about her. I've missed Rose every day since she died, and if she were here right now, somehow things would be different. Things would feel different if nothing else. For me, she was my clarity. For her, I was her life. No one like Rose should be gone from this earth, and I still can't believe it. And now is not a good time to think about the blonde young man in black high-top sneakers sitting next door instead of her. I need to focus. Focus on Erica Donahue. What will I do with this woman? I'm going to do something, but I must be shrewd. She must have typed her letter to me more than once, as many times as it took to make it impeccable. And I'm reminded that when her driver rolled up in the Bentley, he didn't seem to know that the intended recipient of the envelope sealed with duct tape is a woman, and indeed seemed to think a silver-haired man was me. I remind myself that the mother of Johnny Donahue also doesn't seem aware that the forensic psychologist evaluating him, this same silver-haired man, is my husband, and also contrary to what's in her letter, there is no unit for the criminally insane at McLean, nor has anyone deemed that Johnny is criminally insane, which is a legal term and not a diagnosis. According to Benton, she also has other facts wrong. She has confused details that may very well hurt her son, possibly damaging an alibi that potentially is his strongest. claiming he left the biscuit in Cambridge at 1 p.m. instead of at 2, as Johnny maintains. She has made it far more believable that he could have found transportation and gotten to Salem in time to kill Mark Bishop around 4 that afternoon. Then there is her reference to her son reading horror novels and enjoying horror films and violent entertainment. And finally, what she said about Jack Fielding and a nail gun and a satanic cult, none of that correct or proven. Where did she get those dangerous details? Where, really? I suppose Fielding could have put such ideas in her head when he talked to her on the phone. If it's true he's the one now spreading these rumors, that he's lying, which is what Benton seems to think. Regardless of what Fielding did or didn't do, or his truths or untruths, or his reasons for anything that is happening, my questions come back to the mother of Johnny Donahue. I make myself bring all of it back to her, because what I fail to see is motivation that is logical. Her delivering this letter to me really doesn't sit well at all. It feels off. It feels wrong. For one so meticulous about typos and sentence construction, not to mention the attention she must pay to her music, it strikes me that she doesn't seem to care nearly as much as she should about the facts of her son's confession to one of the most heinous acts of violence in recent memory. Every detail counts in a case like this, and how could an intelligent, sophisticated woman with expensive lawyers not know that? Why would she take the chance of divulging anything to someone like me, a complete stranger, especially in writing, when her son faces being locked up for the rest of his life in a forensic psychiatric facility like Bridgewater, or worse, in a prison where a convicted child killer with Asperger's, a so-called savant who can work the most difficult math problems in his head but is impaired when it comes to everyday social cues, isn't likely to survive very long? I refresh myself on all these facts and relevant points at the same time. I realize I'm feeling and behaving as if they matter to me. And they shouldn't. I'm supposed to be objective. You don't take sides, and it's not your job to care, I tell myself. You don't care about Johnny Donahue or his mother one way or the other, and you're not a detective or the FBI, I think sternly. You're not Johnny's defense attorney or his therapist, and there's nothing for you to get involved in. I then say to myself severely, because I don't feel convinced. I'm struggling with impulses that have become impossibly strong, and I'm not sure how to turn them off or if I can or should. I do know I don't want to. Some of what I've grown accustomed to, not only at Dover but on non-combat related matters that are the jurisdiction of the AFME, or what basically is the Federal Medical Examiner, is far too compatible with my true nature, and I don't want to go back to the staid old way of doing things. I'm military and I'm not. I'm civilian and I'm not. I've been in and out of Washington and lived on an Air Force base and routinely been sent on recovery missions of air crashes and accidents during training exercises and deaths on military installations or fatalities involving special forces, the Secret Service, a federal judge, even an astronaut in recent months, handling a multitude of sensitive situations I can't talk about. What I'm feeling is the not part of the equation. I'm not any one thing. And I'm not feeling at all inclined to surrender to limitations, to sit on my hands because something isn't my department. As an officer involved in medical intelligence, I'm expected to investigate certain aspects of life and death that go far beyond the usual clinical determinations. Materials I remove from bodies, the types of injuries and wound ballistics, the strengths and failures of armor and infections, diseases, lesions, whether from parasites or sand fleas and extreme heat, dehydration and boredom, depression and drugs are all matters of national defense and security. The data I gather aren't just for the sake of families and usually aren't destined for criminal court, but can have a bearing on the strategies of war and what keeps us safe domestically. I'm expected to ask questions, I'm expected to follow leads, I'm expected to pass along information to the Surgeon General, the Department of Defense, to be intensely industrious and proactive. You're home now. You don't want to come across as a colonel or a commander, certainly not as a prima donna. You don't want to get a case null prost or thrown out of court. You don't want to cause trouble. Isn't there enough already? Why would you encourage more? Briggs doesn't want you here. Be careful you don't justify his position. Your own staff doesn't seem to want you here or know you're here. Don't make it easy for you not to be. Your only legitimate purpose in contacting Erica Donahue is to ask her kindly not to contact you or your office again, for her own good, for her own protection. I decide to use those exact words, and I almost believe my motivation as I call the home phone number typed at the end of her letter, point 17. The person who answers doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying, and I have to repeat myself twice, explaining that I'm Dr. K. Scarpetta and I'm responding to a letter I just received from Erica Donahue. And is she available, please? I beg your pardon, the well-modulated voice says. Who is this? A woman's voice, I'm fairly sure, although it is low, almost in the tenor range, and could belong to a young man. In the background, a piano plays, unaccompanied, a solo. Is this Mrs. Donahue? I'm already getting an uncomfortable feeling. Who is this, and why are you calling? The voice hardens and enunciates crisply. I repeat what I said as I recognize a Chopin etude, and I remember a concert at Carnegie Hall. Mikhail Pletnev, who is stunning in his technical mastering of a composition that is very hard to play. The music of someone detailed and meticulous who likes everything just so. Someone who isn't careless and doesn't make mistakes. Someone who wouldn't mar a fine engraved envelope by slapping on duct tape. Someone who isn't impulsive but very studied. Well, I don't know who this really is, says the voice. What I now believe is Mrs. Donahue's voice, stony and edged with distrust and pain. And I don't know how you got this number, since it's unlisted and unpublished. If this is some sort of crank call, it's absolutely outrageous. And whoever you are, you should be ashamed of yourself. I assure you this is not a crank call. I interrupt before she can hang up on me as I think about her listening to Chopin, Beethoven, Schumann, worrying her life away, agonizing over a son who probably has caused her anguish since she gave birth to him. I'm the director of the Cambridge Forensic Center, the chief medical examiner of Massachusetts. I explain authoritatively but calmly, the same voice I use with families who are on the verge of losing control, as if she is Julia Gabriel and about to shriek at me. I've been out of town, and when I arrived at the airport last night, your driver was there with your letter, which I've carefully read. That's absolutely impossible. I don't have a driver, and I didn't write you a letter. I've written no one at your office and have no idea what on earth you're talking about. Who is this? Who really, and what do you want? I have the letter in front of me, Mrs. Donahue. I look at it on top of my desk and smooth it open again, being careful and deliberate as it nags at me to ask her about Fielding and why she called him and what he said to her. It nags at me that I don't want her to hate me or think I'm unfeeling or anything other than honest. It's possible Fielding disparaged me to her the same way I suspect he did with Julia Gabriel. I'm close to asking, but I stop myself. What has been said, and what has Erica Donahue been led to believe, but not now? Self-control, I tell myself. Mrs. Donahue asks indignantly, what does it say that's supposedly from me? A creamy rag paper with a watermark? I hold the top sheet of paper up to my desk lamp, adjusting the shade so the bulb shines directly through the paper, showing the watermark clearly, like the inner workings of a soft-shell crab showing through pearly skin. An open book with 3 crowns, I say. And I'm shocked. I don't let her hear it in my voice. I make sure she can't begin to sense what is racing through my mind as I describe to her what I'm seeing, like a hologram, in the sheet of paper I hold up to the light. An open book between 2 crowns with a 3rd crown below and above that 3 cinquefoil flowers. And it is the flowers Marino neglected to mention that so glaringly aren't Oxford's coat of arms, that so glaringly aren't the coat of arms for the online City University of San Francisco. What I'm looking at isn't what Benton found on the internet early this morning while all of us were in the X-ray room, but it's what I saw on the gold signet ring I took out of the evidence locker before I came upstairs after looking at the dead man's clothes. I open the small manila envelope and shake the ring out into the palm of my gloved hand. The gold catches the lamplight and is bright against white cotton as I turn it different ways to look at it, noting it is badly scratched and the bottom of the band is worn thin. The ring looks old, like an antique to me. Well, that sounds like my crest and my paper. I admit it does, Mrs. Donahue is saying over the phone, and then I read to her the Beacon Hill address engraved on the envelope and letterhead, and she confirms it also is hers. My personal stationery? How is that possible? She sounds angry the way people get when they're scared. What can you tell me about your crest? Would you mind explaining it to me? I ask. I look at the identical crest engraved in the yellow gold signet ring that I now hold under a hand lens. The 3 crowns in the open book are large in the magnifying glass, and the engraving is almost gone in spots. The 5-petal flowers, the cinquefoils especially, just a ghost of what was once deeply etched because of the age of the ring, which has been subjected to wear and tear by someone, or perhaps by a number of people, including the man from Norton's Woods, who was wearing it on the little finger of his left hand when he was murdered. There can be no mistake he had it on, that the ring came in with his body. There was no mix-up by police, a hospital, a funeral home. The ring was there when Marino removed the man's personal effects yesterday morning and locked them up and kept the key until he turned it over to me. My family name is Fraser, Mrs. Donahue explains. It's my family coat of arms, that particular emblazoned for Jackson Fraser, a great-grandfather who apparently changed the design to incorporate elements such as azure and base, a border or, and a third crown gules, which you can't see unless you're looking at a replica of the coat of arms that displays the tinctures, such as what is framed in my music room. Are you saying someone wrote a letter on my stationery and had a driver hand-deliver it to you? I don't understand or see how it's possible, and I don't know what it means or why someone would do something like that. What kind of car was it? We certainly don't have a driver. I have an old Mercedes and my husband drives a Saab and isn't in the country right now anyway, and we've never had a driver. We only use drivers when we travel. I'm wondering if your family coat of arms is on anything else. Embroidered, engraved, besides being framed on the wall in your music room, anywhere else it might appear. If it's known or published, if someone could have gotten hold of it, no matter how I phrase it, it sounds like a peculiar thing to quiz her about. Get hold of it to do what ultimately? What goal? Your stationery, for example. Let's think about that and what the ultimate goal might be. Is what you have engraved or printed? She then asks. Can you tell the difference between engraved and printed by looking at what you have? You don't know who he is, I'm thinking. You don't know that the man who died wearing that ring isn't a member of her family, a relative. And I remember Benton saying Johnny Donahue has an older brother who works at Langley. What if he happened to be in Cambridge yesterday, staying at an apartment near Harvard? Maybe a friend's apartment that has an obsolete packbot in it, a friend with a greyhound, a friend who perhaps works in a robotics lab. What if the older brother or some other man significant to Mrs. Donahue had just been overseas in the UK and had flown back here unexpected and is dead and she doesn't know, the Donahue family doesn't know? What does Johnny's brother look like? Don't ask her. The stationery is engraved, I answer Mrs. Donahue's question. What if her family is somehow connected with Liam Saltz or with someone who might have attended his daughter's wedding on Sunday? Might the Donahues have a connection to a member of Parliament named Brown? Stay away from it. Well, you can't pull engraved stationery out of a hat, have it made in a minute, Mrs. Donahue is saying. Now I'm looking at the envelope, at the duct tape on the back that I didn't cut through, that I thought to preserve, especially if you don't have the copper plates, she adds. We use sticky-sided tape all the time in forensics to collect trace evidence from carpet, from upholstery to lift fibers, paint chips, glass fragments, gunshot residue, minerals, even DNA and fingerprints from all types of surfaces, including human bodies. Anybody could know that. Just watch TV. Just Google crime scene investigative techniques and equipment. If someone got hold of my copper plates, but who? Who could have them? She protests. Without those, it would take weeks. And if you do press proofs, which of course I do, add several more weeks, this makes no sense. She wouldn't put duct tape on the back of her elegant envelope that took many weeks to engrave, not this precise, proud woman who listens to Chopin etudes. If someone else did, then I might have an idea why. Especially if it was someone who knows me or knows the way I think. And yes, the crest is on a number of things. It's been in my family for centuries, she adds, because she wants to talk. There is much pent up inside her and she wants to let it out. Allow it. Scottish, but you probably guessed that based on the name, she then says. Framed on the wall in the music room, as I mentioned, and engraved on some of my family's silverware, and we did have some silver stolen years ago by a housekeeper who was fired but never charged with anything because we really couldn't prove it to the satisfaction of the Boston police. I suppose my family silver could have ended up in a pawn shop around here, but I don't see what that could have to do with my stationery. It sounds as if you're implying someone might have made engraved stationery identical to mine with the goal of impersonating me, or someone stole it. Are you suggesting identity theft? What to say? How far do I go? What about anything else that might have been stolen? Anything else with your family crest on it? I don't want to directly ask her about the ring. Why do you ask? Is there something else? I have a letter that is supposedly from you, I reiterate instead of answering her questions. It's typed on a typewriter. I still use a typewriter, she verifies and sounds bewildered. But usually I write letters by hand. Might I ask with what? Why, a pen, of course, a fountain pen. And the type style on your typewriter, which is what kind. But you might not know the typeface. Not everybody would. It's just an Olivetti portable I've had forever. The typeface is cursive, like handwriting. A manual one that must be fairly old. As I look at the letter at the distressed cursive typeface made with metal type bars striking an inked ribbon. It was my mother's. Mrs. Donahue, do you know where your typewriter is? I'm going to walk over there to the cabinet in the library where it's kept while I'm not using it. I hear her moving into another area of the house, and it sounds as if she sets what must be a portable phone down on a hard surface. Then a series of doors shut, perhaps cabinet doors, and a moment later she is back on with me, and almost breathless as she says, "Well, it's gone, it's not here. Do you remember when you saw it last? I don't know, weeks ago. Probably around Christmas, I don't know, and it wouldn't be someplace else. Perhaps you moved it or someone borrowed it?" No. This is terrible. Someone took it and probably took my stationery too. The same one who wrote to you as if it was me, and I didn't. I most assuredly didn't. The first person to come to mind is her own son Johnny, but he is at McLean. He couldn't possibly have borrowed her typewriter, her pen, her stationery, and then hired a man and a Bentley to deliver a letter to me. Assuming he could have known when I was flying in last night on Lucy's helicopter, and I'm not going to ask his mother about that either. The more I ask her, the more information I give. What's in the letter, she persists. What did someone write as if it's from me? Who could have taken my typewriter? Should we call the police? What am I saying? You are the police. I'm a medical examiner. I correct her matter-of-factly as Chopin's tempo quickens, a different etude. I'm not the police. But you are, really. Doctors like you investigate like the police and act like the police and have powers they can abuse like the police. I talked to your assistant, Dr. Fielding, about what's being blamed on my son, as I know you're very well aware. You must know I've called your office about it and why. You must know why and how wrong it is. You sound like a fair-minded woman. I know you haven't been here, but I must say I don't understand what's been condoned even from a distance. I swivel around in my chair, facing the curved wall behind me that is nothing but glass. My office shaped exactly like the building if you laid it on its side, cylindrical and rounded at one end. The morning sky is bright blue, what Lucy calls severe clear, and I notice something moving in the security display, a black SUV parking in back. I was told you called to speak to him, I reply, because I can't say what is about to boil out of me. What isn't fair? What have I condoned? How did she know I haven't been here? I can understand your concern, but I'm not ignorant, Mrs. Donahue cuts me off. I'm not ignorant about these things, even if I've never been involved in anything so awful ever before, but there was no reason for him to be so rude to me. I was within my rights to ask what I did. I fail to understand how you can condone it, and maybe you really haven't. Maybe you aren't aware of the entire sordid mess, but how could you not be? You're in charge. And now that I have you on the phone, perhaps you can explain how it's fair or appropriate or even legal for someone in his position to be involved in this and have so much power. The word careful flashes in my mind, as if there is a warning light in my head flashing neon red. I'm sorry if you feel he was rude or unhelpful. I abide by my own warning and am careful. You understand we can't discuss cases with Dr. Scarpetta. Sharp piano notes sound as if responding to her or the other way around. I would never, and I most assuredly did not, she says emotionally. Will you excuse me while I turn this down? You probably don't know Valentina Lazitsa. If only I could just listen and not have all these other dreadful things banging in my head, like pots and pans banging in my head, my stationery, my typewriter, my son. Oh God, as the music stops. I didn't ask Dr. Fielding prying questions about someone who was murdered, much less a child. If that's what he's told you I called about, it's absolutely untrue. Well, I'll just say it. A lie. A damn lie. I'm not surprised. You called wanting to speak to me, I say, because that's all I really know other than her claims to Bryce about Johnny and his innocence and allergies. She obviously has no idea I've not talked to Fielding, that no one has, it seems. And the more I downplay what she's saying or outright ignore it, the louder she'll get and the more she'll volunteer. Late last week, she says with energy. Because you're in charge and I've gotten nowhere with Dr. Fielding, and of course you understand my concern. And this really is unacceptable, if not criminal. So I wanted to complain, and I'm sorry about your coming home to that. When I realized who you are, that it wasn't some crank call, my first thought was, it's about my filing a complaint with your office. Not anything as official as I'm making it sound, at least not yet, although our lawyer certainly knows and the CFC's legal counsel certainly knows, and now maybe I won't need to file anything. It depends on what you and I agree upon. Agree upon about what I think, but I don't ask. She knew I was coming home, and that doesn't fit with what she supposedly wrote to me either, but it fits with a driver meeting me at Hanscom Field. What is in the letter? Can you read it to me? Why can't you? She says again. Is it possible someone else in your family might have written to me on your stationery and borrowed your typewriter, I suggest, and signed my name? I don't answer. I'm assuming I supposedly signed whatever you got, or you'd have no reason to think it's from me other than an engraved address, which could be my husband, who unavoidably is in Japan on business, has been since Friday, although it is the most inopportune time to be away. He wouldn't write such a thing anyway. Of course he wouldn't. The letter purports to be from you, I reply, and I don't tell her it is signed Erica above her name, typed in cursive, and that the envelope is addressed in an ornate script in the black ink of a fountain pen. This is very upsetting. I don't know why you won't read it to me. I have a right to know what someone said, as if they're me. I suppose our attorney will have to deal with you after all, the attorney representing Johnny, and I assume it's about him. This letter that's a lie, a fraud, probably the dirty trick of the same ones who are behind all this. He was perfectly fine until he went there, and then he became Mr. Hyde, which is a harsh thing to say about your own child. But that's the only way I can think to say it, so you understand how dramatically he was altered. Drugs. It must be, although the tests are negative according to our lawyer, and Johnny would never take them. He knows better. He knows what thin ice he already skates on because of his unusualness. I don't know what else it could be except drugs, that somebody introduced him to something that changed him, that had a terrible effect, to deliberately destroy his life, to set him up. She continues to talk without pause, getting increasingly upset, as a knock sounds on my outer door and someone tries the knob. Then, at the same time, Bryce opens our adjoining door and I shake my head, no, at him. Not now. Then he whispers that Benton is at my door and can he let him in? And I nod. And he shuts one door and another opens. I put Mrs. Donahue's call on speakerphone. Benton closes the door behind him as I hold up the letter to indicate whom it is I'm talking to. He moves a chair close to me while Mrs. Donahue continues to speak, and I jot a note on a call sheet. Says didn't write it. Not her driver or Bentley. At that place, Mrs. Donahue's voice sounds inside my office as if she is in it. Benton sits and has no reaction, and his face is pale, drained, and exhausted. He doesn't look well and smells of wood smoke. I've never been there because they don't allow visitors unless they have some special event for staff. Her voice continues. Benton picks up a pen and writes on the same call sheet, Oddwall. But it seems perfunctory when he does it. He doesn't seem particularly curious. And then you have to go through security on a par with the White House, or maybe more extreme than that, Mrs. Donahue says. Not that I know it for a fact, but according to my son, who was frightened and a wreck the last few months he was there, certainly since summer. What place are you talking about? I ask her as I write another note to Benton, typewriter missing from her house. He looks at the note and nods as if he already knew that Erica Donahue's old Olivetti manual typewriter is gone, possibly stolen, assuming what she's just told me is true, or maybe he somehow knows she's told me this, and then it intrudes upon my thoughts that my office probably is bugged. Lucy's saying she has swept my office for covert surveillance devices likely means she planted them, and my attention wanders around the room, as if I might find tiny cameras or microphones hidden in books or pens or paperweights or the phone I'm talking on. It's ridiculous. If Lucy has bugged my office, I'm not going to know. More to the point, Fielding wouldn't know. I hope I catch him saying things to Captain Avalone, not realizing the two of them were being recorded secretly. I hope I catch both of them in the act of conspiring to ruin me, to run me out of the CFC, where he had his internship, that technology company that makes robots and things nobody is supposed to know about, Mrs. Donahue was saying. I watch Benton fold his hands in his lap, lacing his fingers as if he is placid when he's anything but low-key and relaxed. I know the language of how he sits or moves his eyes and can read his restiveness in what seems the utter stillness of his body and mood. He is stressed out and worn out, but there is something else. Something has happened. Johnny had to sign contracts and all these legal agreements promising he wouldn't talk about Outwall, not even what its name means. Can you imagine that? Not even something like that. What Outwall means, but no wonder what these damn people are up to. Huge secret contracts with the government and greed. Enormous greed. So are you surprised things might be missing or people are being impersonated? Their identities stolen? I have no idea what Odwall means. I assumed it was the name of a person, the one who founded the company. Somebody Odwall. I look at Benton. He is staring vacantly across the room, listening to Mrs. Donahue. Not about anything, certainly not what goes on, and anything he did there belongs to them and stays there. She is talking fast, and her voice no longer sounds as though it is coming from her diaphragm but from high up in her throat. I'm terrified. Who are these people? And what have they done to my son? What makes you think they've done something to Johnny? I ask her as Benton quietly, calmly writes a note on the call sheet, his mouth set in a firm, thin line the way he looks when he gets like this. Because it can't be coincidental, she replies, and her voice reminds me of the cursive typeface of her old Olivetti. Something elegant that is deteriorating, fading, less distinct and slightly bleary. He was fine and then he wasn't, and now he's locked up at a psychiatric hospital and confessing to a crime he didn't commit. And now this, she says hoarsely, clearing her throat. A letter on my stationery, or what looks like my stationery, and of course it's not from me and I have no idea who delivered it to you, and my typewriter is gone. Benton slides the call sheet to me, and I read what he wrote in his legible hand. We know about it. I look at him and frown. I don't understand. Why would they want him accused of something he didn't do, and how have they managed to brainwash him into thinking he murdered that child? Mrs. Donahue then says yet again, drugs. I can only assume drugs. Maybe one of them killed that little boy, and they need someone as a scapegoat. And there was my poor Johnny, who is gullible, who doesn't read situations the way others do. What better person to pick on than a teenager with Asperger's? I'm staring at Benton's note. We know about it. As though if I read it more than once, I'll comprehend what it is he knows about or what it is that he and his invisible others, these entities he refers to as we know about. But as I sit here, concentrating on Mrs. Donahue and trying to decipher what she is truly conveying, while I cautiously extract information from her, I have the feeling Benton isn't really listening. He seems barely interested, isn't his typically keen self. What I detect is he wants me to end the call and leave with him, as if something is over with and it's just a matter of finishing what is already ended, just a matter of tying up loose ends, of cleaning up. It is the way he used to act when a case had wrung him out for months or years and finally was solved or dropped, or the jury reached a verdict, and suddenly everything stopped and he was left harried but spent and depressed. You started noticing the difference in your son when— I'm not going to quit now, no matter what Benton knows or how spent he is. July, August, then by September for sure. He started his internship with Otwall last May. Mark Bishop was killed January 30th. It is as close as I dare come to pointing out the obvious that what she continues to claim about her son being framed doesn't make sense. The timing doesn't. If his personality began changing last summer when he was working at Otwall, and yet Mark Bishop wasn't murdered until January 30th, what she's suggesting would mean someone programmed Johnny to take the blame for a murder that hadn't happened yet and wouldn't happen for many months. The Mark Bishop case doesn't fit with something meticulously planned, but as a senseless and sadistic, violent attack on a little boy who was at home, playing in his yard on a weekend late afternoon as it was getting dark and no one was looking. It strikes me as a crime of opportunity, a thrill kill, the evil game of a predator, possibly one with pedophilic proclivities. It wasn't an assassination. It wasn't the Black Ops takeout of a terrorist. I don't believe his death was premeditated and executed with a very certain goal in mind, such as national security or political power or money. People who don't understand Asperger's assume those who have it are violent, are almost non-human, don't feel the same things the rest of us do, or don't feel anything. People assume all sorts of things because of what I call unusualness. Not sickness or derangement, but unusual. That's the disadvantage, I mean. Mrs. Donahue is talking rapidly and with no ordered sequence to her thoughts. You point out behavior changes that are alarming and other people think it's just him. Just Johnny because of his unusualness, which is a sad disadvantage, as if he needed yet one more disadvantage. Well, that's not what this is. Not about his unusualness. Something horrific got started when he did at that place, at Otwall last May. It also enters my mind what Benton mentioned hours earlier, that Mark Bishop's death might be connected to others. The football player from BC, who was found in the Boston Harbor last November, and possibly the man who was murdered in Norton's Woods. If Benton is right, then Johnny Donahue would have to be framed for all three of these homicides, and how could he be? He was an inpatient at McLean when the killing occurred in Norton's Woods, for example. I know he couldn't have committed that homicide, and I fail to see how he could be set up to take the blame for it unless he wasn't on the hospital ward, unless he was on the loose and armed with an injection knife. Benton writes another note. We need to go, and he underlines it. Mrs. Donahue, is your son on any medications? I ask. Not really. Prescription or perhaps over-the-counter medications? I inquire without being pushy, and it requires effort on my part because my patience is frayed. Maybe you can tell me anything at all he might have been taking before he was hospitalized, or any other medical problems he might have. I almost say might have had as if he is dead. Well, a nasal spray, especially of late. Benton raises his hands, palms up, as if to say, this isn't news. He knows about Johnny's medication. His patience is frayed, too, and signs of it are breaking through his imperviousness. He wants me to get off the phone and to go with him right now. Why of late? Was he having respiratory problems, allergies, asthma? I ask as I pull a pair of gloves out of the dispenser and hand them to Benton. Then I give him the manila envelope containing the ring. Animal dander, pollens, dust, gluten, you name it. He's allergic, has been treated by allergists most of his life. He was doing fine until late summer, and then nothing seemed to work very well anymore. It was a very bad season for pollens, and stress makes things worse, and he was increasingly stressed, she says. He did start using a spray again that has a type of cortisone in it. The name just fled from me. Corticosteroid. Yes, that's it, and I've wondered about it in terms of it affecting his moods, his behavior. Things such as insomnia, ups and downs, and irritability which, as you know, became extreme, culminating in him having blackouts and delusions, and ultimately our hospitalizing him. He started using it again. So he's used the corticosteroid spray before. Certainly over the years, but not since he started a new treatment, which meant he didn't need shots anymore. For about a year, it was like a magical cure. Then he got bad again and resumed the nasal spray. Tell me about the new treatment. I'm sure you're familiar with drops under the tongue. I'm aware that sublingual immunotherapy has yet to be approved by the FDA, and I ask, is your son part of a clinical trial? I scribble another note to Benton, spray and drops to the lab stat. And I underline stat, which means statum or immediately. That's right. Through his allergist. I look at Benton to see if he knows about this, and he glances at my note as he puts on the gloves. And next he glances at his watch. He's going to look at the ring only because I asked him to. It's as if he's already seen it or already knows it isn't important, or has his mind made up. Something has ended. Something has happened. What's called an off-label use that his doctor supervises, but no more trips to his office for shots every week. Mrs.
Donahue says, and she seems momentarily soothed as she talks about her son's allergies instead of everything else, her pain in remission, but it won't last. If someone has tampered with Johnny's medications, it might explain why his allergies got bad again. What he was placing under his tongue or spraying up his nose might have been sufficiently altered chemically to render the medications ineffective, not to mention extremely harmful. I look at Benton as he examines the signet ring.
He has no expression on his face. I hold up a sheet of stationery so he can see the watermark. He has no visible reaction, and I notice a cobweb in his hair. I reach over and remove it, and he returns the ring to the envelope. He meets my eyes and widens them the way he does at parties and dinners when he's telegraphing. Let's go now. Johnny takes several drops under his tongue daily, and for a while had excellent results. Then it stopped working as well, and he's been miserable at times. This past August, he resumed the spray but only seemed to get worse, and along with it were these very disturbing changes in his personality. They were noted by others, and he did get in trouble for acting out. Was kicked out of that class, as you know, but he wouldn't have harmed that child. I don't think Johnny was even aware of him, much less would do something. Benton takes off the gloves and drops them in the trash. I point at the envelope and he shakes his head. Don't ask Mrs. Donahue about the ring. He doesn't want me to mention it, or maybe it isn't necessary for me to bring it up to her because of what Benton knows that I don't, and then I notice his black tactical boots. They are covered with gray dust that wasn't there earlier when we were talking in Fielding's office. The legs of his black tactical pants also are quite dusty, and the sleeves of his shearling coat are dirty as if he brushed up against something. It was the main thing I wanted to ask, more of a personal matter directed at him, as a man who teaches martial arts and is supposed to abide by a code of honor, Mrs. Donahue says, grabbing my attention back, and I wonder if I've misunderstood her. I can't possibly have heard what I just did. It was that more than the other, not at all what you assumed or what he told you. Lying, I'm sure, because as I've said, if he claims I called him to ask for details about what was done to that poor child, then he was lying. I promise I didn't ask about Mark Bishop, who wasn't known to us personally, by the way. We only saw him there sometimes. I didn't ask for information about him. Mrs. Donahue, I'm sorry, you're cutting in and out. It's not really true, but I need her to repeat what she said and to clarify. These portable phones? Is this better? I'm sorry, I'm pacing as I talk, pacing all over the house. Thank you. Could you please repeat the last few things you said? What about martial arts? I listen with another jolt of disbelief as she reminds me of what she assumes I know, that her son Johnny is acquainted with Jack Fielding through Taekwondo. When she called this office several times to talk to Fielding and eventually to complain to me, it is because of this relationship. Fielding was Johnny's instructor at the Cambridge Taekwondo Club. Fielding was Mark Bishop's instructor, taught a class of tiny tigers, but Johnny didn't know Mark, and certainly they weren't in the same class, weren't taught together. Mrs. Donahue is adamant about that, and I ask her when Johnny started taking lessons. I tell her I'm not sure about the details and must have an accurate account if I'm to deal appropriately and fairly with her complaint about my deputy chief. He's been taking lessons since last May, Mrs. Donahue says while my thoughts scatter and bounce like caroms. You can understand why my son, who's never really had friends, would be easily influenced by someone he adores and respects. Adores and respects? Do you mean Dr. Fielding? No, not hardly, she says acidly, as if she truly hates the man. His friend was involved in it first, has been for quite some time. Apparently a number of women are quite serious about Taekwondo, and when she began working with Johnny and they became friends, she encouraged him, and I wish he hadn't listened. That and, of course, Otwall, that place, and whatever goes on there, and look what's happened. But you can certainly imagine why Johnny would want to be powerful and able to protect himself, to feel less picked on and alone when the irony, of course, is that those days for him really were gone. He wasn't bullied at Harvard. She goes on rambling and less crisp and commanding now, and her despair is palpable. I can feel it in the air inside my office as I get up from my desk. How dare him? That certainly constitutes a violation of his medical oath if anything does. How dare him continue to be in charge of the Mark Bishop case in light of what we all know the truth is, she says. Can you be specific about what truth you're referring to? I look out my windows at the blindingly bright morning. The sun and the glare are so intense, my eyes water. His bias, her voice sounds behind me on speakerphone. He's never been fond of Johnny or particularly nice to him, would make tactless comments to him in front of the others. Things such as, you need to look at me when I'm talking to you instead of at the goddamn light switch. Well, as I'm sure you're aware, because of Johnny's unusualness, his attention gets caught up on things that don't make sense to others. He has poor eye contact and can be offensive because people don't understand. It's just the way his brain works. Do you know much about Asperger's? Or has your husband? I don't know much. I don't intend to get into what Benton has or hasn't told me. Well, Johnny gets fixated on a detail of no significance to anyone else, and will stare at it while you're talking to him. I'll be telling him something important, and he's looking at a brooch or a bracelet I'm wearing, or he makes a comment or laughs when he shouldn't. And Dr. Fielding berated him about laughing inappropriately. He belittled him in front of everyone, and that's when Johnny tried to kick him. Here, this man has however many degrees of a black belt someone can have, and my son, who weighs all of 140 pounds, tried to kick him, and that was when he was forced to leave the class for good. Dr. Fielding forbade him from ever coming back and threatened to blackball him if he tried to take lessons anywhere else. When was this? I hear myself as if I'm someone else speaking. The second week of December, I have the exact date. I have everything written down. 6 weeks before Mark Bishop was murdered, I think, dazed, as if I'm the one who has been kicked. And you suggested to Dr. Fielding? I start to say to the phone on my desk as if I'm looking at Mrs. Donahue and she can see me. I certainly did, she says excitedly, defiantly. When Johnny started babbling his nonsense about having killed that boy during a blackout and that their taekwondo instructor did the autopsy, can you imagine my reaction? Their taekwondo instructor? Who else is she referring to? Johnny's MIT friend, or are there others? Who else might Fielding have been teaching, and what could have caused Johnny Donahue to confess to a murder Benton believes he didn't commit? Why would Johnny think he did something so horrific during a so-called blackout? Who influenced him to the extent he would admit to it and offer details, such as the weapon being a nail gun, when I know for a fact that isn't true? But I'm not going to ask Mrs. Donahue anything else. I've gone too far. Everything has gone too far. I've asked her more than I should, and Benton already knows the answers to anything I might think of. I can tell by the way he's sitting in his chair, staring down at the floor, his face as hard and dark as my building's metal skin. 18. I hang up the phone and stand before my curved wall of glass, looking out at a patchwork of slate tiles and snow punctuated by church steeples, stretching out before me in the kingdom of CFC. I wait for my heart to slow and my emotions to settle, swallowing hard to push the pain and anger back down my throat, distracting myself with the view of MIT, and beyond it, Harvard and beyond. As I stand inside my empire of many windows and look out at what I'm supposed to manage if the worst happens to people, I understand. I understand why Benton is acting the way he is. I understand what has ended. Jack Fielding has. I vaguely remember him mentioning not long after he moved here from Chicago that he had volunteered at some taekwondo club and couldn't always be available to do cases on weekends or after hours because of his dedication to teaching what he referred to as his art, his passion. On occasion he would be gone to tournaments, he told me, and he assumed he would be granted flexibility as acting chief during my long absences. He expected flexibility, he reiterated, almost lecturing me. The same flexibility I would have if I were here, he stated. As if it was a known fact that I have flexibility when I'm home. I remember being put off by his demands. Since he's the one who called me asking for a job at the CFC, and the position I foolishly agreed to give him far surpasses any he's ever had. In Chicago, he wasn't afforded much status, was one of 6 medical examiners and not in line for a promotion of any kind. His chief confided in me when we spoke of my hiring Fielding away from there. It would be a tremendous professional opportunity and good for him personally to be around family, the chief said, and I was deeply moved that Fielding thought of me as family. I was pleased that he had missed me and wanted to come back to Massachusetts to work for me like in the old days. And the irony that should have infuriated me, and one I certainly should have pointed out to Fielding instead of indulging him as usual, was this notion of flexibility. As if I come and go as I please. As if I take vacations and run off to tournaments and disappear several weekends each month because of some art or passion I have beyond what I do in my profession, beyond what I do every damn day. My passion is what I live every damn day, and the deaths I take care of every damn day, and the people the deaths leave behind and how they pick up and go on, and how I help them somehow do that. I hear myself and realize I've been saying these things out loud, and I feel Benton's hands on my shoulders as he stands behind me while I wipe tears from my eyes. He rests his chin on top of my head and wraps his arms around me. What have I done? I say to him. You've put up with a lot from him, with way too much, but it's not you who's done anything. Whatever he was on was taking and probably dealing. Well, you had a brush with it earlier, so you can imagine? He means whatever drugs Fielding might have used to saturate his pain-relieving patches, and whatever drugs he might have been selling. Have you found him? I ask. Yes. He's in custody? He's been arrested? Or you're just questioning him? We have him, Kay. I suppose it's best. I don't know what else to ask except how Fielding is doing, which Benton doesn't answer. I wonder if Fielding had to be placed in a 4-point restraint, or maybe in a padded room, and I can't imagine him in captivity. I can't imagine him in prison. He won't last. He will bat himself to death against bars like a panicked moth if someone doesn't kill him first. It also crosses my mind that he is dead. Then it feels he is. The feeling settles numbly, heavily, as if I've been given a nerve block. We need to head out. I'll explain as best I can, as best we know. It's complicated. It's a lot, I hear Benton say. He moves away, no longer touching me, and it is as if there is nothing holding me here, and I will float out the window, and at the same time, there is the heaviness. I feel I've turned into metal or stone, into something no longer alive or human. I couldn't let you know earlier as it became clear, not that all of it is clear yet, Benton says. I'm sorry when I have to keep things from you, Kay. Why would he? Why would anyone? I start to ask questions that can never be answered satisfactorily, the same questions I've always asked. Why are people cruel? Why do they kill? Why do they take pleasure in ruining others? Because he could. Benton says what he always does. But why would he? Fielding isn't like that. He's never been diabolical. Immature and selfish and dysfunctional, yes, but not evil. He wouldn't kill a 6-year-old boy for fun and then enjoy pinning the crime on a teenager with Asperger's. Fielding's not equipped to orchestrate a cold-blooded game like that. Money, control, his addictions, righting wrongs that go back to the beginning of his time, and decompensating. Ultimately destroying himself because that's who he was really destroying when he destroyed others. Benton has it all figured out. Everybody has it figured out except me. I don't know, I mutter, and I tell myself to be strong. I have to take care of this. I can't help Fielding. I can't help anyone if I'm not strong. He didn't hide things well, Benton then says as I move away from the window. Once we figured out where to look, it's become increasingly obvious. Someone's setting people up, setting up everything. That's why it's not hidden well. That's why it's obvious. It's supposed to be obvious, to make us think certain things are true when maybe they aren't. I won't accept that the person behind all this is Fielding until I see it for myself. Be strong. You must take care of it. Don't cry over him or anyone. You can't. What do I need to bring? I collect my coat off a chair, the tactical jacket from Dover that isn't nearly warm enough. We have everything there, he says. Just your credentials in case someone asks. Of course they have everything there. Everything and everyone is there except me. I collect my shoulder bag from the back of my door. When did you figure it out? I ask. Figure it out enough to get warrants to find him, or however it's happened. When you discovered the man from Norton's Woods was a homicide that changed things, to say the least. Now Fielding was connected to another murder. I don't see how, I reply as we walk out together, and I don't tell Bryce I'm leaving. At the moment, I don't want to face anyone. I'm in no mood to chat or to be cordial or even civilized, because the Glock had disappeared from the firearms lab. I know you haven't been told about that, and very few people are aware of it, Benton says. I remember Lucy's comments about seeing Morrow in the back parking lot at around 10:30 yesterday morning, about a half hour after the pistol was receipted to him in his lab, and he couldn't be bothered with it, according to Lucy. If she knew about the missing Glock, she withheld that crucial information, and I ask Benton if she deliberately lied by omission to me. The chief, her boss, because she works here, I say as we wait for the elevator to climb to our floor. It is stuck on the lower level, as if someone is holding open the door down there, what staff members sometimes do when they are loading a lot of things on or off. She works for me and can't just keep information from me. She can't lie to me. She wasn't aware of it then. Marino and I knew, and we didn't tell her. And you knew about Jack and Johnny and Mark? About Taekwondo. I'm sure Benton did. Probably Marino too. We've been watching Jack, been looking into it. Yes. Since Mark was murdered last week and I found out Jack taught him and Johnny. I think of the photographs missing from Fielding's office, the tiny holes in the wall from the hanging hooks being removed. It began to make sense that Jack took control of certain cases. The Mark Bishop case, for example. Even though he hates to do kids, Benton goes on, looking around, making sure no one is nearby to overhear us. What a perfect opportunity to cover up your own crimes, or some other person's crimes, I think. Fielding would be the sort to cover for someone else. He desperately needs to be powerful, to be the hero, and then I remind myself to stop defending him. Don't unless you have proof. Whatever turns out to be true, I'll accept it. And it occurs to me that the photographs missing from Fielding's office might have been group poses. That seems familiar. I can almost envision them, perhaps of Taekwon do classes, pictures with Johnny and Mark in them. I wonder, but don't ask if Benton removed those photographs or if Marino did, as Benton continues to explain that Fielding went to great lengths to manipulate everyone into believing that Johnny Donahue killed Mark Bishop. Fielding used a compromised, vulnerable teenager as a scapegoat, and then Fielding had to escalate his manipulations further after he took out the man from Norton's Woods. That's the phrase Benton uses. Took out. Fielding took him out, and then heard about the Glock found on the body and realized he'd made a serious tactical error. Everything was falling apart, he was losing it, decompensating like Ted Bundy did right before he was caught, Benton says. Jack's fatal mistake was to stop by the firearms lab yesterday morning and ask Morrow about the Glock. Benton continues. A little later it was gone, and so was Jack, and that was impulsive and reckless and just damn stupid on his part. It would have been better to let the gun be traced to him and claim it was lost or stolen. Anything would have been better than what he did. It shows how out of control he was to take the damn gun from the lab. You're saying the Glock the man from Norton's Woods had is Jack's? Yes, it's definitely Jack's, I repeat, and the elevator is moving now, making a lot of stops on its way up, and I realize it is lunchtime, employees heading to the break room or heading out of the building. Yes, the dead man has a gun that could be traced to Fielding once acid was used on the drilled-off serial number, Benton says, and it's clear to me that he knows who the dead man is. That was done. Not here. I don't want to think of yet something else done inside my building that I didn't know. Hours ago at the scene, we took care of the identification right there. The FBI did. It was important to know immediately who the gun was traced to confirm our suspicions. Then it came here to the CFC and is safely locked up in the firearms lab. For further examination, Benton says, if Jack is the one who murdered him, he should have realized the problem with the Glock when he first was called about the case on Sunday afternoon, I reply. Yet he waited until Monday morning to be concerned about a gun he knew could be traced to him. To avoid suspicion. If he'd started asking the Cambridge police a lot of questions about the Glock prior to the body being transported to the CFC, or demanded that the gun be brought in immediately when the labs were closed, it would have come across as peculiar, and tennis would have gone up. Fielding slept on it and by Monday morning was probably beside himself and planning what he was going to do once the gun was brought in. He would take it and flee. Remember, he hasn't been exactly rational. It's important to keep in mind he's been cognitively impaired by his substance abuse. I think about the chronology. I reconstruct Fielding's steps yesterday morning, based on information from his desk drawer and the indented writing on his call sheet pad, shortly after 7 a.m. It seems he talked to Julia Gabriel before she called me at Dover, and about a half hour later he entered the cooler, and minutes after that he told Anne and Ollie the body from Norton's Woods was inexplicably bloody. It seems more logical to consider it was at this point that Fielding recognized the dead man and realized the Glock he'd heard about from the police would be traced to him. If he didn't recognize the dead man until Monday morning, then Fielding didn't kill him. I say to Benton, who replies that Fielding had a motive I couldn't possibly know about. The dead man's stepfather is Liam Saltz, Benton informs me. It was confirmed a little while ago when an FBI agent went to the Charles Hotel and talked to Dr. Saltz and showed him an ID photograph Marino took of the man from Norton's Woods. He was Eli Goldman, age 22, a graduate student at MIT and an employee at Otwall Technologies, working on special micromechanical projects. The video clips from Eli's headphones were traced to a webcam site on Otwall's server, Benton tells me, but he won't elaborate on who did the tracing if Lucy might have. He rigged up the headphones himself? I ask as the elevator finally gets to us and the doors slide open. It appears likely. He loved to tinker. And Mort? How did he get that? And what for? More tinkering. I know I sound cynical. I know when people have their damn minds made up, and I'm not ready for my mind to be made up. Not one damn thing should be decided this fast. A facsimile, a model he made as a boy, Benton explains, based on photographs his stepfather had taken of the real thing when he was lobbying against it some 8 or 9 years ago when you and Dr. Saltz testified before the Senate subcommittee. Apparently, Eli was making models of robots and inventing things since he was practically in diapers. We slowly sink from floor to floor. While I ask why Otwall would hire the stepson of a detractor like Liam Saltz, and I want to know what Otwall means, because Mrs. Donahue said the name meant something. O.T. Wall, Benton replies. A play on words because the last name of the company's founder is Wall. On the wall. As in a fly on the wall, and Eli's last name isn't Salts, Benton adds, as if I didn't hear him when he told me it's Goldman, Eli Goldman. But Otwall would have done a background check on him, I point out. Certainly they would have known who his stepfather is, even if their last names aren't the same. Mort was a long time ago, Benton says as the elevator doors open on the lower floor. And I don't know that Otwall had a clue Eli and his stepdad were philosophically simpatico. How long had Eli worked there? 3 years. Maybe 3 years ago, Otwall wasn't doing anything that Eli or his stepfather would have been concerned about. I suggest as we walk along gray tile while Phil, the security guard, watches us from behind his glass partition. I don't wave at him. I'm not friendly. Well, Eli was worried and had been for months, Benton says. He was about to give his stepfather a demonstration of technology that he wasn't going to approve of at all. A fly that could be a fly on the wall and spy and detect explosives and deliver them, or drugs or poisons or who knows what. Nano-explosives or dangerous drugs delivered by something as small as a fly, I think, as we walk past staff I've not seen in months. I don't stop to chat. I don't wave or say hello or even have eye contact. He's about to give his stepfather important information like that, and conveniently dies, I reply. Exactly, the motive I mentioned, Benton says. Drugs, he says again. And then he tells me more, gives me details the FBI learned from Liam Saltz just a few hours earlier. I feel sad and upset again as I envision what Benton is saying about a young man so enamored of his famous stepfather that whenever they were to see each other, Eli always set his watch to it, mirroring Dr. Saltz's time zone in anticipation of their reunion, a quirk that has its roots in Eli's poignant past of broken homes and parental figures missing in action and adored from afar. I remember what I watched on the video clips, Eli and Sock walking to Norton's woods, and then I imagined Dr. Saltz emerging from the building in the near dark after a wedding Eli wasn't invited to. I imagined the Nobel laureate looking around and wondering where his stepson was, having no idea of the terrible truth. Dead. Zipped up inside a pouch and unidentified, a young man barely more than a boy. Someone Lucy and I may have crossed paths with at an exhibit in London the summer of 2001. Who killed him and what for? I say as we pass through the empty bay, the CFC van body truck gone. I don't see how what you've just said explains Eli being murdered by Jack. It all points in the same direction. I'm sorry, but it does. I just don't see why and for what. I open the door leading outside, and it is too beautiful and sunny to be so cold. I know this is hard, Benton says. A pair of data gloves? I say as we begin to pick our way over snow that is glazed and slick. A micromechanical fly? Who would stab him with an injection knife, and why? Drugs. Benton goes back to that again. Somehow Eli had the misfortune of getting involved with Jack, or the other way around. Strength-enhancing, very dangerous drugs. Probably was using and selling, and Eli was the supplier, or someone at Otwall was. We don't know. But Eli being killed while he was out there with a flybot and about to meet his stepfather wasn't a coincidence. It's the motive, I mean. Why would Jack be interested in a flybot or a meeting, I ask, as we move very slowly, one step at a time, my feet about to go out from under me. A damn ice skating rink, I complain, because the parking lot wasn't plowed and it needs to be sanded. Nobody has been running this place the way it ought to be run. I'm sorry, we're way over here. We head slowly toward the back fence. But that's all there was. The drug connection. Benton then says, not street drugs. This is about Otwall, about a huge amount of money, about the war, about potential violence on an international and massive scale. Then, if what you're saying is right, it would seem to imply Jack was spying on Eli. Rigged up the headphones with hidden recording devices and followed him to Norton's woods. That would make sense if the murder was to stop Eli from showing his stepfather the flybot or turning it over to him. How else would Jack know what Eli was about to do? He must have been spying on him, or someone was. I doubt Jack had anything to do with the headphones. My point exactly. Jack wouldn't be interested in technology like that or capable of it, and he wouldn't be interested in a place like Outwall. You're not talking about the Jack I know. He's much too limbically driven, too impatient, too simple to do what you've just described. I almost say too primitive because that has always been part of his charm, his physicality, his hedonism, his linear way of coping with things. And the headphones don't make sense? I insist. The headphones make me think someone else might be involved. I understand how you feel. I can understand why you'd want to think that. And did Dr. Saltz know his adoring stepson was into drugs and had an illegal gun, I ask? Did he happen to mention the headphones or other people Eli might have been involved with? He knew nothing about the headphones and not much about Eli's personal life, only that Eli was worried about his safety. As I said, he'd been worried for months. I know this is painful, Kay. Worried about what? Specifically? I ask, as we walk very slowly, and someone is going to get hurt out here. Someone is going to slip and break bones and sue the CFC. That will be next. Eli was involved in dangerous projects and surrounded by bad people. That's how Dr. Saltz described it, Benton says. It's a lot to explain and not what you might imagine. He knew his stepson had a gun, an illegal one. I repeat my question. He didn't know that. I assume Eli wouldn't have mentioned it. Everyone seems to be doing a lot of assuming. I stop and look at Benton, our breath smoking out in the brightness and the cold, and we are at the back of the parking lot now, near the fence in what I call the hinterlands. Eli would know how Dr. Saltz feels about guns, Benton says. Jack probably sold the Glock to him or gave it to him, or someone did, I reiterate. Just as someone must have given him the signet ring with the Donahue crest on it. I don't suppose Eli was also involved in taekwondo. I look around at SUVs that don't belong to the CFC, but I don't look at the agents inside them. I don't look at anyone as I shield my eyes from the sun. No, Benton answers. The football player wasn't either, Wally Jameson, but he used the gym where they're held, used Jack's same gym. Maybe Eli had been to that gym too. Eli doesn't look like someone who uses a gym. Hardly a muscle in his body, I comment as Benton points a key fob at a black Ford Explorer that isn't his and the doors unlock with a chirp. And if Jack killed him, why? I again ask, because it makes no sense to me. But maybe it's my fatigue. No sleep and too much trauma, and I'm too tired to comprehend the simplest thing. Or maybe the connection has to do with Otwal and Johnny Donahue and other illegal activities Jack was involved in that you're about to find out. What he was doing at the CFC, how he was earning his money while you were gone. Benton's voice is hard as he says all that while opening my door for me. Don't know everything but enough, and you were right to ask what Mark Bishop was doing in his backyard when he was killed. What kind of playing he was doing. I almost couldn't believe it when you asked me that, and I couldn't tell you when you asked. Mark was in one of Jack's classes, as Mrs. Donahue implied, for 3 to 6-year-olds had just started in December and was practicing taekwondo in his yard when someone, and I think we know who, appeared, and again, you're probably right about how it happened. As he goes around to the driver's side to get in, and I dig in my bag for my sunglasses, impatient and frustrated as a lipstick, pens, and a tube of hand cream spill on the plastic floor mat. I must have left my sunglasses somewhere. Maybe in my office at Dover, where I can scarcely remember being anymore. It seems like forever ago, and right now I am sickened beyond what I could possibly describe to anyone, and it doesn't please me to hear I was right about anything. I don't give a damn who is right, just that someone is, and I don't think anybody is. I just don't believe it. A person Mark had no reason to distrust, such as his instructor, who lured him into a fantasy, a game, and murdered him. Benton goes on as he starts the SUV, and then trumped up a way to blame it on Johnny. I didn't say that part. I stuff items back into my bag as I grab my shoulder harness and fasten up. Then I decide to take my jacket off and I undo the seatbelt. What part? Benton enters an address in the GPS. I never said Jack trumped up a way to make Johnny believe he drove nails into Mark Bishop's head, I reply. And the SUV is warm from when Benton drove it here, and the sun is hot as it blazes through glass. I take off my jacket and toss it in back, where there is a large, thick box with a FedEx label. I can't tell whom it is for, and I'm not interested. Probably some agent Benton knows. Probably whoever Douglas is, and I suppose I'll find out soon enough. I fasten my shoulder harness again, working so hard I'm practically out of breath and my heart is pounding. I didn't mean that part was from you. There are a lot of questions. We need you to help us answer everything we possibly can, Benton says. We begin backing up, pulling out of my parking lot, waiting for the gate to open, and I feel handled. I feel humored. I'm not sure I remember ever feeling so non-essential in an investigation, as if I'm an obstruction and a nuisance people have to be politically correct with because of my position, but not taken seriously and unwanted. I thought I'd seen it all. I'm warning you. It's bad, Kay. Benton's voice has no energy as he says that. It sounds hollow, like something gutted, mine at my night. The gray frame house with the old stone foundation and a cold cellar in back were built by a sea captain in centuries past. The property is scrubbed and eroded by harsh weather, directly exposed to what blows in from the sea, and sits alone at the end of a narrow, icy street coarsely sanded by city emergency crews. Where branches have snapped, ice is shattered on the frozen earth and sparkles like broken glass in a high sun that offers no warmth, only a blinding glare. Sand makes a gritty sound against the underside of the SUV while Benton drives very slowly, looking for a place to park, and I look out at the brightness of the sandy road and the heaving deep blue of the sea and the paler blue of the cloudless sky. I no longer feel the need for sleep or that I could if I tried. Having last gotten up at 4:45 yesterday morning in Delaware, I have been awake some 30 hours since, which isn't unheard of for me. Isn't really remarkable if I pause to calculate how often it happens in a profession where people don't have the common courtesy to kill or to die during business hours. But this is a different type of sleeplessness, foreign and unfamiliar, with the added excitement bordering on hysteria from being told, or having it implied at least, that I've lived much of my life with something deadly, and I'm the reason it turned deadly. No one is stating such a thing in exactly those words, but I know it to be true. Benton is diplomatic, but I know. He's not said it's my fault. People are brutally dead and countless others have been disrespected and defiled. Not to mention those harmed by drugs, people whose names we may never know, guinea pigs or lab rats, as Benton put it. For a malevolent science project involving a potent form of anabolic steroid or testosterone, laced with a hallucinogenic to build strength and muscle mass and enhance aggression and fearlessness. To create killing machines, to turn human beings into monstrosities with no frontal cortex, no concept of consequences, human robots that savagely kill and feel no remorse, feel virtually nothing at all, including pain. Benton has been describing what Liam Saltz told the FBI this morning, the poor man bereft and terrified. Dr. Saltz suspects Eli got involved with a treacherous and unauthorized technology at Otwall, found himself in the midst of DARPA research gone bad, gone frighteningly wrong, and was about to warn his humanitarian Nobel laureate stepfather and to offer proof and to beg him to put a stop to it. Fielding put a stop to Eli because Fielding was using these dangerous drugs, perhaps helping to distribute them. But mostly my deputy chief, with his lifelong lust for strength and physical beauty and his chronic aches and pains, was addicted. That's the theory behind Fielding's vile crimes, and I don't believe it is that simple or even true. But I do believe other comments Benton has continued to make. I was too good to Fielding. I've always been too good to him. I've never seen him for what he is or accepted his potential to do real harm, and therefore I enabled him. Snow turned to freezing rain where the ocean warms the air, and the power is still out from downed lines in this area of Salem Neck called Winter Island, where Jack Fielding owns a historic investment property I had no idea about. To get to it, you have to pass the Plummer Home for Boys, a lovely mossy green mansion set on a gracious spread of lawn overlooking the sea with a distant view of the wealthy resort community of Marblehead. I can't help but think about the way things begin and end, the way people have a tendency to run in place, to tread water, to really not get beyond where and how it all started for them. Fielding stopped his life where it took off for him so precipitously, in a picturesque setting for troubled youths who can no longer live with their families. I wonder if it was deliberate to pick a spot no more than a stone's throw from a boy's home? If that factored into his subconscious when he decided on a property I'm told he intended to retire to, or perhaps sell for a profit in the future when the real estate market turns around and after he'd finished much-needed improvements. He'd been doing the work on the house and it's outbuilding himself and doing it poorly, and I'm about to see the manifestation of his disorganized, chaotic mind, the handiwork of someone profoundly out of control, Benton has let me know. I'm about to see the way my enabled protege lived and ended. Are you still with us? I know you're tired, Benton says as he touches my arm. I'm fine. I realize he's been talking and I tuned him out. You don't look fine. You're still crying. I'm not crying. It's the sun. I can't believe I left my sunglasses somewhere. I've said you can have mine. His dark glasses turn toward me as he creeps along the sandy, gritty-sounding road in the glaring sun. No, thank you. Why don't you tell me what's going on with you? Because we're not going to have a chance to talk for a while, he says. You're angry with me. You're just doing your job, whatever it is. You're angry with me because you're angry at Jack, and you're afraid to be angry at him. I'm not afraid of what I feel about him. I'm more afraid of everyone else, I reply. Meaning what exactly? It's something I sense, and you don't agree with me, so we should leave it at that. I say to him as I look out the window at the cold blue ocean and the distant horizon, where I can make out houses on the shore. Maybe you could be a little more specific. What do you sense? Is this a new thought? It isn't. And it's nothing anybody wants to hear. I answer him as I stare out at the bright afternoon, while we continue to troll for a place to park. I'm not really helping him look for a spot. Mostly I'm sitting and staring out the window, while my mind goes where it wants to, like a small animal darting about, looking for a safe place. Benton probably thinks I'm pretty useless. He's aided and abetted my uselessness by waiting this long to come get me for something that's been going on for hours. I'm showing up in medias res, as if this is a musical or an opera and it's no big deal for me to wander in during the middle or toward the end, depending on which act we're in. Christ, this is ridiculous. You would think someone would have left us something. I should have had Marino put cones out, save us something. Benton vents his anger at parked cars and the narrow street, then says to me, I want to hear whatever it is. New thought or not now, while we have a minute alone, there is no point in saying the rest of it, of telling him again what I sense, which is a calculating, cruel logic behind what was done to Wally Jameson, Mark Bishop, and Eli Goldman, behind what happened to Fielding, behind everything, a precisely formulated agenda, even if it didn't turn out as planned. Not that I know the plan in its entirety, maybe not even most of it, but what I sense is palpable and undeniable, and I won't be talked out of it. Trust your instincts. Don't trust anything else. This is about power, the power to control people, to make them feel good or frightened or to suffer unbearably. Power over life and death. I'm not going to repeat what I'm sure sounds irrational. I'm not going to tell Benton yet again that I sense an insatiable desire for power, that I feel the presence of a murderous entity watching us from a dark place, lying in wait. Some things are over, but not everything is, and I don't say any of this to him. I'm just going to have to tuck it in here and the hell with it. He isn't really talking to me but to himself, easing as close to a rock wall as he can so we don't stick halfway out into the slick, sandy street. We'll hope some yahoo doesn't hit me. If so, he'll be in for an unpleasant surprise. I suppose he means it wouldn't be fun to realize the door you just dinged or the bumper you just scraped or the side you just swiped is the property of the FBI. The SUV is a typical government vehicle, black with tinted glass and cloth seats, and emergency strobes hidden behind the grille, and on the floor in back are 2 coffee cups neatly held in place inside their cardboard to-go box, along with a balled-up food bag, the war wagon of a busy agent who is tidy but not always in a convenient spot to toss out trash. I didn't know that Douglas was a woman until Benton referred to the special agent who's assigned this car as she a little while ago while he was telling me about her running the license plate of the Bentley that met us at Hanscom last night, a 2003 4-door black flying spur, personally owned by the CEO of a Boston-based niche service company that supplies discreet concierge-minded chauffeurs who will drive any vehicle requested, explaining why the Bentley didn't have a livery license plate. The reservation was made online by someone using an email address that belongs to Johnny Donahue, an inpatient at McLean with no internet access when the email was sent yesterday from an IP address that is an internet cafe near Salem State College, which is very close to here. The credit card used belongs to Erica Donahue, and as far as anybody knows, she doesn't do anything online and won't touch a computer. Needless to say, the FBI and the police don't believe she or her son booked the Bentley or the driver. The FBI and the police believe Fielding did, that he likely got access to Mrs. Donahue's credit card information from payments she made to the Taekwondo club for lessons her son took until he was told not to come back after he tried to kick his instructor. My deputy chief, a grand master with a 7th-degree black belt. It isn't clear how Fielding might have gained access to Johnny's email account, unless he somehow manipulated the vulnerable and gullible teenager into giving him the password at some point or learned it by some other means. The chauffeur, who isn't suspected of anything except not bothering to research Dr. Scarpetta before he delivered something to her, received the assignment from dispatch, and according to dispatch, no one who works at the elite transportation company ever met the alleged Mrs. Donahue or talked to her over the phone. In the notes section of the online reservation, an exotic luxury car was requested for an errand, with the explanation that further instructions and a letter to be delivered would be dropped off at the private driving company's headquarters. At approximately 6 p.m., a manila envelope was slipped through the mail slot in the front door, and some 3 hours later, the chauffeur showed up at Hanscom Field with it and decided that Benton was me. We get out into the cold, clean air, and ice is everywhere, lit up by the sun as if we are inside an illuminated crystal chandelier. Shielding my eyes with my hand, I watch the dark blue sea as it rolls and contracts like muscle, pushing itself inland to smash and boil against a rock-strewn shore where no one lives. Right here, a sea captain once looked out at a view that I doubt has changed much in hundreds of years. Acres of rugged coastline and beach with copses of hardwood trees untouched and uninhabitable because it is part of a marine recreational park which happens to have a boat launch. A little farther down past the campground, where the neck wraps around toward the Salem harbor, is a yacht yard where Fielding's 20-foot Mako was shrink-wrapped and on a jack stand when police found it this morning. I'm vaguely aware he has a dive boat because I've heard him mention it, but I didn't know where he keeps it. I never would have imagined 24 hours ago that it might become the focus of a homicide investigation, or that his dark blue Navigator SUV with its missing front license plate would, or that his Glock pistol with its drilled-off serial number would, or that everything Fielding owns and has done throughout his entire existence would. Overhead, an orange Dolphin helicopter, an HH-65A, also known as a Dolphin, beats low across the cold blue sky, its enclosed Fenestron 10-bladed tail rotor making a distinctive modulated sound that is described as low noise but to me has a quiet high pitch, is ominously whiny, reminding me a bit of a C-17. Homeland Security is conducting air surveillance, and I've been told that too. I don't know why federal law enforcement has taken to the air or the land or the sea unless there is a concern about the overall security of the Salem harbor, a significant port with a huge power plant. I have heard the word terrorism mentioned just in passing by Benton and also by Marino when I had him on the phone a few minutes ago. But these days I hear that word a lot. In fact, I hear it all the time. Bioterrorism, chemical terrorism, domestic terrorism, industrial terrorism, nanoterrorism, technoterrorism. Everything is terrorism if I stop to think about it. Just as every violent crime is hateful and a hate crime, really. I continue going back to Otwal. Everything leading me back to Otwal, my thoughts carried on the wing of a flybot, or, as Lucy puts it, not a flybot but the holy grail of flybots. Then I think about my old nemesis Mort, a life-size model of it perched like a giant mechanical insect inside a Cambridge apartment rented by Eli Goldman. And next I worry about the controversial scientist Dr. Liam Saltz, who must be heartbroken beyond remedy. Maybe he simply got caught in one of those ghastly coincidences that happens in life, his tragic misfortune to be the stepfather of a brilliant young man who slipped into bad science, bad drugs, and illegal firearms. A kid too smart for his own good, as Benton puts it, murdered while wearing an antique signet ring missing from Erica Donahue's house, just as her stationery is missing, and her typewriter and a fountain pen. Items that Fielding must have gotten hold of somehow. He must have gotten his hands on all sorts of things from the rich Harvard student he bullied, Johnny Donahue. And it doesn't matter if it all feels wrong to me. I can't prove that Fielding didn't exchange the gold ring for drugs. I can't prove he didn't exchange the Glock for drugs. I can't say that's not why Eli had the ring and the gun, that there's some other reason far more nefarious and dangerous than what Benton and others are proposing. I can say and have said that Eli Goldman was an obstruction to the mercenary progress of a company like Otwal, and Otwal is the common denominator in everything, more so than Taekwondo or Fielding. As far as I'm concerned, if Fielding is as directly and solely responsible as everyone is claiming, then we should be taking a very hard and different look at Otwal and wonder what he had to do with the place beyond being a user or a research subject or even someone who helped distribute experimental drugs until they brought about his complete annihilation. Otwal and Jack Fielding, I said to Benton a little while ago. If Fielding is guilty of murder and case tampering and obstruction of justice and all sorts of lies and conspiracies, then he's intimately connected with Otwal, right down to its parking lot where his Navigator likely got tucked out of sight last night during a blizzard. You have to make that connection in a meaningful way. I repeatedly told Benton on our drive to this desolate spot that is achingly beautiful and yet ruined, as if Fielding's property is an ugly stain on the canvas of an exquisite seascape. Wall Technologies and an 18th century sea captain's house on Salem Neck, I said to my husband, and I asked his opinion, his honest and objective opinion. After all, he should have a very well-informed and completely objective opinion because of his alliance with the well-informed and completely objective we's, as I stated it. These anonymous comrades of his, the shadowy rank and file of an FBI he doesn't belong to anymore, he claims, and of course I don't believe him. He is FBI all right, as secretive and driven as I remember him from times long past, and maybe I could put up with that if I didn't feel so utterly alone. He's not even listening to me anymore, pretty much checked out when I made the comment a few minutes ago that Fielding must have some link to Otwall beyond his teaching martial arts to a few brainy students who had internships with the technology behemoth. The connection must be more than just drugs, I said. Drug-impregnated pain-relieving patches can't be the entire explanation for what I'm about to find inside a tiny stone outbuilding that Fielding was turning into a guest quarters before he supposedly found another use for it that has earned it several new names. The Kill Cottage, I think darkly, bitterly. The Seaman's House, I think cynically. Destined to be Salem's latest attraction during Halloween, which lasts all of October, with 1 million people making a pilgrimage here from all over the land. Another example of a place made famous by atrocities that don't seem real anymore. Tall tales, almost cartoonish, like the witch on her broom depicted on the Salem logo that is on police patches and even painted on the police cruiser doors. Be careful what you hate and murder, because one day it will own you. The Witch City, as people have dubbed the place where those men and women were herded up to what is now called Gallows Hill Park, a spot similar to where Fielding bought a sea captain's house. Places that don't change much, places that are now parks. Only Gallows Hill is ugly, and it should be, an open field ravaged by the wind and barren, mostly rocks, weeds, and patchy coarse grass. Nothing grows there. Thoughts like these are solar flares and peak and spike with a timing I can't seem to control as Benton touches my elbow, then grips it firmly. While we cross the sandy dead-end street that has turned into a parking lot of law enforcement vehicles, marked and unmarked, some with the Salem logo, silhouettes of witches straddling their brooms. Pulled up close to the sea captain's house, almost right up against the back of it, is the CFC's white van body truck that Marino drove here hours earlier while I was in the autopsy room, and then upstairs, having no idea what was happening some 30 miles northeast. The back of the truck is open, and Marino is inside, wearing green rubber boots and a bright yellow hard hat and a bright yellow level suit, what we use for demanding jobs that require protection from biological and chemical hazards. Cables snake over the diamond steel floor and out the open metal doors, over the unpaved icy drive, and disappear through the front of the stone cottage. What must have been a charming, cozy outbuilding before Fielding turned it into a construction site of exposed foundation blocks, the ground frozen with ice that is gray. The area behind the sea captain's house is an eyesore of spilled cement and toppled piles of lumber and bricks and rusting tools, shingles, weather stripping, and nails everywhere. A wheelbarrow is covered loosely with a black tarp that flaps, the entire perimeter strung with yellow crime scene tape that shakes and jumps in the wind. We got enough juice in this thing for lights, and that's it. Got about 120 minutes of run time left, Marino says to me as he digs inside a built-in storage bin. What he's referring to is the auxiliary power unit, the APU, which can keep the truck's electrical system running while the engine is off and supplies a limited amount of emergency power externally. Assuming the power doesn't come back on, and maybe we'll get lucky. I've heard it could any time, the main problem being those poles knocked over by snapped-off trees you probably drove past on Derby Street on your way here. But even if we get the electricity back, it won't help much in there. He means in the stone outbuilding. No heat in there, it's cold as shit, and after a while it gets to you, I'm just telling you, he says from inside the truck, while Benton and I stand outside in the wind, and I flip up the collar of my jacket. Cold as our damn fridge at the morgue, if you can imagine working in there for hours, as if I've never worked a scene in frigid weather and am unfamiliar with a morgue cooler. Course, there are some advantages to that if the power goes out, which it's going to do in these parts when you get storms, and he didn't have a backup generator. Marino continues. He means that Fielding didn't, and that's a lot of money to lose if the freezer quits. Which is why plugging in a space heater and turning it on high was for the obvious reason of ruining the DNA so we'd never know who he'd taken the shit from. Do you think that's possible? He asks me. I'm not sure which part of it. I start to say. That we won't ID them. Possible we won't? Marino continues talking nonstop, as if he's been drinking coffee since I saw him last. His eyes are bloodshot and glassy. No, I reply. I don't think it's possible. I think we'll find out. So you don't think it's as worthless as tapioca? Christ, Benton says. I could have done without that. Christ, I wish you'd stop with the fucking food analogies. Low copy number. I remind Marino we can get a DNA profile from as little as 3 human cells. Unless virtually every cell is degraded, we'll be okay, I assure him. Well, it's only fair we really try. Marino talks to me as if Benton's not here, directing his every comment to me as if he's in charge and doesn't want to be reminded of my FBI or former FBI husband. I mean, what if it was your son? I agree. We have to ID them and let their next of kin know, I reply, and get sued. Now that I think of it, Marino reconsiders. Well, maybe we shouldn't tell anyone. Seems to me we just need to know who it came from. Why tell the families and open a can of worms? Full disclosure, Benton says ironically as if he really knows what that is. He is looking at his iPhone, reading something on it, and he adds, because a lot of them probably already know. We're assuming Fielding arranged with them up front to pay for the service he was offering. It's not possible to hide anything. We're not going to, I answer. We don't hide things, period. Well, I'll tell you. I'm thinking we really should install cameras inside our cooler. Not just outside in the hall and the bay and certain rooms, but actually in there. Marino says to me as if it has always been his belief that we should have cameras inside the coolers, probably inside the freezer too. In fact, he's never mentioned the idea before now. I wonder if cameras would work in a cooler. He is saying they work outdoors. It gets colder in the winter around here than it is in the cooler. Benton comments dully, barely listening to Marino, who is full of himself, enjoying his role in the drama that has unfolded, and he's never liked Fielding. I can't think of a bigger I told you so. Well, we gotta do it, Marino says to me. Cameras and no more of this shit, of people doing shit they think they can get away with. I look behind us at boots and shoes lined up outside the opening that leads into the cottage. The Kill Cottage, the Seaman's Cottage. Some cops are calling it the Little Shop of Horrors. Cameras? I hear Marino as I stare at the stone cottage. If we had them in the cooler, we'd have it all on tape. Well, hell, maybe it's a good thing. Shit, imagine if something like that got leaked and ended up on YouTube. Fielding doing that to all these dead bodies. Jesus. I bet you have cameras like that at Dover, though. He hands us folded bright yellow suits like his. Dover must have cameras in the coolers, right? He goes on. I'm sure Diode would spring for it, and nothing like the present to ask, right? In light of the circumstances, I don't think anything's off the table when it comes to beefing up security at our place. I realize Marino is still talking to me, but I don't answer because I'm worrying about what's in the cab of the truck. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by pity as I stand outside in the cold and wind and glare, my level A suit folded up and tucked under my arm while Benton is putting his on. And Marino goes on quite cheerfully, as if this is quite the carnival. Like I said, a good thing it's cold. I can't imagine working this on one of those 90-degree days like we used to get in Richmond, where you can wring water out of the air and nothing's stirring. I mean, what a fucking pig. Don't even look at the toilet in there. Probably the last time it was flushed was when they were still burning witches around here. They were hanged, I hear myself say. Marino looks at me with a blank expression on his big face, and his nose and ears are red, the hard hat perched on top of his bald head like the bonnet of a yellow fireplug. How's he doing? I indicate the cab of the truck and what's inside it. Anne's a regular Dr. Doolittle? Did you know she wanted to be a vet before she decided to be Madame Curie? He still says curry, like curry powder, no matter how many times I've told him it's Curie, like the element curium that's named after Madame Curie. I tell you what, though, he then says to me, it's a good thing the heat hadn't been off in the house more than 5-6 hours before anybody got here. Dogs like that don't have much more hair than I do. He dug himself under the covers in Fielding's rat's nest of a bed and was still shivering like he was having a seizure. Of course, he was scared shitless. All these cops, the FBI storming in with all their tactical gear, the whole 9 yards. Not to mention, I've heard that greyhounds don't like to be left alone, have, what do you call it? Separation anxiety. He opens another storage bin and hands me a pair of boots, knowing my size without asking. How do you know it's Jack's bed, I ask. It's his shit everywhere. Who else's would it be? We need to be sure of everything. I'm going to keep saying it. He was out here in the middle of nowhere. No neighbors, no eyes or ears. The park deserted this time of year. How do you know for a fact he was alone out here? How can you be absolutely certain he didn't have help? Who the hell would help him do something like this? Marino looks at me, and I can see it on his big face what he thinks. I can't be rational about Fielding. That's exactly what Marino thinks, probably what everybody thinks. We need to keep an open mind, I reply. Then I indicate the cab of the truck again and ask again about the dog. He's fine, Marino says. Anne got him something to eat, chicken and rice from that Greek diner in Belmont. Made him a nice, comfy bed and the heat's blasting, feels like an oven, probably sucking up more to keep his skinny ass warm than we're using in the cellar. You want to meet him? He hands us heavy black rubber gloves and disposable nitrile ones, and Benton blows on his hands to warm them as he continues text messaging and reading whatever is landing on his phone. He doesn't seem interested in anything Marino and I are saying. Let me take care of things first, I tell Marino. Because I don't have it in me at the moment to see an abandoned dog that was left alone in a pitch-dark house with no heat after his master was murdered by the person who stole him. Or so the theory goes. Here's the routine, Marino then says, grabbing 2 bright yellow hard hats and handing them to us over there, where you'll see plastic tubs for decon. He points at an area of dirt near a sheet of plywood that serves as the cottage's front door. You don't want to track anything beyond the perimeter? Suits and boots go on and off right over there. Lined up next to 3 plastic tubs filled with water is a bottle of Dawn dishwashing detergent and rows of footwear, the boots and shoes of the people inside, including what I recognize as a pair of tan combat boots, men's size. Based on what I'm seeing, there are at least 8 investigators working the scene, including someone who might be Army, someone who might be Briggs. Marino bends over to check the status display on the diamond steel-encased APU in the back of the truck, then thuds down the diamond steel steps out into the glare and sparkle of ice that coats bare trees, as if they have been dipped in glass. Hanging everywhere are long, sharp icicles that remind me of nails and spears. So what you can do is put your gear on now, Marino says for my benefit, as Benton wanders off, busy with his phone, communicating with someone and not listening to us. Marino and I begin walking to the cottage, careful not to slip on ice that is frozen unevenly over rutted dirt and mud and debris that Fielding never cleaned up. Leave your shoes here, Marino tells me, and if you need to use the facilities or go out for fresh air, just make sure you swish your boots off before you go back in. There's a lot of shit in there you don't want to be tracking everywhere. We don't even know exactly what shit could be shit we don't know about. My point is. But what we do know isn't something you want to be tracking all over, and I know they say the AIDS virus can't live very long post-mortem or whatever, but don't ask me to find out. What's been done? I unfold my suit, and the wind almost blows it out of my hands. Things you're not going to want to do and shouldn't be your problem. Marino works his huge hands into a pair of purple gloves. I'll do anything that needs to be done, I remind him. You're going to need your heavy rubber gloves if you start touching a lot of stuff in there. Marino puts those on next. I feel like snapping at him that I'm not here to sightsee. Of course, I'll be touching things, but I don't intend to stoop to saying I've shown up to work a crime scene as if I'm one of the troops reporting to Marino and will be saluting him next. It's not that I don't understand what Marino is doing, what Benton is doing, what everyone is doing. Nobody wants me guilty of the very thing Mrs. Donahue accused Fielding of. Ironically. Not that I want to have a conflict either, and I understand I shouldn't be the one examining someone who worked for me and who, as rumor has it, I had sex with at some point in my life. What I don't understand is why I'm not bothered more than I am. The only sadness I'm aware of right now is what I feel about a dog named Sock, who is sleeping on towels in the cab of the CFC truck. If I see the dog, I'm afraid I'll break down, and every other thought is an anxious one about him. Where will he go? Not to an animal shelter. I won't allow that. It would make sense if Liam Saltz took him. But he lives in England, and how would he get the dog back to the UK unless it is in the cargo area of a jet, and I won't permit that either. The pitiful creature has been through enough in this life. Just be careful. Marino continues his briefing as if I don't know a damn thing about what is going on around here. And just so you know, we got the van making runs back and forth like clockwork. Yes, I know, I'm the one who set it up. I watch Benton wander back toward the truck, talking to someone on his phone, and I feel forgotten. I feel extraneous. I feel I'm not helpful or of interest to anything or anyone. Pretty much nonstop. Already 30 or 40 DNA samples in the works, a lot of it not completely thawed, so maybe you're right and we'll be lucky. The van makes an evidence run, and then turns around and comes right back. Is on its way back here now, even as we speak, Marino says. I bend over and untie one of my boots. Anne drives like a damn demon. I didn't know that. I always figured she'd drive like an old lady, but she's been sliding in and out of here like the damn thing's on skis. It's something, Marino says, as if he likes her. Anyway, everybody's working like Santa's helpers. The general says he can bring in backup scientists from Dover. You sure? At the moment, I don't know what I want except a chance to evaluate the situation for myself, and I've made that clear. It's not your decision, I answer Marino, untying my other boot. I'll handle it. Seems like it would be helpful to have F-Dill. Marino says it in a way that makes me suspicious, and I eye the tan combat boots by the decon tubs. It's awkward enough that Briggs is here, and it enters my mind that he might not be the only one who's shown up from Dover. Who else, I ask Marino as I lean against cinder blocks for balance? Rockman? Or Pruitt? Well, Colonel Pruitt. Another Army man. Pruitt is the director of the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory, AFTDIL. He and the general flew in together, Marino adds. I didn't ask either of them to come, but they didn't need me to ask. And besides, Marino asked, at least he admitted to inviting Briggs. Marino told me about it during the drive here, over the phone. He said, by the way, he hoped, I didn't mind that he took the liberty, especially since Briggs supposedly had been calling and I supposedly hadn't been answering. So Briggs hunted down Marino. Briggs wanted to know about Eli, the man from Norton's Woods, and Marino told him what was known about the case and then told him everything else. Marino informed me and he hoped I didn't mind. I replied that I did mind, but what's done is done. I seem to be saying that a lot, and I said as much to Marino while I was on the phone with him during the car ride here. I said certain things were done because Marino had done them and I can't run an office like that. Although what was implicit but not stated was that Briggs is here for that very reason. He's here because I can't run an office. Not like that. Not at all. If I could run the CFC as the government and MIT and Harvard and everyone expected, nobody would be working this crime scene because it wouldn't exist. My yellow suit is stiff and digs into my chin as I pull my green rubber boots on, and Marino moves the makeshift plyboard door out of the way. Behind it is a wide sheet of heavy, translucent plastic nailed to the top of the doorframe, hanging like a curtain. Just so we're clear, I'm maintaining the chain of custody. I tell him the same thing I said earlier. We're doing this the way we always do it. If you say so, I do say so. I have a right to say so. Briggs isn't above the law. He has to honor jurisdiction, and for better or for worse, this case is the jurisdiction of Massachusetts and the principalities where the crimes have occurred. I just think any help we can get, Marino says. I know what you think. Look, it's not like there's going to be a trial, he then says. Fielding saved the Commonwealth a lot of fucking money. 20. The air is heavy with the smell of wood smoke, and I notice that the fireplace in the far wall is crammed with partially burned pieces of lumber topped by billowy clouds of whitish-gray ash, delicate, as if spun by a spider, but in layers. Something clean-burning, like cotton cloth, I think, or an expensive grade of paper that doesn't have a high wood pulp content. Whoever built the fire did so with the flue closed, and the assumption is that Fielding did, but no one seems quite sure why, unless he was out of his mind or hoping that eventually his little shop of horrors would burn to the ground. But if that was his intention, he certainly didn't go about it in the right way, and I make a mental note of a gas can in a corner, and cans of paint, thinner, and rags, and piles of lumber. Everywhere I look, I see an opportunity for starting a conflagration easily, so the fireplace makes no sense unless he was too deranged in the end to think clearly, or wasn't trying to burn down the building but to get rid of something, perhaps to destroy evidence, or someone was. I look around in the uneven, harsh illumination of temporary low-voltage extension lights hanging from hooks and mounted on poles, their bulbs enclosed in cages. Strewn over an old scarred, paint-spattered workbench are hand tools, clamps, drill bits, paint brushes, plastic buckets of L-shaped flooring nails and screws, and power tools such as a drill with screwdriver attachments, a circular saw, a finishing sander, and a lathe on a metal stand. Metal shavings, some of them shiny, and sawdust are on the bench and the concrete floor. Everything filthy and rusting, with nothing protecting Fielding's investment in home improvement from the sea air and the weather. but heavy plastic and more plyboard stapled and nailed over windows. Across the room is another doorway that is wide open, and I can hear voices and other sounds drifting up from stairs leading down into the cellar. What have you collected in here? I ask Marino as I look around and imagine what I saw under the microscope. If I could magnify samples from Fielding's workspace, I suspect I would see a rubbish dump of rust, fibers, molds, dirt, and insect parts. Well, it's obvious when you look at the metal shavings. Some of them are recent because they haven't started rusting and are really shiny, Marino replies. So we got samples, and they've gone to the labs to find out if under the scope they look anything like what you found in Eli Saltz's body. His last name isn't Saltz, I remind him for the umpteenth time. You know, to compare tool marks, Marino says. Not that there's much of a reason to doubt what Fielding did. We found the box. The box the wasp came in. A couple spent CO2 cartridges, a couple extra handles, even the instruction book. Marino goes on. The whole 9 yards. According to the company, Jack ordered it 2 years ago, maybe because of his scuba diving. He shrugs his big shoulders in his big yellow suit. Don't know, except he didn't order it 2 years ago to kill Eli, that's for damn sure. And 2 years ago, Jack was in Chicago, and I guess you might ask what he needed a wasp for. Marino walks around in his big green boots and keeps looking at the opening to the stairs leading down, as if he's curious about what's being said and done down there. The only thing that will kill you in the Great Lakes that I know of is all the mercury in the fish. It's with us. We have the box and the CO2 cartridges. We have all of it. I want to know which labs. I want to make sure Briggs isn't sending my evidence to the AFME labs in Dover. Yeah, all that stuff. Except the knife that was in the box, the wasp itself. It still hasn't shown up. My guess is he ditched it after stabbing the guy, maybe threw it off a bridge or something. No wonder he didn't want anyone going to the Norton's Woods scene, right? Marino's bloodshot eyes look at me, then distractedly look around, the way people act when nothing they are looking at is new. He'd been here many hours before I showed up. What about in here? I squat in front of the fireplace, which is open and built of old fire brick that is probably original to the building. What's been done here? My hard hat keeps slipping over my eyes, and I take it off and set it on the floor. What about it? Marino watches me from where he's standing. I move my gloved finger toward the whitish ashes, and they are weightless, lifting and stirring as the air moves, as if my thoughts are moving them. I contemplate the best way to preserve what I'm seeing, the ashes much too fragile to move in toto, and I'm pretty sure I recognize what has happened in the fireplace, or at least some of what occurred. I've seen this before, but not recently, maybe not in at least 10 years. When documents are burned these days, usually they were printed, not typed, and were generated on inexpensive copying paper with a high wood pulp content that combusts incompletely, creating a lot of black sooty ash. Paper with a high cotton rag content has a completely different appearance when it is burned, and what comes to mind immediately is Erica Donahue's letter that she claims she never wrote. What I recommend, I say to Marino, is we cover the fireplace so the ashes aren't disturbed. We need to photograph them in situ before disturbing them in any way, so let's do that before we collect them in paint cans for the documents lab. His big booted feet move closer and he says, "What for?" What he's really asking is why I'm acting like a crime scene investigator. My answer, should I give one, which I won't, is because somebody has to. Let's finish this the way it should be done, the way we know how and have always done things. I meet his glassy stare, and what I'm really saying is nothing is over. I don't care what everyone assumes. It's not over until it is. Let's see what you've got. He squats next to me, our yellow suits making a plastic sound as we move around, and their faint odor reminds me of a new shower curtain. Typed characters on the ash. I point, and the ashes stir again. Now you're a psychic and ought to get a job in one of the magic shops around here if you can read something that's been burned. You can read some of it because the expensive paper burns clean, turns white, and the inked characters made by a typewriter can be seen. We've looked at things like this before, Marino, just not in a long time. Do you see what I'm looking at? I point, and the air moves, and the ashes stir some more. You can actually see the inked engraving of her letterhead, or part of it. Boston, and part of the zip code. The same zip code on the letter I got from Mrs. Donahue, although she says she didn't write it and her typewriter is missing. Well, there's one in the house, a green one, an old portable on the dining room table. He gets up and bends his legs as if his knees ache. There's a green typewriter next door? I figured Benton told you. I guess he couldn't tell me everything in an hour. Don't get pissed. He probably couldn't. You won't believe all the shit next door. Appears when Fielding moved here, he never really moved his shit in. Boxes everywhere. A fucking landfill over there. I doubt he had a portable typewriter. I doubt that's his. Unless he was in cahoots with the Donahue kid. That's the theory of where a lot of shit has come from. Not according to his mother. Johnny disliked Jack. So how does it make sense that Jack would have Mrs. Donahue's typewriter? If it's hers, we don't know it is. And then there's the drugs, Marino says. Obviously, Johnny's been on them since about the time he started taking taekwondo lessons from Fielding. 1 + 1 = 2, right? We're going to find out what adds up and what doesn't. What about stationery or paper? Didn't see any. Except what seems to be in here. I remind him it appears some of Erica Donahue's stationery might have been burned, or maybe all of it was. Whatever was left over from the letter someone wrote to me, pretending to be her. Listen, Marino doesn't finish what he's about to say. He doesn't need to. I know what he's going to say. He's going to remind me I can't be reasonable about Fielding, and Marino thinks he should know, all right, because of our own history. Marino was around in the early days, too. He remembers when Fielding was my forensic pathology fellow in Richmond, my protege, and in the minds of a lot of people, it seems, a lot more than that. This was here just like this? I then ask, indicating a roll of lead-gray duct tape on the workbench. Okay, sure, he says as he squats by an open crime scene case on the floor and gets out an evidence bag because the roll of tape can be fracture matched to the last strip torn off it. So tell me how the hell he might have gotten hold of it and what for? He means Fielding. How did Jack Fielding get hold of Erica Donahue's typewriter, and what was his purpose in writing a letter allegedly from her and having it hand-delivered to me by a driver for hire who usually works events like bar mitzvahs and weddings? Did Johnny Donahue give Fielding the typewriter and stationery? If so, why? Maybe Fielding simply manipulated Johnny, lured him into a trap? Maybe a last-ditch effort to frame the kid. Marino then says, answering his own question and voicing what I'm pondering and about to dismiss as a possibility. A good question for Benton? But Benton is off somewhere, talking on his phone or maybe conferring with his FBI compatriots, maybe with the female agent named Douglas. It bothers me when I think about her, and I hope I'm just paranoid and raw and have no reason to be concerned about the nature of his relationship with Special Agent Douglas. I hope the extra coffee cup in the back of her SUV wasn't Benton's, that he hasn't been riding around with her. Spending a lot of time with her while I was at Dover and then before that in and out of Washington. Not just an enabler and a bad mentor. Now I'm a bad wife, it occurs to me. Everything feels wrecked. It feels over with. It feels as if I'm working my own death scene. As if the life I knew somehow didn't survive while I was away. And I'm investigating, trying to reconstruct what did me in. This is what we need to do right now, I tell Marino. I assume no one has touched the typewriter, and is it an Olivetti or do you know? We've been pretty tied up over here. What he's saying is that the police have more important matters to tend to than an old manual typewriter. We found the dog in there like I told you, and a bedroom it appears Fielding was using, and you can tell he was in and out living here. But this is where it happened. He indicates the outbuilding we're in. The typewriter's in a case on the dining room table. I opened it to see what was inside, but that's it. Swab the keys for DNA before you pack it up and transport it to the labs, and I want those swabs going out on the next evidence run the van makes. I want those swabs analyzed first because they might tell us who wrote that letter to me. I tell him. I think we know who. Then the typewriter goes to documents so we can compare the typeface to what's on the letter I got, a cursive typeface, and we'll analyze the duct tape that's on the envelope and see if it came from the roll we just found and what trace is on it, or DNA or fingerprints or who knows what. Don't be surprised if it points to the Donahues. If trace is from their house or fingerprints or DNA is from that source. Why? Framing their son. I didn't know Jack was that damn smart, Marino says. I didn't say he framed anyone. I've not tried and convicted him or anyone, I reply flatly. We have his DNA profile and fingerprints for exclusionary purposes, just as we have all of ours. So he should be easy to include or exclude, and any other profiles, and if there are. If we find DNA from more than one source, which we certainly should expect, we run the profiles through CODIS immediately. Sure, if that's what you want, We run them right away, Marino, because we know where Jack is. But if anyone else is involved, including the Donahues, we can't waste time. Sure, Doc, whatever you want, Marino says, and I can read his thoughts. This is Jack Fielding's house. It's his kill cottage, his little shop of horrors. Why go to all this trouble? But Marino's not going to say it to me. He's assuming I'm in denial. I'm holding out the remote and irrational hope that Fielding didn't kill anyone, that someone else magically was using his property and his belongings and is responsible for all of this, someone other than Fielding, who is the victim and not the monster everyone now believes he is. We don't know if his family's been here. I remind Marino patiently and quietly, but in a sobering tone. His wife, his 2 little girls. We don't know who's been in the house and touched things, not unless they've been coming here from Chicago to stay in this dump. When exactly did they move out of Concord? That's where his family was living with him, in a house Fielding had rented that I helped him find. Last fall, and it fits with everything. Marino makes yet one more assumption. The football player and what happened after Fielding's family moved back to Chicago and he came here, fixing up this place while he was living in it like a hobo. He could have sent you a goddamn email and let you know it wasn't working out for him personally around here, that his wife and kids bolted not long after the CFC started taking cases. He didn't tell me. I'm sorry he didn't. Yeah, well, don't say I should have. Marino seals the roll of duct tape in a plastic evidence bag. It wasn't my business. I wasn't going to start out my new career here by ratting on the staff and telling you that Fielding was the usual fuck-up right out of the box, and you sure as hell should have expected it when you thought it was such a brilliant idea to take him back. I should have expected this? I hold Marino's bloodshot, resentful stare. Put on your hard hat before you go down. There's a lot of shit hanging from the ceilings, like all these damn lights strung up like it's Christmas. I got to go back out to the truck, and I know you need a minute. I adjust the ratchet of my hard hat, making it tighter. And the reason Marino isn't going into the cellar with me isn't because I need a minute. It isn't because he's sensitive enough to offer me a chance to deal with what's down there without him by my side, breathing down my neck. That might be what he's talked himself into. But as I listen to him swishing his boots in the tubs just outside the door, stepping in and out of the water, I can only imagine how distasteful a scene like this must be to him. It has little to do with the unpleasantness of body fluids thawing and breaking down, or even his squeamishness about hepatitis or HIV or some other virus, and everything to do with how the body fluids got here. Marino's ablution in the plastic tubs filled with water and dishwashing fluid are his attempt to cleanse himself of the guilt I know he feels. He never saw Fielding doing any of it, and that's the problem Marino faces. The way he would think about it is, he should have noticed, and as I've explained to Benton while we were driving here and then explained to Marino over the phone, the extraction of sperm isn't much different from a vasectomy, except when such a procedure is performed on a dead body, it's even quicker and simpler, for obvious reasons. No local anesthesia is needed, and the doctor doesn't have to be concerned with how the patient is feeling or if he might have second thoughts or any other emotional response. All Fielding had to do was make a small puncture on one side of the scrotum and inject a needle into the vas deferens to extract sperm. He could have done this in minutes. He probably didn't do it during the autopsy, but before it by going into the cooler when nobody was around, making certain he got to the body as quickly after death as possible, which in retrospect might explain why he noticed the man from Norton's Woods was bleeding before anybody else did. Fielding went into the cooler first thing when he got to the building early Monday morning to acquire his latest involuntary sperm donation, and that's when he noticed blood in the tray under the body bag. So he walked rapidly down the corridor and notified Anne and Ollie. If anybody would have noticed something like this going on during the 6 months I was at Dover, it was Anne, I told Marino. She never saw what Fielding was doing or had a clue, and we know he extracted sperm from at least 100 patients based on what has been found in a freezer in the cellar and what's broken all over the floor. Potentially $100,000, maybe much more, depending on what he charged, and if he did it on a sliding scale, taking into account what the family or other interested party could afford. Liquid gold, as cops are calling what Fielding was selling on a black market of his own creation, and I can't stop thinking about his choice of Eli as an involuntary donor, assuming this was Fielding's intention, and we'll never really know. But at the time Fielding went into the cooler yesterday morning, there was only one young male body fresh enough to be a suitable candidate for a sperm extraction, and that was Eli Goldman. The other male case was elderly, and it's highly unlikely he had loved ones who might be interested in buying his semen, and a third case was a female. If Fielding murdered Eli with the injection knife, would he then be so brazen and reckless as to take the young man's sperm, and who was he planning to sell it to without incriminating himself? If he'd tried something like that, he may as well have confessed to the homicide. It continues to tug at my thoughts that Fielding didn't know who the unidentified dead young male was when he was notified about the case on Sunday afternoon. Fielding didn't bother going to the scene, wasn't interested, and had no reason at that time to be interested. I continue to suspect he didn't have a clue until he walked into the cooler, and then he recognized Eli Goldman because they had a connection somehow. Maybe it was drugs, and that's why Eli had one of Fielding's guns. Maybe Fielding had given or sold the Glock to Eli, for sure someone did. Drugs, the gun, maybe something else. If only I could have been in Fielding's mind when he walked into the cooler at shortly after 7 yesterday morning. Then I would know. I would know everything. I move a hanging light out of my way so it doesn't knock my hard hat as I go down stone steps in my bulky yellow suit and big rubber boots. A cold sweat is rolling down my sides, and I am worrying about Briggs and what it will be like when I'm confronted with him, and I'm worrying about a greyhound named Sock. I'm worrying about everything I can possibly worry about because I can't bear what I'm about to see. But it is better this way, and as much as I complain about Marino, he really did do the right thing. I wouldn't have wanted Fielding's body transported to the CFC. I wouldn't want to see it for the first time in a pouch on a steel gurney or tray. Marino knows me well enough to decide that given the choice, I would demand to see Fielding the way he died, to satisfy myself that it was exactly as it appears, and that what Briggs determined when he examined the body hours earlier is the same thing I observe, and that Briggs and I share the same opinion about Fielding's cause and manner of death. The cellar is whitewashed stone with a vaulted stone ceiling and no windows, and it is too small a space for so many people, all of them dressed the way I am, in bright yellow with thick black gloves and green rubber boots and bright yellow hard hats. Some people have on face shields, others surgical masks, and I recognize my own scientists, 3 from the DNA lab, who are swabbing an area of the stone floor that is littered with shattered glass test tubes and their black plastic stoppers. Nearby is the space heater Marino mentioned, and an upright stainless steel laboratory cryogenic freezer, the same make and model that we use in labs where we have to store biological samples at ultra-low temperatures. The freezer door is open wide, the adjustable shelves inside empty because someone, presumably Fielding, removed all the specimens and smashed them to the stone floor, then turned on the space heater. I notice partial labels adhering to glass fragments on a floor that is otherwise clean, the cellar appearing whitewashed with something non-glossy, like primer, like a winemaker's cave that has been turned into a laboratory with a steel sink and steel countertop, racks for test tubes and large steel tanks of liquid nitrogen, and central to the main room I'm in, a long metal table that Fielding probably was using for shipping, and several chairs, one of them pulled out a little, as if someone might have been sitting in it. I look at the chair first and I look for blood, but I don't see any. The table is covered with white butcher paper, and arranged on it are pairs of elbow-length, bright blue Creo gloves, ampules, roller bases, smudge-proof pens, and long corks and measuring sticks for storage canisters, and stacked underneath are white cardboard boxes called cryocubes, which are inexpensive vapor shippers we typically use for sending biological materials that are placed inside an aluminum canister where they can remain frozen at minus 150 degrees centigrade for up to 5 days. These special packing containers can also be used to ship frozen semen, and in fact are often referred to as semen tanks, and are favored by animal breeders. I can only assume that Fielding's equipment and materials for his illegal and outrageous cottage industry were purloined from the CFC, that in the dark of night or after hours, he somehow managed to sneak what he wanted out of the labs without security batting an eye. Or it is possible he simply ordered what he needed and charged it to us, but had it shipped directly here, to the sea captain's house. Even as I'm piecing together what he might have done, he is so close to me I could touch him, under a disposable blue sheet on his clean white primer-painted floor that is stained with blood at one edge of the plasticized paper, a spot of blood that is part of a large pool under his head, based on what I know. From where I'm standing, I can see the blood has begun to separate and coagulate, is in the early stages of decomposition, a process that would have been dramatically slowed because of the ambient temperature in the cellar. It is cold enough to see your breath, as cold as a morgue refrigerator. The flash gun of a camera goes off, and then goes off again as a broad-shouldered figure in blaze. Yellow photographs the one area of whitewashed wall down here that is blackened and foul, where a total station on a bright yellow tripod has been set up, and I'm guessing the electro-optical distance measuring system has already mapped the scene, recording the coordinate data of every feature, including what Colonel Pruitt is photographing. He catches me looking at him and lowers the camera to his side as I walk over to a wall where I smell death. The faintest, musty, pungent stench of blood that has broken down and dried over months in a sunless, cold environment. I smell mildew. I smell dust, and I notice piles of torn, dirty carpet and plywood nearby against a different wall. And I can tell by dust and dirt on the white floor that the carpet and wood was recently dragged to where it is. Bolted into stone at the height of my head are a series of steel screw-pin anchor shackles that I associate with sling assemblies used in hoisting, based on coils of rope, grease guns, clamps, a cargo trolley, and grab hooks and swivel rings in the ceiling. I surmise that Fielding devised a creative rig for changing out the heavy tanks of liquid nitrogen, and at some point the system was perverted into one I suspect he never intended when he began extracting semen and selling it. From what I'm able to figure out so far, the main thing used was the splitting maul, which would account for both the blunt force and cutting injuries. Pruitt begins without so much as a hello, as if our meeting here is normal. Nothing more than a continuum of our time together at Dover. Basically, a long-handled sledgehammer on one side, the other side sharp like an axe. It was under carpet and wood, along with a Boston College letter jacket, a pair of sneakers, other items of clothing that we think were Wally Jameson's. This entire area was under that stuff over there. He indicates the carpet and wood that was moved, what I surmise was used to cover the crime scene. All of it, including the splitting maul, of course, has been packaged and sent to your place already. Did you see the weapon yet? Pruitt says, shaking his head. No. Can't imagine someone coming after me with something like that. Jesus. Shades of Lizzie Borden. And pieces of bloody rope from being strung up. He points to the shackles and rings bolted into stone that is crusty and black with old blood. And I almost imagine I can smell fear down here. The unimaginable terror of the football player tortured and murdered on Halloween. Why didn't he clean this up? I ask the first question that comes to mind as I look at a scene that doesn't appear to have been touched after Wally Jameson was brutally and sadistically murdered down here. I guess he took the path of least resistance and just covered everything up with plyboard and old carpet, Pruitt replies. That's why there's a lot of dirt and fibers everywhere. Appears after the homicide, he didn't bother washing things down at all. Just heaped old carpet on top and leaned all these boards against the wall. He points again to the pile of old torn carpet of different colors, and near it, the large sheets of plyboard stacked on the white floor near a closed access door that leads outside the cellar. I don't know why he wouldn't have washed it down, I repeat. That was 3 months ago. He just left a crime scene, practically left it like a time capsule, just threw carpet and plyboard over it. One theory is he got off on it, like people who photograph or film what they do so they can continue getting off on it after the fact. Every time he came down here, he knew what was behind the boards and carpet, what was hidden under them, and got off on it. Or someone got off on it, I think. Jack Fielding has never gotten off on gore. For a forensic pathologist, he was actually rather squeamish. Benton will say it was the influence of drugs. Everyone is probably saying that, and maybe it's true. Fielding was altered, that much I don't doubt. Some of us can help you with this, you know, Pruitt then says, looking at me through a plastic face shield that clouds up intermittently as he breathes the cold cellar air. His hazel eyes are alert and friendly as they look at me, but he is troubled. How could anybody not be? And I wonder if he senses what I do. I wonder if he has a feeling in his gut that something is wrong with all this. I wonder if he's asking the question I am right now as I look at the blackened whitewashed wall with the rusting shackles bolted into the stone. Why would Jack Fielding do something like this? Extracting semen to sell to bereft families is almost understandable. One can easily blame greed or even a lust for the gratification, the power he must have felt when he was able to give back life where it had been taken. But as I envision the photographs, video recordings, and CT scans I've seen of Wally Jamison's mutilated body, I'm reminded of what went through my thoughts at the time. His murder seemed sexually and emotionally driven, as if the person who swung the weapon at him had feelings for him, certainly had a rage that didn't quit until Wally was lacerated, sliced, cut, and contused beyond recognition and bled to death. Afterward, his nude body was transported, probably by boat, probably by Fielding's boat, and dumped in the harbor at the Coast Guard station, an act that Benton describes as brazen, as a taunt to law enforcement. And that doesn't sound like Fielding either. For such a fierce, muscle-bound grandmaster, he was rather much a coward. "Thank you. Let's see what's needed," I say to Pruitt. "Well, you know the DNA that's needed. Hundreds of samples already, not just the semen that needs to be reconnected with its donor, but everything else being swabbed." "I know, it's a huge job and will go on for quite a while because we don't know what's happened in here. Just part of it. What was in the freezer, and then whatever else was done in addition to what I'm supposing must have been the homicide of the BC student Wally Jamison." As I say his name, I envision him, square-jawed with curly black hair and bright blue eyes, and powerfully built. Then what he looked like later. "What time did you get here?" "John and I flew in early. Got here about 7 hours ago." I don't ask him where Briggs is now. He did the external exam and will go over those details with you when you're ready, Pruitt adds. And nobody had touched him prior to that? Fielding's body was discovered shortly after 3 a.m. Or that's what I've been told. When John and I got here, the body was covered just like he is now. The Glock isn't here. After the FBI restored the eradicated serial number, the gun was bagged and is now at your labs, Pruitt tells me what Benton did. I didn't know about it until a little while ago, when I was being driven here. Look, if I'd been here at 3 a.m. and it was up to me, he starts to say he would have told me everything that was going on. But the FBI wanted to keep things contained, since no one's been sure if he was a lone wolf. He means if Fielding was because of all the other factors, like Dr. Saltz and the MP and so on, the fear of terrorism. Yes, only not the brand of terrorism the Bureau usually has to worry about. This is a different brand of terrorism, I comment. It feels personal. Doesn't it feel personal? What are you thinking about all this? Nobody had touched the body when the police, the FBI found it. Pruitt doesn't want to tell me what he thinks about it. I do know he was the same temperature as the room by then, had been down here for a while. But you should talk to John about it. You're saying his body was the same temperature as the ambient air at 3 a.m.? It's 40 degrees or around that. Maybe a few degrees warmer because of all the people down here. But you need to get the details from John. Pruitt stares off at the human-shaped mound draped with a blue sheet on the other side of the cellar, near the freezer, near thawing fluids on the stone floor, where investigators have knee pads on and are collecting one shard of glass at a time and swabbing and packaging each item separately in paper envelopes that they label with permanent markers. I won't do the calculations until I check the body, but already what I'm hearing adds to what I suspect. Something is wrong. 21. The stain on the whitewashed wall is an ugly darkness some 6 feet above the stone floor, probably where Wally Jamison's head and neck were when he was shackled and beaten and cut to death. Spraying out from the largest stain are a constellation of pinpoint spatters, tiny black marks that at close inspection are elongated, are angled. The cast-off blood from the weapon as it was repeatedly swung, as it was repeatedly bloodied from impacting with human flesh. And I envision the wood-splitting maul Pruitt mentioned, and I agree with him. What a terrible way to die. Then I think of the injection knife, another horrendous way to die. Sadism. He should have had a system of keeping track of the samples, I say to Pruitt as I watch the investigators in bright yellow on their hands and knees. Some of them people I don't know. Maybe St. Hilaire from Salem, maybe Lester Lawless Law from Cambridge. I'm not sure who is here, really, just that the FBI is working in conjunction with a special task force comprising investigators from various departments who are members of the Northeastern Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council, NEMLEC. If he really was selling extracted semen, I continue my train of thought. I would assume he had a way of logging the specimens. I direct his attention to bits of gummy labels still adhering to broken glass on the floor. Finding information like that will help us with identification, maybe preliminarily supply it, and then we can verify through DNA. If all of the specimens came from CFC cases, we should have DNA on blood spot cards in each case file. I know Marino is looking into that. Has somebody pulling every case of young males who would have been viable candidates, especially if Fielding did the autopsies. With all due respect, that was my direction, not Marino's. I hear the defensiveness I can't keep out of my tone, but I've had enough of my new self-appointed acting chief, Pete Marino. I've had enough references that imply he runs my office. We've not found a log yet, Prude adds. But Farinelli's over there with his laptop, which was as dead as he was when we got here. Maybe the log will be on that. It always seems strange when investigators refer to my niece by her last name. Lucy must be next door in the house, where there are no lights or heat unless the power has come back on. I realize that down here I might not know, since we are using auxiliary lights brought in and set up. I walk over to an open pelican case near the bottom of the stairs and find a flashlight, then return to the wall to shine the light over bloodstains to see what else they have to tell me before I look at the person who supposedly caused them, my deputy chief, working alone in his kill cottage. My deputy chief, the lone wolf who had no help in all this, I think skeptically and with growing anger at the police, the FBI, at everyone who started working the scene without me. Below the darkest area on the whitewashed wall is a corresponding dark area on the whitewashed floor. A myriad of drips that combine into a solid stain. What I can tell was a pool of blood that is almost black and flaking, much of it having soaked into the porous whitewashed stone. Some of the drops at the edge of the large stained area are perfectly round, with only a small amount of distortion or scalloping around the edges from the roughness of the stone. Passive spatters from the victim bleeding. Other stains are smeared from someone, possibly the assailant, stepping on them or dragging something over them while they were still wet. Maybe dragging carpet and plyboards over them, I think. The only bloodstains that show a direction of travel are those on the wall and the ceiling, black and elongated or with a teardrop shape, and I believe most of these were projected by the repeated swings and impacts of the weapon. The victim was upright when he bled, shackled to the wall, it would seem, and what I can't tell is the timing of at least one blow that I know was fatal. Did it happen early on or later? The earlier, the better. I can't help but think as I imagine what was done, as I reconstruct the pain and suffering and most of all his terror. I hope he hadn't been subjected to the abuse for long when an artery was breached, most likely the carotid on the left side of his neck. The distinctive wave pattern on the wall is from arterial blood spurting out under high pressure and rhythm to the beats of his heart, and I remember photographs I saw, the deep gashes to his neck. Wally Jameson would have lived only minutes after receiving such an injury, and I wonder how long the cutting and beating went on after it was too late to hurt him anymore. I wonder about the rage and what the connection might have been between Wally Jameson and Jack Fielding. It had to be more than that. They simply went to the same gym. Wally wasn't involved in martial arts, and as far as anyone knows, he wasn't acquainted with Johnny Donahue or Eli Goldman or Mark Bishop. He didn't work or intern at Otwall either, and apparently had nothing to do with robotics or other technologies. What I know about Wally Jameson is that he was from Florida, a senior at BC, where he was majoring in history and somewhat of a celebrity because of football and a partier, a ladies' man. I can't come up with a single reason why Fielding might have known him unless it was some chance encounter they had, perhaps because of the gym, and then perhaps drugs. The hormonal cocktail Benton mentioned. Wally Jameson's toxicology was negative for illegal or therapeutic drugs or alcohol, but we don't routinely test for steroids unless we have reason to suspect a death may be related to them. Wally's cause of death wasn't a question. There certainly was no reason to think steroids killed him, at least not directly, and now it may be too late to go back. We're not going to get another sample of his urine, although we can try testing his hair, where the molecules of drugs, including steroids, might have accumulated inside the hair shaft. A test like that would be a long shot for detecting steroids, and it isn't going to tell us if Wally got them from Fielding or knew Fielding or was murdered by him. But I'm willing to try anything because as I look around this cellar and see the shape of Fielding's body under a sheet on the floor, I want to know why. I have to know and won't accept that he was crazy, that he'd lost his mind. That's just not good enough. Returning to the pelican case near the stairs, I find a pair of knee pads and put them on before kneeling by the rounded blue sheet, and when I pull it back from Jack Fielding's face, I'm not prepared for how present he looks. That's the word that comes to mind. Present, as if he's still here, as if he's asleep but not well. There is nothing vital or vibrant about him, and my brain races through the details I'm seeing. The stiff strands of hair from the gel he used to hide his baldness, the red splotches on his face, which is puffy and pale, and I pull the sheet off, and it rustles as I move it out of my way. I sit back on the heels of my rubber boots and look him over, taking in his gelled, sandy brown hair that was thinning on top and gone in spots, and the dried blood around his ear and pooled under his head. I imagine Fielding pointing the barrel of the Glock inside his left ear and pulling the trigger. I try to get into his mind, try to conjure up his last thoughts. Why would he do that? Why his ear? The side of the head is common in gunshot suicides, but not the ear, and why his left side and not his right. Fielding was right-handed. I used to tease him about having what I called extreme-handedness because he couldn't do anything useful with his left hand, nothing that required any degree of dexterity or skill. He certainly didn't shoot himself in his left ear while holding the pistol in his right hand. Not unless he'd become a contortionist in my absence, and maybe that will be one more speculation everyone will come up with. But I need to check the angle. I point my right finger into my left ear canal as best I can, pretending my index finger is the barrel of the Glock. Things really aren't that bad, a deep voice says. It hasn't come to that, has it? General John Briggs says. I look up at him standing over me. His legs spread, his hands behind his back, big and bulky and bright yellow, but he's not wearing a face shield or gloves or a hard hat, his face ruggedly compelling hawk-like, it's been described as, and shadowed with stubble. He's a dark man, and no matter how often he shaves, he always looks as if he needs to. His eyes, the same dark gray as the titanium veneer on my building, his black hair thick with very little gray for his age, which is exactly 60. Colonel, he then says, and he squats next to me and picks up the flashlight I was using earlier and had left upright on the stone floor. I imagine you're wondering the same thing I am. He turns on the light. I seriously doubt it, I reply as he shines the light inside Fielding's left ear. I'm wondering where he was, Briggs says, looking for high-velocity spatter, something to indicate if he was right here. Because why? Was he standing by his cryogenic freezer and just stuck a gun in his ear? I take the light from him so I can direct it where I want as I look inside Fielding's ear. And mostly what I see is dark, dried blood that is crusty. But as I lean closer, I can make out the small black entrance wound, a contact wound, and that is elongated. It is angled. A large amount of blood is under his head, a dried pool of it that is thick and looks sticky because the cellar is moist, and I smell blood that is beginning to break down. The sweetish, foul odor that is faint, and I detect alcohol. It wouldn't surprise me if Fielding was drinking in the end. Whether he shot himself or someone else did, he probably was compromised. And I remember the big SUV with the xenon lights that tailed Benton and me some 16 hours ago while we were driving through a blizzard to the CFC. The current assumption is that Fielding was in that SUV, that it was his navigator and he'd removed the front plate so we couldn't tell who was behind us. Nobody has satisfactorily offered why he might have decided to tail Benton and me or how he managed to disappear instantly, seemingly into thin air. After Benton stopped in the middle of the snowy road in hopes whoever was on our bumper would pass us. I seem to be the only one consumed by the fact that Outwall Technologies is very close to the area where the big SUV with xenon lights and fog lamps vanished, and if someone had a gate opener or code to that place or was familiar to the private police, that person could have tucked the navigator in there, rather much like vanishing in the Batcave, is how I described it to Benton, who didn't seem impressed. Why would Jack Fielding have that kind of access to Outwall? I asked Benton as we were driving here. Even if he was involved with some of the people who work there, would he have access to its parking lot? Could he have pulled in so quickly and been confident the private police who patrol the grounds would have been fine with it, with all the white-painted surfaces in here? Briggs is saying to me, you'd think we could find something that might indicate where the shooting occurred. I look at Fielding's hands. They are as cold as the stone in the cellar, and he is completely rigorous. As muscle-bound as he is, it is like moving the arms of a marble statue as I shine the flashlight on his thick, strong hands, examining them, noting his clean, trimmed nails, and surprised by them. I expected them to be dirty, as crazy and out of control as everyone believes he was. I notice his calluses, which he's always had from using free weights in the gym or working on his cars or doing home repairs. It appears he died holding the pistol in his left hand, or it is supposed to look like he did. His fingers curled tightly, and the impression in his palm made by the Glock's non-slip stippled grip. but I don't notice a fine mist of blood that might have blown back on his skin when he pulled the trigger. Back spatter is an artifact that can't be staged or faked. We'll do GSR on his hands, I comment, and I notice that Fielding isn't wearing his wedding band. The last time I saw him, he had it on, but that was in August, and he was still living with his family, from what I understand. The muzzle of the gun had blood, Briggs tells me. Internal muzzle staining from blood being sucked in. The phenomenon is caused by explosive gases when the barrel of a gun is pressed against the skin and fired. The ejected cartridge case, I inquire. Over there, he indicates an area of the whitewashed floor about 5 feet from Fielding's right knee. And the gun? In what position? I slide my hands under Fielding's head and feel the hard lump of jagged metal under the scalp above his right ear, where the bullet exited his skull and is trapped under his skin, still gripped in his left hand. I'm sure you noticed the way his fingers are curled and the impression of the grip in his palm. We had to pry the gun out of his hand. I see. So he shot himself with his left hand even though he's right-handed. Not impossible, but unusual, and he either was already lying right here on the floor when he did it, or fell with the gun still gripped in his hand. A cadaveric spasm, and he clenched it hard, and fell neatly on his back just like this. Well, that's quite a thing to imagine. You know me and cadaveric spasms, John. They do happen. Like winning the lottery, I answer. That happens too, just never to me. I feel fractured bone shift beneath my fingers as I gently palpate Fielding's head and envision a wound path that is upward and slightly back to front, the bullet lodging approximately 3 inches from the lower angle of his right jaw. He shot himself like this? I turn my left hand into a gun again and point my purple nitrile-gloved index finger at an awkward angle, as if I'm going to shoot myself in the left ear. Even if he held the pistol in his left hand when he wasn't left-handed, it's slightly awkward and unusual. The way my elbow has to be down and behind me, don't you think? And I might expect a fine mist of back spatter on his hand. Of course, these things aren't set in stone, I say inside Fielding's white-painted stone cellar. Odd thing about shooting yourself in the ear, I comment, is people generally are squeamish because of the anticipated noise, not rational, because you're about to die anyway, but it's human nature. Like shooting yourself in the eye, almost nobody does. You and I need to talk, Kay Briggs says, and most of all the timing of when the cryogenic freezer was gone into, I then say, and the space heater turned on and what was burned upstairs, possibly Erica Donahue's stationery. If Jack did all that before he killed himself, then why is there no semen or broken glass on the floor under him? I'm manipulating Fielding's big body and he is dead weight, completely stiff and unwilling as I move him a little, looking under him at a floor that is white and clean. If he came down here and broke all these test tubes and then shot himself in the ear, there should be glass and semen under his body. It's all around him, but none under him. There's a shard of glass in his hair. I pick it out and look at it. Someone broke all this after he was dead, after he was already lying here on the floor. He could have gotten glass in his hair when he broke test tubes, violently smashed everything, Briggs says, and he sounds patient and kind for him. He almost seems to feel sorry for me. My insecurities again. Do you have your mind made up, John? You and everyone else? I look up into his compelling face. You know damn better than that, he says. We have a lot to talk about, and I'd rather not do it here in front of the others. When you're ready, I'll be next door. The power came back on in Salem Neck at about 2:30, about the time I was finishing with Jack Fielding, kneeling next to him on that cold stone floor until my feet started tingling and my knees were aching and burning despite the pads I had on. The flush-mounted lights in his old, outdated kitchen are illuminated. The house quite chilly, but with the promise of warmth in the forced air I feel coming out of floor vents as I walk around in my tactical boots and field clothes and jacket, having taken off my protective gear except for disposable gloves. The white porcelain sink is filled with dishes, and the water is scummy with soap, a coagulated slick of yellowish grease floating on it, and the sheer yellow curtain covering the window over the sink is stained and dingy. Wherever I look, I find remnants of food and garbage and hard drinking, and am reminded of the squalor of countless scenes I've worked, of their rot and spoilage, their musty, mildewy smells, of how often it is that the life preceding the death was the real crime. Fielding's last months on Earth were far more tortured than he deserved, and I can't accept that he wanted anything he made for himself. This is not what he scripted for his ultimate destiny. It's not what he was born to, and I continue thinking of that favorite phrase of his when he would remind me he wasn't born to this or born to that, especially if I asked him to do something he found distasteful or boring. I pause by a wooden table with two wooden chairs beneath a window that faces the icy street and the choppy, dark blue water beyond it, and the table is deep in old newspapers and magazines that I spread around with my gloved hand. The Wall Street Journal, the Boston Globe, the Salem News, as recent as Saturday, I note, and I recall seeing several papers covered with ice on the sidewalk in front, as if they were tossed there and no one brought them inside the house before the big storm. There are about half a dozen men's health magazines, and I notice the mailing labels are for Fielding's Concord address. The January and February issues were forwarded here, as was a lot of other mail in the pile I sift through. I recall that Fielding's rental of the house in Concord began almost a year ago, and based on the clutter and furniture I recognize as his and what I've been told about his domestic problems, it would make sense that he didn't renew the lease. He relocated to a drafty antique house that is completely lacking in charm because of the rundown condition it's in. And while I can imagine what he envisioned when he fell in love with the place, something changed for him. What happened to you? I look around at the squalor he's left in his wake. Who were you in the end? I envision his dead hands and remember their coldness and their rigor and how heavy they felt as I held them. They were clean, his nails well kempt, and that very small detail doesn't seem to fit with everything else I'm seeing. Did you make this appalling mess? Or did someone else? Has some other person who is slovenly and crazed been inside your house? But I also know that consistency really is the hobgoblin of little minds, that what Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote is true. People aren't easily explained or defined, and what they do isn't always consistent. Fielding may very well have been falling apart along with everything around him, but was still vain enough to have good hygiene. It could be true, but I'm not going to know. His CT scan, his autopsy won't tell me. There's so much I won't know, including why he never told me about his place in Salem. Benton says that Fielding purchased the house right after he moved to Massachusetts, which was a year ago this past January, but he never mentioned it to me. I'm not sure he was hiding anything criminal he was up to or intended to be up to, but rather I have a feeling he wanted something that was just his, something that didn't concern me and that I had no opinion about and wasn't going to improve or change or help him with. He didn't want my mentoring him as he set about to turn an 18th century sea captain's safe harbor into his own, or into an investment or whatever he originally dreamed of having all to himself. If that's the truth, then how sad I think as I look out at water sparkling like sapphires, rolling and crashing against the gray, rocky shore across the icy, sandy street. I walk through a wide opening that once had pocket doors into a dining room of exposed dark oak beams in a white plaster ceiling that is water-stained, noting that the tarnished brass hanging onion lantern belongs in an entryway, not over the walnut table, which is dusty and surrounded by chairs that don't match and need new upholstery. I don't blame Fielding for not wanting me here. I'm too critical, too sure of my goddamn good taste and informed opinions, and it's no wonder I drove him to distraction. Not just an enabler, but also a bad mother when I had no right to even be a good one. It wasn't my place to be anything to him except a responsible boss, and if he were here, I would tell him I'm sorry. I would ask him to forgive me for knowing him and caring, because what help was it? What damn good did I do? I focus on a disturbed area of dust at one end of the table, where someone was eating or working, perhaps where the Olivetti typewriter was, and the chair in front of it is in better shape than the others. Its faded, threadbare red velvet cushion is intact and probably safe to sit on, and I think about Fielding in here typing. I try to place him at this table with its old casement windows, the view in here a dreary one of the gravel drive, and it's impossible for me to envision him hunched over in a small chair beneath a hanging lantern, typing a 2-page letter over and over on engraved watermarked paper until he had a final version that was flawless. Fielding and his big, impatient fingers, and he was never much of a typist, was self-taught, what he called hunt and pick instead of hunt and peck. And the point of that document supposedly from Erica Donahue is illogical if it came from him. Considering the condition Fielding was in, based on what Benton saw when he met with him last week in my office. It doesn't seem plausible to me that my deputy chief would have gone to such lengths to set up and frame a Harvard student for Mark Bishop's homicide. Why would Fielding have killed that 6-year-old boy? I don't buy what Benton says that Fielding was killing himself as a child when he drove nails into Mark Bishop's head. Fielding was putting an end to his own childhood of abuse, Benton told me, and I'm not persuaded. But I have to remind myself that there are many things in life that make sense to the people who are doing them while the rest of us never figure it out. Even when we're told why, the explanation often doesn't fit with any template that has rhyme or reason. I pause before a casement window, not quite ready to leave this room and enter the next one, where I can hear Briggs walking around in his desert boots. He is talking to someone on his phone, and I pull out mine to check my text messages and see that there is one from Bryce. Can you call Evelyn? I try her in the trace evidence lab and another microscopist answers, a young scientist named Matthew. You anywhere near a computer? Matthew's voice, confident and tense with excitement. Evelyn's just down the hall in the ladies' room, but we want to send you something totally weird, and I keep thinking it's a mistake or like the weirdest contamination ever. You know, a hair is about 80,000 nanometers, right? So imagine something 4 nanometers. In other words, a hair would be 20,000 times the diameter of what we found. And it's not organic, even though the elemental fingerprint is mostly pure carbon, but we've also detected trace residues of what appears to be phencyclidine. You found PCP? I interrupt his breathless talk. PCP, angel dust, a really trace amount, just a minuscule amount using FTIR. At a magnification of 100, just plain old light microscopy, and you can see the granules and a lot of other microscopic debris, especially cotton fibers, on the backing of the pain-relieving patch. Okay? Probably some of these granular structures are PCP, maybe Nuprin Motrin too, whatever the patch originally was, possibly other chemicals there. Matthew, slow down. Well, at 150,000 X with SEM, you'll see what I'm talking about as big as a bread box. Dr. Scarpetta, what we want to send you. Go ahead, and if nothing else, I'll go out to the truck and log in. Send PDFs, though, and I'll try on my iPhone. What are you talking about exactly? Sort of like buckyballs, like a dumbbell made out of buckyballs but with legs. It's definitely man-made, about the size of a strand of DNA, like I said, 4 nanometers and pure carbon except for whatever it was meant to deliver. And also traces of polyethylene glycol that we're conjecturing was the outer coating for what was meant to be delivered. Explain the meant to deliver part. Something built on nanoscale to deliver a trace amount of PCP or what? This isn't my area, obviously. And we don't have an AFM, an atomic force microscope here, hint hint. Because I'd say we've just entered a new day where we have to start looking for things like this, things you might need to magnify millions of times. And in my opinion, something like an AFM would have to have been used to assemble this, do the nanoassembly, to manipulate the nanotubes, the nanoparticles. While you're trying to get them to stick together, using a nanoprobe or whatever, well, we could probably handle a lot of this with SEM, but an AFM would be a good idea if this is what's headed down the pike and about to slam into us head-on, Dr. Scarpetta. You don't know what you've found, but it's a nanobot of some type, possibly in your opinion, for the delivery of a drug or drugs. You found one on the film backing that was in the lab coat pocket? I don't say whose lab coat. Just one admixed with the particulate and fibers and other debris because we didn't analyze the entire piece of film, just the specimen we mounted on a stub. The rest of the plastic film's at fingerprints right now, and then it's going to DNA, then to GC mass spec, Matthew says, and it's broken or degraded. What is? The nanobot, or it looks broken, or maybe it's deteriorating like it was supposed to have 8 legs, but I'm seeing 4 on one side and 2 on the other. I'm emailing this to you now, a couple photographs we took so you can see it for yourself. I'm able to pull up the images on my iPhone, and it is an inexplicable feeling to note the eerie symmetry, to have it enter my mind that the nanobot looks like a molecular version of a micro-mechanical fly. I can't know if Lucy's holy grail of flybots looks like this nanobot magnified thousands of times, but the artificial structure in the photographs is insect-like with its grayish, buckyball elongated body. The delicate nanowire arms or legs that are still intact are bent at right angles with gripper-like appendages on the tips, possibly for grabbing onto the walls of cells or burrowing into blood vessels or organs to find the target, in other words, and adhere to it while delivering medicine or perhaps illegal drugs destined for certain brain receptors. No wonder Johnny Donahue's drug screen was negative, it occurs to me. If nanobots were added to his sublingual allergy extracts, or better yet, to his corticosteroid nasal spray, the drugs might have been below the level of detection. More astonishingly, the drugs may not have penetrated the blood-brain barrier at all, but would have been programmed to bind to receptors in the frontal cortex. If the drugs never entered the bloodstream, they wouldn't have been excreted in urine. They wouldn't have ended up in hair. And that's the point of nanotechnology's use in medicine, to treat diseases and disorders with drugs that aren't systemic and therefore are less harmful. As is true with everything else, whatever can be used for good, most assuredly, will be used for evil. Fielding's living room is bare floors and walls, and stacked almost to the ceiling are dusty brown boxes, all the same size, with the moving company Gentle Giant's logo on the sides, scores of cartons in cubed piles, as if they've never been touched since they were carried in here. In the midst of this cardboard bunker, Briggs sits, reminding me of a Matthew Brady photograph of a Civil War general, in his muted sandy green fatigues and boots, a Mac notebook in his lap, his broad-shouldered back straight against the straight-back chair. I decide it would be like him to sit and make me stand, to choreograph our conversation so I feel small and subservient to him. But he gets up and I tell him, no, thank you, I'll stand. So both of us do, moving to a window where he places his laptop on a sill. I find it interesting he has a wireless network in here, Briggs says right off, looking out at the view of the ocean and the rocks across the icy street that is covered with tan sand. With all you've seen in here, would you expect him to have wireless? Maybe he wasn't the only person in here. Maybe. At least you'll entertain the possibility. That's more than anybody else seems to be doing. I place my iPhone on the windowsill so he can see what is in the small display, and he looks at it, and then he looks away. Imagine two types of nanobots, he says, as if he's talking to someone on the other side of the wavy old window, as if his attention is out there on the sunlight and sparkling water and not on the woman standing next to him. A woman who always feels young and insecure with him, no matter her age or who she grew up to become. A nanobot that is biodegradable, he says, that vanishes at some point after delivering a minute dose of a psychoactive drug, and then a second type of nanobot that self-replicates. I always feel like someone else with Briggs, someone other than myself, and as I stand next to him, our sleeves touching and feeling his heat, I think of the wonderful and the terrible ways he has shaped me. The self-replicating one is what worries us most. Imagine if you got something like that inside you, he says, and what's inside me is the irresistible force that is General John Briggs, and I understand what Fielding felt and how much he must have revered and resented me. I understand how awful and wonderful it is to be overwhelmed by someone like a drug, it occurs to me. An addiction you desperately want to get over and desperately want to keep. Briggs will always have the same effect on me, I think. I won't get over it in this life. And the self-replicating nanobot enables the sustained release of something like testosterone, Briggs says. And I feel his energy, the intensity of him, and I'm aware of how close we are standing to each other, drawn to each other, just as we've always been and should never have been. A drug like PCP couldn't replicate, of course, so that would be a dead-end hit. Would be repeated only as the subject repeats his or her nasal spray or injections or applies a new transdermal patch impregnated with biodegradable nanobots. But something your body naturally produces could be programmed to replicate, so the nanobot is replicating, flowing freely through the body, through your arteries, latching onto target areas like the frontal cortex of your brain, without the need of a battery, self-propelled and replicating. Briggs looks at me and his eyes are hard, but there is something in them that he's always held for me, an attachment that is as constant as it is conflicted. I'm vividly reminded of who we were at Walter Reed, when our futures held mystery and limitless possibility, when he was older and profoundly formidable to me, and I was a prodigy. He called me Major Prodigy, and then I returned from South Africa and went to Richmond, and he didn't call me at all, not for years. What we had with each other was complex and unfathomable, and I'm reminded all over again when I'm with him. We wouldn't need wars anymore, he says. Not the sort of wars you and I know, Kay. We're on the threshold of a new world where our old wars will seem easy and humane. Jack Fielding wasn't that kind of scientist, I reply. He didn't manufacture those patches and probably would have been extremely resistant and unnerved had someone attempted to entice him into using drugs delivered by nanobots. I would be stunned if he even knew what a nanobot is, or would have a clue this was what he was letting loose in his system. He probably thought he was taking some new form of steroid. A designer steroid, something that would help him in his bodybuilding, help alleviate his chronic pain from decades of overuse, help him fight aging. He hated getting older. Getting old wasn't an option to him. Well, he won't have to worry about it. No, he won't, that's for sure. What I say is, I don't accept that he killed himself because he didn't want to get old. I haven't accepted he killed himself, and have extreme doubts about it. I understand you got an exposure to one of his patches, Briggs then says, and I'm sorry about that. But if you hadn't, you wouldn't know the rest of it. K. Scarpetta High. Now that's quite a thought. I'm sorry I wasn't there to see that. Benton must have told him. This is what we're up against, Kay, Briggs says. Our brave new world, what I call neuroterrorism, what the Pentagon is calling it. The big fear. Make us crazy, and you win. Make us crazy enough and we'll kill ourselves, saving the bad guys the trouble. In Afghanistan, give our troops opium, give them benzodiazepines, give them hallucinogenics, something to take the edge off their boredom, and then see what happens when they climb into their choppers and fighter jets and tanks and Humvees. See what happens when they come home addicts, come home deranged. Outwall, I comment. We're developing weapons like this. We aren't. That's not what DARPA's paying all these millions for, damn it. But someone at Otwall is, and we don't think it's just one. A cell of superbrains engaging in experiments not authorized or approved, and in fact, as dangerous as it gets. I assume you know who? Damn kids, he says, gazing out at the bright afternoon. 17, 18, with IQs off the charts and full of passion, but nothing home up here. He taps his forehead. I don't need to tell you about boys especially. Their frontal lobes not done, like a half-baked cookie until they're in their early to mid-20s, and yet there they are, fucking around in nanotech labs or with superconductors and robotics and synthetic biology, you name it. Difficult enough we give them guns and throw them into stealth bombers, but we have rules, he says in a hard tone. We have structures, regimens, leadership, the strictest of supervision, but what the hell do you think goes on at a place like Outwall, where the objective isn't national security and discipline but money and ambition? Those damn whiz kids like Johnny Donahue and his gang over there don't know shit about Afghanistan or Pakistan or Iraq. For Christ's sake, they've never set foot on a military base. I don't see Jack's connection to it beyond his teaching martial arts to a few of them. The sky is a spotless, deep turquoise, and below it, the blue ocean heaves. He got tangled up with them, and my guess is unwittingly became a science project. You know all too well what goes on with research projects and clinical trials. Only the type we're familiar with are supervised and strictly monitored by human study review boards. So where do you get volunteers if you're an 18-year-old Harvard or MIT technical engineer at Otwall? We can only guess that Jack made his contacts likely through the gym, through taekwondo. All of us are painfully aware of his lifelong problems with substance abuse, mainly steroids, so now someone is going to deliver the elixir of life, the fountain of youth through pain-relieving patches, but he sure as hell didn't get what he bargained for. Neither did Wally Jameson, Mark Bishop, or Eli Goldman. Wally Jameson didn't work at Otwall. For a while he dated someone who does. Dawn Kincaid, another one of the neuro-terrorists over there. Johnny Donahue's best friend, I say. And where is she right now, I ask. It seems everyone you've mentioned is dead except her. I feel an alarm going off inside me. Missing in action, Briggs says. Didn't show up at Otwall yesterday or today. Supposedly is on vacation. I'm sure, exactly. We'll find her and get the rest of the story because no question she's going to be the one to tell it, since her expertise is nanoengineering, nanoscale chemical synthesis. Based on what we've learned, she's likely the one developing these nasty little nanobots that found their way to Jack Fielding and turned him into a Mr. Hyde, to put it mildly. Mr. Hyde, I repeat, the same thing Erica Donahue says happened to her son, I point out. Only I doubt Johnny killed anyone. He didn't kill that boy. You're convinced Jack did. Out of control, Sloppy, Briggs says. And then he killed Eli. My comment hangs in the air, and I wonder if it sounds as hollow to Briggs as it does to me. I wonder if he can hear how strongly I don't believe it. You realize this is because of the damn swine flu? He continues staring out at the day, blazing beyond dusty old glass. If the stepdaughter's biological father hadn't gotten sick, Liam Saltz wouldn't have had the pleasure of giving her away at her wedding. And he wouldn't have come to the US, to Cambridge, to Norton's Woods at the last minute, and Jack wouldn't have had to stab Eli in the back with a damn injection knife to stop him from telling Dr. Saltz what you're telling me. We can't ask Jack, unfortunately. Maybe I could understand it if Eli was going to tell Dr. Saltz or someone that Jack was selling semen he was stealing from dead bodies. Maybe that would be a motive. We don't know what Eli knew, but he likely was aware of Jack and his drugs, obviously was well enough acquainted with him to have one of his guns. That must have been a bad feeling when Jack found out from the Cambridge police that the dead man had a Glock on him with an eradicated serial number. Sounds like Marino's filled you in. Told you all this as if it's an irrefutable case history. And it's not. It's a theory. We don't have tangible evidence that Jack killed anyone. He knew he was in trouble. That much, I think, is safe to say, Briggs replies. As much as anything is safe to say, I agree he wouldn't have removed the Glock from the lab had he not feared he had a problem. My question is whether he was covering for himself or for someone else. He knew damn well we'd restore the serial number, that we'd trace the pistol to him. We, I reply. I've been hearing that word a lot of late. I know how you feel about it. Briggs plants his hands on the windowsill and leans forward, as if his lower back aches. You think I'm trying to take something away from you? You believe it? He smiles grimly. Captain Avalone came here last fall. Someone that junior so it wouldn't raise suspicions? Exactly, to appear casual. An informal drop-in while she was on her way somewhere else. When the fact is we were hearing things we didn't like about how your second-in-command was running the CFC. And I don't need to tell you we have a vested interest. The AFME does, DOD does, a lot of people do. It isn't yours to ruin. It isn't mine at all, I answer. Obviously, I did a terrible job before I even started. You haven't done a terrible job. He cuts me off. I'm just as much to blame you picked Jack, or better put, gave in to his wish to come back, and I didn't get in your way, and I sure as hell should have. I didn't want to step on you, and I should have stepped all over you about that decision you made. I figured in 4 months you'd be home, and I honestly didn't imagine the havoc that man could cause in such a short period of time, but he was mixed up with the Otwall Technologies rat pack, doing drugs and losing it. Is that why you delayed my leaving Dover? So you could find time to replace the leadership at the CFC? Find time to replace me? I say it as bravely as I can. The opposite. To keep you out of it. I didn't want you tarred by it. I delayed you as many times as I could without an out-and-out abduction, and then the father of the bride in London gets the damn swine flu, and a dead body starts bleeding. And your niece shows up in her chopper at Dover, and I tried to get you to stay by offering to transport the body to Dover, but you wouldn't, and that was the end of it. And here we are again. Yes, again. We've been in our messes before, and we probably will again. You didn't send Lucy to pick me up. I did not. And I don't think she's likely to take orders from me. Thank God she never thought about enlisting, would end up in Leavenworth. You didn't ask her to bug my office. A suggestion made in passing so we could know exactly what Jack was doing. Your making a suggestion in passing is like a cannibal offhandedly inviting someone to dinner, I reply. Quite an analogy. People pay attention to your suggestions, and you know it. Lucy pays attention if it suits her. What about Captain Avalone? Did she conspire with Jack, conspire against me? Never. I told you why she showed up last November for her tour. She's quite loyal to you. So loyal that she told Jack about Cape Town. I surprised myself by saying it out loud. That never happened. Sophia knows nothing about Cape Town. Then how did Julia Gabriel know? When she was yelling at you? I see, he says, as if I've just answered a question I didn't know he'd asked. I stopped outside your door to have a word with you and could hear you talking on the phone, could hear you were somewhat intensely involved. She talked to me too. Talked to a number of people after getting word on the grapevine that we routinely extract semen at Dover, that every medical examiner's office does this routinely, which is utter bullshit. We would never do such a thing unless it was absolutely proper and approved. She got this impression because Jack was covertly doing that at the CFC, and had done so in the case of the man who got killed in a Boston taxicab on his wedding day, someone connected to Mrs. Gabriel's son. And I think you can understand how she got the idea that her son Peter should get the same special treatment. She knows nothing about me personally. She didn't mean it personally, you're sure? Why would you believe these negative things about you personally? he says. I think you know why, John? No damn way she was referring to anything specific. She's an angry, militant woman and was just venting when she called you the same names she called me, called several other people at Dover, bigots, racists, Nazis, fascists. A lot of staff got christened, a lot of ugly names that morning. Briggs steps back away from the window and collects his laptop off the sill, his way of saying he has to go. He can't have a conversation that lasts more than 20 minutes, and in fact the one we just had is lengthy for him and has tried his patience and gotten too close to too many things. One favor you could do for me that would be greatly appreciated, he says. Please stop telling people I thought Mort was the best thing since sliced bread. Benton, I think? I guess the two of them have gotten quite cozy. Not so, but I understand you're remembering it that way, and I'm sorry we butted heads about it, Briggs goes on. However, given a choice of a robot dragging a dead body off the battlefield and a living person risking his life and limb to do it, that's what I call a Sophie's choice. No good choice, only two bad ones. You weren't right, and I wasn't either. Then we'll leave it at that, I answer. Both of us made bad decisions. It's not like we hadn't made them before, he mutters. He walks with me out of the sea captain's house, passing through rooms I've already been in. Every space seems empty and depressing, as if there never was anybody home. It doesn't feel that Fielding ever lived here, just parked himself as he worked demonically on his renovations and labored secretly in his cellar, and I just don't know what drove him. Maybe it was money. He'd always wanted money and was never going to get it in our trade, and that bothered him about me too. I do better than most, I plan well, and Benton has his inheritance, and then there's Lucy, who is obscenely rich from computer technologies she's been selling since she was no older than the neuroterrorists Briggs just talked about. Thank God Lucy's inventions are legal as best I know. She's inside the CFC truck with Marino and Benton, and the yellow suits and hard hats are off and everyone looks tired. Anne has driven off in the van again, making another delivery to the labs while more evidence waits for her here. White boxes filled with white paper evidence bags. There's a package for you in your car, Briggs says to me in front of the others. The latest greatest level 4A armor, specifically designed for females in theater, which would be fine if you ladies would bother with the plates. If the vest isn't comfortable, I start to say. I think it is, but I'm built a little different from you. Problem's going to be if it won't completely close on the sides. We've seen that too many times. And the projectile finds that one damn opening. I'll try it out for you, Lucy offers. Good, Marino says to her. You put it on and I'll start shooting, see if it works. Or trauma from blunt force, which is what most people seem to forget about. I tell Briggs. The round doesn't penetrate the body armor, but if the blunt force from the impact goes as deep as 44 millimeters, it's not survivable. I haven't been to the range in a while, Lucy chats with Marino. Maybe we can borrow Watertown's. You been to their new one? I bowl with their range master. Oh yeah, your team of Cretans. What's it called? Gutter balls? Spare none, you should bowl with us sometime, Marino says to Briggs. Would it be acceptable to you, Colonel, if Evdil sends in backup scientists to help out at the CFC for God's sake? Briggs is saying to me. Since it seems we have an avalanche of evidence that just keeps coming. Any help would be greatly appreciated, I reply. I'll work on the vest right away. Get some sleep first, Briggs says it like an order. You look like hell, 22. Massachusetts Veterinary Referral Hospital has 24-hour emergency care, and although Sock doesn't seem to be in any distress as he snores curled up like a teacup dog, a chihuahua, or poodle that can fit in a purse, I need to find out what I can about him. It is almost dark, and Sock is in my lap, both of us in the back seat of the borrowed SUV driving north on I-95. Having identified the man who was murdered while walking Sock, I intend to bestow the same kindness toward the rescued race dog, because no one seems to know where he came from. Liam Saltz doesn't know and wasn't aware his stepson Eli had a greyhound or any pet. The superintendent of the apartment building near Harvard Square told Marino that pets aren't allowed. By all accounts, when Eli rented his unit there last spring, he didn't have a dog. This doesn't really need to be done tonight, Benton says as we drive, and I pet the greyhound's silky head and feel great pity for him. I'm careful about his ragged ears because he doesn't like them touched, and he has old scars on his pointed snout. He is quiet, like something mute. If only you could talk, I think. Dr. Kessel doesn't mind. We should just do it while we're out, I reply. I wasn't thinking about whether some vet minded or not. I know you weren't. As I stroke Sock and feel that I might want to keep him, I'm trying to remember the name of the woman who is Jet Ranger's nanny. Let's not go there. Lucy's never home either, and it works out just fine. I think it's Annette or maybe Lynette. I'll ask Lucy if Annette or Lynette could stop by during the day, maybe first thing each morning. Pick up Sock and take him to Lucy's place so he and Jet Ranger can keep each other company? Then Annette, or whatever her name is, could bring Sock back to Cambridge at night. What would be so hard about that? We'll find Sock a home when the time is right. Benton takes the Woburn exit, the sign illuminating an iridescent green as our headlights flash over it, and he slows down on the ramp. You're going to have a lovely home, I tell Sock. Secret Agent Wesley just said so. You heard him. The reason you can't have a dog is the same reason it's always been a bad idea, Benton's voice says from the dark front seat. Your IQ drops about 50 points. It would be a negative number then. -10 or something. Please don't start baby talk or gibberish or whatever it is you speak to animals. I'm trying to figure out where to stop for food for him. Why don't I drop you off and I'll run to a convenience store or market and pick up something? Benton then says. Nothing canned. I need to do some research first about brands, probably a small batch food for seniors because he's not a spring chicken. Speaking of, let's do chicken breasts, white rice, white fish like cod, maybe a healthy grain like quinoa. So I'm afraid you'll need a real grocery store. I think there's a Whole Foods somewhere around here. Inside Mass Vet referral. I'm shown along a long, bright corridor lined with examination rooms, and the technician who accompanies us is very kind to Sock, who is rather sluggish, I notice. He is light on his small feet, slowly ambling along the corridor as if he's never run a race in his life and couldn't possibly— I think he's scared, I say to the tech. They're lazy. Who would think that of a dog that can run 40 miles an hour, I comment. When they have to, but they don't want to. They'd rather sleep on the couch. Well, I don't want to tug him and his tail's between his legs. Poor baby. The tech stops every other second to pet him. I suspect Dr. Kessel alerted the staff of the Greyhound's sad circumstances, and we've been shown nothing but consideration and compassion and quite a lot of attention, as if Sock is famous, and I sincerely hope he won't be. It wouldn't be helpful if news of him became public, becoming chatter on the internet and voyeurism or the usual tasteless jokes that seem to crop up around me. Do I take Sock to the morgue? Is Sock being trained as a cadaver dog? What does Sock do when I come home smelling like dead bodies? He doesn't have a fever, and his gums and teeth are healthy, his pulse and respiration are normal, and no sign of a heart murmur or dehydration. But I won't allow Dr. Kessel to draw blood or urine. We'll reserve a thorough checkup for another time, I suggest, because the dog doesn't need more trauma. Let him get to know me before he associates me with pain and suffering, I suggest to Dr. Kessel, a thin man in scrubs who looks much too young to have finished veterinary school. Using a small scanner he calls a wand, he looks for a microchip that might have been implanted under the skin of Sock's bony back as the dog sits on the examination table, and I pet him. Well, he's got one. A nice little RFID chip right where it ought to be over his shoulders, Dr. Kessel says as he looks at what appears in the wand's display. So what we have is an ID number, and let me give the National Pet Registry a quick call and we'll find out who this guy belongs to. Dr. Kessel makes the call and takes notes. Momentarily, he hands me a piece of paper with a phone number and the name Lost Sock. That's quite a name for a race dog, huh, boy? The vet says to him. Maybe he lived up to it and that's why he got put out to pasture. A 770 area code? Any idea? I don't know. He goes to a computer on a countertop and types the area code into a search field and says, Douglasville, Georgia, probably a vet's office there. You want to call from here and see if it's open? You're a long way from home, he says to Lost Sock, and I already know I won't call him that. You won't be lost ever again, I tell him as we return to the car, because I don't want to make the phone call in front of an audience. The woman who answers simply says hello as if I've reached a home number, and I tell her I'm calling about a dog that has this phone number on a microchip. Then he's one of our rescues, she says, and she has a southern drawl. Probably from Birmingham. We get a lot of them retired from the racetrack there. What's his name? I tell her. Black and white, 5 years old. Yes, that's correct, I reply. Is he all right? Not hurt or anything? He hasn't been mistreated. Curled up in my lap, he's fine. A sweetheart. But they all are. The nice thing about him is he's cat and small dog tolerant and does fine with children as long as they don't yank or tug on his ears. If you hold on a minute, I'll pull him up on my computer and see what I can find out about where he's supposed to be and with whom. I remember a student took him but can't think of her name. Up north. He was wandering loose or what, and where are you calling from? I know he's been trained and socialized, went through the program with flying colors. So you have a really nice dog, and I'm sure his owner must be just beside herself looking for him. Trained and socialized, I ask, as I think about Sock being owned by a female student. What program? Is your rescue group involved in a special program of some sort that takes greyhounds to retirement communities or hospitals? Something like that. Prisons, she says. He was released from the racetrack last July and went through our 9-week program where inmates do the actual training. In his case, he went to the Georgia prison for women in Savannah. I remember Benton telling me about the woman incarcerated in a prison located in Savannah. The therapist convicted of molesting Jack Fielding when he was a troubled boy and sent to live on a ranch near Atlanta. We got involved with them because they were already training bomb-sniffing dogs, and we thought, why not see if they want to do something a little more warm and fuzzy, the woman says, and I put her on speakerphone and turn up the volume, like taking one of these sweet babies. The inmate learns patience and responsibility, and what it feels like to be loved unconditionally, and the greyhound learns commands. Anyway, Lost Sock was trained by a female inmate at the Georgia prison for women who said she wanted him when she finally gets out. But I'm afraid that won't be for a while. He was then adopted by someone she recommended, the young woman in Massachusetts. Do you have something to write with? She gives me the name Dawn Kincaid and several phone numbers. The address is the one where we just were in Salem, Jack Fielding's house. I seriously doubt Dawn Kincaid lived there all of the time, but she may have been there often. I doubt she was living with Eli Goldman all of the time either. But it could be that he babysat her dog. Obviously, he knew her, both of them at Otwall, and I remember that Briggs said Dawn Kincaid's area of expertise was chemical synthesis and nanoengineering. Anyone who is an expert in nanoengineering likely would consider it child's play to rig a pair of headphones with hidden micro-audio and video recorders. She likely would have had easy access to Eli's headphones and portable satellite radio. She worked with him. Her dog was in his apartment, meaning she may have been a frequent visitor there. She may have stayed there. She might have a key. Bryce is still at the CFC when I reach him, and I tell him I made a photocopy of Erica Donahue's letter before it was submitted to the labs, and to please find the file and read the phone numbers. I jot them down and ask what's going on with the DNA lab. Working around the clock, Bryce says. I hope you're not coming back here tonight. Get some rest. Did Colonel Pruitt return to Dover? Or is he at the labs? I saw him a little while ago. He's here with General Briggs, and some of their people are coming from Dover. Well, they're your people too, I guess. Get hold of Colonel Pruitt and ask him if, per my directive, the profiles from the typewriter are going into CODIS immediately before everything else. Maybe they already have? He'll know what I mean. But what's really important is I want a familial search done, checking any profiles against Jack Fielding's exclusionary DNA, and a familial search done in CODIS that includes a comparison with the profile of an inmate at the Georgia prison for women in Savannah. Her name is Kathleen Lawler. I spell the name for him. A repeat offender. Where? The women's prison near Savannah, Georgia. Her DNA should be in the CODIS database. What's that got to? She and Jack had a child together, a girl. I want a familial search to see if we get a match with anything recovered. He what? He what with who? And the latent prints on the plastic film, I start to say. Okay, now you're scrambling my brains, Brace. Get unscrambled and be quiet, and you'd better be writing this down. I am boss. I want the prints from the film compared to Fielding and to me, and I want DNA done ASAP on that too. See who else might have touched the film? Maybe whoever made or altered the patch the film came from. And my guess is Otwall might print its employees have their prints on file over there. A place that, security-minded. It's really important we know exactly who supplied those tampered-with patches. Colonel Pruitt and General Briggs will understand all this. Next, I get Erica Donahue on the phone as Benton drives through Cambridge, taking the same roads Eli did the last time he walked here with Sock on Sunday, on his way to meet his stepfather, to blow the whistle on Otwall Technologies to a man who could do something about it. A welcome guest, meaning how often? I ask Mrs. Donahue after she tells me over speakerphone that Don Kincaid has been to the Donahue's home on Beacon Hill many times and is always a welcome guest. The Donahues adore her, for dinner or just dropping by, especially on the weekends. You know, she came up the hard way, had to work for everything, and has had so much misfortune, her mother killed in a car crash, and then her father dying tragically, I forget from what. Such a lovely girl, and she's always been so sweet to Johnny. They met when he started at Otwall last spring, although she's older, in a PhD program at MIT. Transferred from Berkeley, I believe, and just incredibly bright and so attractive. How do you know her? I'm afraid I don't. We've not met. Johnny's only friend, really. Certainly the closest one he's ever had. But not romantic, although I've hoped for it. But I don't think that will ever be. I believe she's seeing someone else at Otwall, a scientist she's working with there. Do you know his name? I'm sorry, I don't recall it if I ever knew. I think he's originally from Berkeley as well, and then ended up here because of MIT and Otwall, a South African. I've heard Johnny rather rudely refer to the Afrikaans nerd Dawn dates and some other names I won't repeat. And before that, it was a dumb jock, according to my son, who's a bit jealous. A dumb jock? I ask. A terribly rude thing to say about someone who died so tragically. But Johnny lacks tact. That's part of his unusualness. Do you know the name of the man who died? I don't remember. That football player they found in the harbor. Did Johnny talk about that case with you? You're not going to imply that my son had something to do with? I calmly reassure her I'm not implying anything of the sort, and I end the call as the SUV crunches through the frozen snow blanketing our Cambridge driveway. At the end of it, under the bare branches of a huge oak tree, is the carriage house, our remodeled garage, its double wooden doors illuminated in our headlights. You heard that for yourself, I say to Benton. It doesn't mean Jack didn't do it. It doesn't mean he didn't kill Wally Jameson or Mark Bishop or Eli Goldman, he says. We need to be careful. Of course we need to be careful. We're always careful. None of this you already knew? I can't tell you what a patient told me. But let's put it this way, what Mrs. Donahue just said is interesting, and I didn't say I'm convinced about Fielding. I'm saying we just need to be careful because we don't know certain things for a fact right now. But we will. I can promise you that. Everyone's looking for Don Kincaid. I'll pass this latest information along, Benton says, and what he's really saying is, there's nothing we can do about it or nothing we should do about it, and he's right. We can't go out like a two-party posse and track down Don Kincaid, who probably is 1,000 miles from here by now. Benton stops the SUV and points a remote at the garage. A wooden door rolls up, and a light goes on inside, illuminating his black Porsche convertible and 3 other empty spaces. He tucks the SUV next to his sports car, and I slip the lead over Sock's long, slender neck and help him out of my lap, then out of the back seat and into the garage, which is very cold because of the missing window in back. I walk Sock across the rubberized flooring and look through the gaping black square and at our snowy backyard beyond it. It is very dark, but I can make out disturbed snow, a lot of footprints, the neighborhood children again using our property as a shortcut, and that's going to stop. We have a dog, and I will get the backyard walled or fenced in. I will be the mean, crabby neighbor who doesn't allow trespassing. What a joke! I comment to Benton as we walk out of the detached garage and onto the slick, snowy driveway, the night sharply cold and white and very still. You decide to get an alarm system for the garage, so we have one that doesn't work and anybody could climb right in. When are we getting a new window? We head to the back door, walking carefully over crusty snow, which Sock clearly doesn't like, snatching his paws up as if he's walking over hot coals and shivering. Dark trees rock in the wind, the night sky scattered with stars, the moon small and bone-white high above the roofs and treetops of Cambridge. It sucks, he says, shifting the bag of groceries to his other arm as he finds the door key. I'll make sure to get them out here tomorrow. It's just, I haven't been around and someone has to be home. How big a deal to get fencing in back for Sock? So we can let him out and not be afraid he'll run off. You told me he doesn't like to run. Benton unlocks the door of the glassed-in porch. Beyond it are the dark shapes of trees in Norton's woods. The timber building with its 3-tiered metal roof hulks darkly against the night, no lights on inside. I feel sad as I look at the American Academy of Arts and Sciences headquarters and think of Liam Saltz and his slain stepson. I wonder if the maimed flybot is still out there somewhere, buried and frozen, no longer alive, as Lucy put it, because the sun can't find it. I have a funny feeling someone has it. Maybe the FBI, I decide. Maybe people from DARPA, from the Pentagon. Maybe Don Kincaid. I think we need boots for him, I say. They make little booties for dogs, and he needs something like that so he doesn't cut his paws on the ice and frozen snow. Well, he won't go very far in this cold. Benton opens the door and the alarm begins to beep. Trust me, you'll have a hard time making him go out in this weather. I hope he's housebroken. He needs a couple of coats. I'm surprised Eli or Dawn or whoever didn't have coats for him. Greyhounds need them up here. This really isn't the right part of the world for greyhounds, but it is what it is, Sock. You're going to be warm and well-fed and fine. Benton enters the code on the keypad and resets the alarm the instant he shut the door behind us, and Sock leans against my legs. You build a fire and I'm making drinks, I tell Benton. Then I'll cook chicken and rice or maybe switch to cod and quinoa, but not right now. He's been eating chicken and rice all day, and I don't want him sick. What would you like? Or maybe I should ask what's in the house. Some of your pizza's still in the freezer. I turn on lights and the stained glass windows in the stairwell are dark, but will be gorgeous from the outside, backlit by lights inside the house. I imagine the French wildlife scenes brilliantly lit up when I take Sock out at night, and how cheerful that will be. I imagine playing with him in the backyard in the spring and summer when it's warm and seeing the vibrant windows lit up at night, and of how peaceful and civilized that will be. Living on the edge of Harvard and coming home from the office to my old dog, and I'll plant a rose garden in back, and I think how good that sounds. Nothing to eat for me right now, Benton says, taking off his coat. First things first, a very strong drink, please. He goes into the living room and Sock's nails click against hardwood, then are silent on rugs as we pass from room to room and into the kitchen, where I feel him leaning against my legs as I open dark cherry cabinets above stainless steel appliances. Wherever I move, he moves and presses against me, pushing against the back of my legs as I get out tumblers, then ice from the freezer, and then a bottle of our very best scotch, a Glenmorangie single malt aged 25 years that was a Christmas gift from Jaime Berger. My heart aches as I pour drinks and think of Lucy and Jaime breaking up, and of people who are dead, and of what Fielding did to his life, and now he's dead. He'd been killing himself all along, and then someone finished it for him, stuck a Glock in his left ear and pulled the trigger, most likely when he was standing near the cryogenic freezer, where he stored ill-gotten semen before shipping it to wives, mothers, and lovers of men who died young. Who would Fielding trust so much as to allow the person into his cellar, to share his illegal venture capitalism with, to let borrow his sea captain's house and probably everything he owned? I remember what his former boss told me, the chief in Chicago. He commented he was glad Jack was moving to Massachusetts to be near family. Only he wasn't referring to Lucy, Marino, and me, not to any of us, not even to his current wife and their 2 kids. I have a feeling the chief meant someone I never knew existed before now, and if I weren't so selfish and egotistical, maybe the thought would have occurred to me sooner. How typical of me to assume such importance in Fielding's life, and he wasn't thinking of me at all when he told his former chief what he did about family. Fielding probably meant the daughter from his first love, probably the first woman he ever had sex with, the therapist at the ranch near Atlanta who bore his daughter and then gave her up just as Fielding was given up, a girl with genetic loading, as Benton put it, that would land her in prison if she didn't end up dead. And she moved here last year from Berkeley, and then Fielding moved back here from Chicago. 1978, I say, as I walk into the dark, cozy living room of built-in bookcases and exposed old beams. The lights are out, and a fire crackles and glows on the brick hearth, and sparks swarm as Benton moves a log with the poker. She would be about Lucy's age, about 31. I hand him a tumbler of scotch, a generous pour with only a few cubes of ice. The whiskey looks coppery in the firelight. Do you think it's her? That Dawn Kincaid is his biological daughter? Because I do. I hope you didn't already know about her. I promise I didn't, if it's true. You really weren't focused on Dawn Kincaid or a child Fielding had with the woman in prison. I really wasn't. You need to remember how recent this all has been, Kay. We settle next to each other on the sofa and then Sock settles in my lap. Fielding wasn't on anybody's radar until last week, at least not for anything criminal, nothing violent. But I should have gone to the trouble to find out about the baby adopted, Benton says, and he sounds slightly angry with himself. I know I would have eventually, and I hadn't yet because it didn't seem important. In the grand scheme of things, and at the time, it wasn't. I'm not trying to put you on the defensive. I knew from the records I reviewed that the baby, a girl, was given up for adoption while the mother was in prison the first time. An adoption agency in Atlanta, he says. Maybe like some adopted children, she set about to find out who her biological parents were. As smart as she is, that probably wasn't hard. Christ. Benton takes a swallow of scotch. It's always the one thing you think doesn't matter, the one thing you think can wait. I know. That's almost always how it works out. The detail you don't want to bother with. We sit on the sofa, looking at the fire, and Sock is curled up on top of me. He is attached to me. He won't let me out of his sight. He has to be touching me as if he's certain I'll disappear and he'll be abandoned in a run-down house again where horrible things happen. I think there is a very good probability that's what the DNA is going to tell us about Dawn Kincaid, Benton continues in a flat tone. I wish we could have known it before, but there wasn't a reason to look. You don't have to keep saying that. Why would you have looked? What would a baby he fathered when he was a teenager have to do with what's gone on? Obviously, it might have. 2020 hindsight. I knew he was writing Kathleen Lawler, emailing her, but there's nothing criminal about that, nothing even suspicious, and no mention of anyone by the name of Dawn, just an interest they had in common. I recall that phrase. The interest they shared, I thought he fucking meant crime. Maybe their old crime and how it changed who they were forever. That was the interest they had in common. He says ruefully, trying to figure it out as he talks. Now I have to wonder if the interest they shared might be their child, might even be Dawn Kincaid. Just unfortunate that Jack never got past that part of his life, that he was still connected to Kathleen Lawler, and probably she to him. And then a daughter who got his intelligence, his good parts and his bad parts, and the mother's good and really bad parts. And who the hell knows all the places that daughter's been bounced around to, but never lived with her father, who I suspect she never knew while she was growing up. Of course, this is complete speculation on our part. Not really. It's like an autopsy. Most of the time it tells me what I already know. I'm afraid we might know. I'm afraid we really might, and it's a horror story, really. Talk about bad seed and the sins of the father. Some would say it was the sins of the mother in this case. I should make some phone calls, Benton says as he drinks and sits in front of the fire staring into it. He is angry with himself. He can't tolerate missing that one thing, as he calls it. In his mind, he should have made it a burning priority to track down a baby born to a woman in prison more than 30 years ago, and that really is unreasonable. Why would he think it mattered? Jack never mentioned Dawn Kincaid to me, or a daughter who was given up for adoption. Absolutely nothing like that. I had no idea. The whiskey has heated me up, and I pet Sock, feeling the bumps of his ribs, like a washboard, and feeling the sadness that has settled inside me and won't go away. I seriously doubt she ever lived with him until maybe very recently, don't see how. Not in Richmond, absolutely not. And it's unlikely his wives would have allowed a daughter from that early criminal liaison to be part of their lives, assuming they knew. He probably didn't tell them, except to allude to his difficulty with cases involving dead children. If he even said that much to the women in his life, he said it to you. I wasn't just a woman in his life, I was his boss. That's not all. Please, not again, Benton. Really? It's getting to be ridiculous. I know you're in a mood and both of us are tired. It's the thought of you not being honest with me. I don't care what you did back then. I don't have a right to care about what you did before we were together. Well, you do care, and you have a right to care about anything you want. But how many times do I have to tell you? I remember the first time we socialized. How dated that sounds, no pun intended, like two people on a Sunday night in the 50s. I reach for his hand. 1988, that Italian place in the Fan, remember Joe's? Every time I was out with the cops, that's where we'd end up. Nothing like a big plate of baked spaghetti after a homicide scene. You hadn't been the chief long. Benton talks to the fire and he strokes my hand gently, both of our hands resting on top of Sock. I asked you about Jack because you were so industrious about him, so vigilant, so focused, and I thought it was unusual. The more I probed, the more evasive you got. I've never forgotten it. It wasn't because of him, I answer. It was because of the way I felt about me. Because of Briggs, not an easy man to be under. And I don't mean that the way it just came out. Not that you would necessarily be the one under him or anyone, probably on top. Please don't be snide. I'm teasing you, and both of us are too tired and frayed around the edges for teasing. I apologize. What happened is my fault anyway. I won't blame him or anyone, I continue. But he was God back then to someone like me. I was really very sheltered. I think all I'd ever done was go to school, study, consumed by residencies, Lord, how many years of them, like a long dream of working hard and rarely sleeping, and of course doing what I was told by people in authority. In the early days, hardly questioning it, because I felt I didn't deserve to be a doctor. I should have run my father's small grocery store, been a wife and mother, lived simply like everyone else in my family. John Briggs was the most powerful person you'd ever come across. I can see why, Benton says, and I sense he might know Briggs better than I've imagined. I wonder how much they've talked these past 6 months, not only about Fielding but about everything. Please don't be threatened by him. I'm saying as I wonder what Benton knows about Briggs and, most of all, what Benton knows about me. My past with him doesn't matter anymore, and it was about my perception anyway. I needed him to be powerful. I needed that back then, because your father was anything but powerful. All those years he was ill with you taking care of him, taking care of everyone. You wanted someone who would take care of you for once. And when you get what you want, guess what happens? John took terrible care of me, or it would be more accurate if I said that I took terrible care of myself. I knew better yet, was persuaded to go against my conscience and to be led into something that wasn't right. Politics, Benton says, as if he knows. What would you know about what happened back then? I look at him, and shadows move on his keenly handsome face in the firelight. I think it's something like 2 years' service for every year of medical or law school paid for by the military. So unless my math is really bad, you owed the U.S. government 8 years of service with the Air Force, more specifically, the AFIP, AFME, 6. I finished Hopkins in 3 years. Okay, that's right. But you served what? A year? And every time I've asked about it, you give me the same song and dance about the AFIP wanting to set up a fellowship program in Virginia, and they decided to plant you there as chief. We did start an AFIP fellowship program. In those days, there weren't that many offices if you were AFIP and wanted to specialize in forensics, so we added Richmond. And now, of course, YUS, the CFC, will be gearing up for that soon. Any minute I've got to get that going. Politics, Benton says again as he takes a drink of scotch. You've always felt guilty about something, and for the longest time I thought it was Jack. Because you'd had an affair with him, repeating his original injury. A powerful woman in charge of him has sex with him, victimizing him again, returning him to the scene of the original crime. For you, that would have been unpardonable. Except I didn't. You promise. I promise. Well, you did something. He's not going to stop until we have it before us. Yes, I did, but it was before Jack, I answer. You did what you were ordered to do, Kay. And you've got to let it go, he says, because he knows. It's obvious he does. I never told their families, I reply. And Benton doesn't say anything. The 2 women murdered in Cape Town. I couldn't call their families and tell them what really happened. They think it was racism gang members during apartheid. A high crime rate of blacks killing whites suited certain political leaders back then. They wanted it to be true. The more, the better. Those leaders are gone now, Kay. You should make your phone calls, Benton. Call Douglas or whoever and tell them about Dawn Kincaid and who she probably is and the tests I've ordered. The Reagan administration is long gone, Kay. Benton's going to make me talk about it, and I'm convinced it's been talked about before. Briggs probably said something to him because Briggs knows damn well how haunted I am. What I did isn't long gone, I reply. You didn't do a damn thing that was wrong. You had nothing to do with their deaths. I don't have to know all the details to say that much, Benton says as he laces his fingers in mine, our joined hands gently rising and sinking in rhythm to Sock's breathing. I feel as if I had everything to do with it, I answer. You didn't, he says. Other people did, and you were forced to be silent. Do you know how often it is I can't tell what I know? My whole life has been like that. The alternative is to make things worse. That's the test. Does telling make it worse and cause others to be persecuted and killed? Primum non nocere. First, do no harm. That's what I weigh everything against, and I sure as hell know you do the same. I don't want to lecture right now. Do you think she did it? I ask as Sock breathes slowly, contentedly, as if he's lived here always in his home. Killed all of them? Now, I'm wondering. He looks at his drink and it turns the color of honey in the firelight. To put Jack out of his misery? She probably hated him, Benton says. That's why she would have been drawn to him, wanted to get to know him as an adult if that's what she did. Well, I don't think he shackled Wally Jameson in his cellar and hacked him to death. If Wally came to the house in Salem willingly, probably it was upon Dawn's invitation to see her. Maybe play out some fantasy, a game, a macabre sex game on Halloween. Maybe she did a similar thing to Mark Bishop, and when she has them under control, under her spell, exactly where she wants them, she strikes. A rush, a thrill for someone diabolical like that. Liam Saltz's second wife, Eli's mother, is South African, Benton says. As is her husband from that earlier marriage, Eli's biological father. And Eli was wearing a ring that likely was taken from the Donahue house, likely taken by Dawn along with the typewriter, the stationery. Maybe used the duct tape to collect fibers, trace evidence, DNA from the Donahue house while she was at it. Make it look like the letter really did come from the mother, making sure that Johnny's alibi was weakened further by it. Now you're thinking irrationally like me? I reply wryly. That's what I believe happened, or close to it. The game, Benton muses in that tone he has when he hates what someone has done. Games and more games, elaborate, intricate dramas. I can't wait to meet the fucking bitch. I really can't wait. Maybe you've had enough scotch, not half enough. Who better to manipulate Johnny Donahue than someone like that? Some attractive brain trust of a woman who's older? To plant the idea in that poor kid's head that he murdered a 6-year-old while he was delusional and having memory lapses because of drugs she was spiking his meds with, spiking Fielding's meds with, who knows who else? A poisonous person who destroys the people she's supposed to love, pays them back for every crime committed against her. And you pile on her genetic predisposition and maybe the same cocktail Fielding was on? That would be the perfect storm, as they say. Let's see what kind of killing machine I can be and get away with it, he says in that tone of his. And if I could look into his eyes, I know what would be in them. Complete contempt. And after it's ended, no one is left standing but her. Fucking bulletproof. You could be right. And I remember the box I left in the car. Why don't you make your phone calls? Borderline, sadistic, manipulative, narcissistic. I guess some people are everything. I set down my glass on the coffee table and ease sock off my lap and onto the rug. Some people just about are. I forgot the box Briggs left for me, I say as I get up from the sofa. And I'll take Sock out back. You ready to go potty? I ask the dog. Then I'll warm up pizza. I don't suppose we have anything for salad. What the hell have you eaten the entire time I've been gone? Let me guess. You run over to Chang'an for Chinese food and live on that for the next 3 days? That would be really good right now. You've probably been doing it every week. I'd rather have your pizza anytime. Don't try to be nice, I reply. I walk into the kitchen for Sock's lead and slip it around his neck and find a flashlight in a drawer. An old mag light that Marino gave me aeons ago, long and black aluminum, powered by Fat D batteries, reminding me of the old days when police used to carry flashlights the size of nightsticks instead of everything being so small, like the Surefire lights Lucy likes and what Benton keeps in his glove box. I disarm the alarm system and worry about Sock, about how cold it is, realizing as we go down the back steps in the dark that I didn't bother with a coat for me. And I notice that the motion sensor light attached to the garage is out. I try to remember if it was out an hour or so ago when we got home. But I'm not sure. There is so much to fix, so much to change, so much to do. Where will I start when tomorrow comes? Benton didn't lock the door to the detached garage because what would be the point with an open window the size of a big screen TV? Inside the remodeled carriage house, it is dark and bitterly cold, and air blows in through the open black square that I can barely make out, and I turn on the mag light and it doesn't work. The batteries must be dead, and how stupid of me not to check before I left the house. I point the key at the SUV and the lock chirps, but the interior light doesn't go on because it's a damn bureau car, and Special Agent Burke isn't about to have an interior light that comes on. I feel around on the back seat for the box, which is quite large, and I realize it won't be easy to carry it and deal with Sock. In fact, I can't. I'm sorry, Sock, I say to the dog as I feel him shivering against my legs. I know it's cold in here. Just give me a minute. I'm so sorry. But as you're discovering, I'm a very stupid person. I use the car key to slit the tape on top of the box and pull out a vest that is familiar even if I've not examined this particular brand, but I recognize the feel of tough nylon and the stiffness of ceramic Kevlar plates that Briggs or someone has already inserted into the internal pockets. I tear open the Velcro straps on the sides to open up the vest so I can sling it over my shoulder. I feel the weight of the vest draped over me as I shove the car door shut, and Sock jumps away from me like a rabbit. He yanks the lead out of my hand. "It's just the car door, Sock. It's all right, come here, Sock." I start to call out at the same time something else moves inside the garage near the open window, and I turn around to see what it is, but it is too dark to see anything. "Sock? Is that you over there?" The dark, frigid air moves around me, and the blow to my back feels like a hammer hitting me between my shoulder blades, as if a loud, hissing dragon is attacking me and I lose my balance. A piercing scream and hissing, and a warm, wet mist spatters my face as I fall hard against the SUV and swing with all my might at whatever it is. The maglite cracks like a bat against something hard that gives beneath the weight of the blow and then moves, and I swing again and hit something again. Something that feels different. I smell the iron smell of blood and taste it on my lips and in my mouth as I swing again and again at air. And then the lights are on and the glare is blinding and I'm covered with a fine film of blood as if I've been spray painted with it. Benton is inside the garage, pointing a pistol at the woman in a huge black coat face down on the rubberized floor. I notice blood pooling under her bloody right hand, and near it a severed fingertip with a glittery white French nail, and near that, a knife with a thin steel blade and a thick black handle with a release button on the shiny metal guard. "Kay? Kay? Are you all right, Kay? Are you all right?" I realize Benton is shouting at me as I crouch by the woman and touch the side of her neck and find her pulse. I make sure she is breathing and turn her over to check her pupils. Neither of them is fixed. Her face is bloody from the maglite smashing into it, and I am startled by the resemblance. The dark blonde hair cut very short, the strong features, and the full lower lip that look like Jack Fielding's. Even the small ears close to the sides of her head look like his, and I feel the strength in her upper body. Her shoulders, although she isn't a large person, maybe 5'6" or 7" and slender but with large bones like her dead father. All this is flooding my senses as I tell Benton to rush into the house and call 911 and to bring a container of ice, 2023. A warm front moved in during the night and brought more snow, this time a gentle snow that falls silently, muting all sound, covering everything that is ugly, softly rounding whatever is sharp and hard. I sit up in bed inside the master bedroom on the second floor of the house in Cambridge, and snow is coming down, piling in the bare branches of an oak tree on the other side of the big window nearest me. A moment ago, a fat gray squirrel was there, perfectly balanced on the smallest twig, and we were eye to eye, his cheeks moving as he stared through the window at me while I sifted through the paperwork and photographs in my lap. I smell old paper and dust and the medicine smell of the wipes I used on Sock, who I suspect hadn't had his ears cleaned in recent memory. Maybe not ever. Not the way I cleaned them. He didn't like it at first, but I talked him into it with a soft voice and a sweet potato treat that Lucy brought by when she gave me a container of the same wipes she uses on her bulldog. The meconazole chlorhexidine is good for pachydermatis. I made the mistake of mentioning to my niece very early this morning when she stopped by to check on me. Jet Ranger wouldn't appreciate being called a pachyderm, Lucy retorted. He's not an elephant or a hippopotamus, and there's only so much one can do about his weight. She has him on a new diet for seniors, but he can't exercise because of his bad hips, and the snow gives him a rash on his paws for some reason. And his legs are too short for snow this deep, so he can't go on even the briefest walk this time of year. She went on, and I'd truly offended her. But that's the way Lucy can get when she's worried and scared, and most of all, she's upset she wasn't here last night. She's angry she wasn't here to deal with Dawn Kincaid. But I'm not sorry in the least. I can't say I'm proud of myself for giving someone a linear skull fracture and a concussion, but if Lucy had been in the garage instead of me, there would be one more person dead. My niece would have killed Dawn Kincaid for sure, probably shot her, and there are enough people dead. It's also possible that Lucy wouldn't have survived the encounter. I don't care what she says. It depends on two details that made the difference in my still being here, and Dawn Kincaid being locked up on the forensic ward of an area hospital. I don't think she was expecting me to walk into the garage. I think she was lurking on the other side of the gaping window, waiting for me to take Sock into the dark backyard. But I surprised her by entering the garage first to get what I'd left in the car, and by the time she slipped through the big space where the window was supposed to be, I'd already opened the box and slung the level IVA tactical vest over my shoulder. When she stabbed at my back with the injection knife, it hit a nylon-covered ceramic Kevlar plate, and the terrific jolt caused by that absolute stopping action caused her fingers to slide along the blade. She cut 3 fingers to the bone and severed the tip of her pinky at the same time she was releasing the CO2, and a mist of her blood sprayed all over me. My point to Lucy was that unless she'd caused Dawn to lose the surprise element for the attack, and unless Lucy also just happened to have on body armor or at least have it draped over her torso, she might not have been as fortunate as I was. So my niece should stop saying it's a damn shame she wasn't here last night, claiming that she sure as hell would have taken care of things, as if I didn't, because I did, even though it was luck. I think I took care of things just fine, and only hope I can take care of a far more important matter that hasn't killed me yet, but at times has certainly felt like it might. She'd told me there had been catcalls and ugly comments. Mrs. Pieste is telling me over the phone as I go over her daughter's case with her, calling her a boor, telling the Boers to go home, and as you know, that's Afrikaans for farmer, but it's really meant to disparage all white South Africans. And I kept telling the man from the Pentagon that I didn't care about the reason, whether it was Noonie and Joanne being white or American or assumed to be South African, and of course, they weren't South African. I didn't care why. I just didn't want to believe the suffering he described. Do you remember who that man from the Pentagon was, I ask? A lawyer? It wasn't a colonel in the army, I hope out loud. It was some young lawyer at the Pentagon who worked for the Secretary of Defense. I don't remember his name. Then it wasn't Briggs, a fast-talking one, Mrs. Pieste adds disdainfully. I remember I didn't like him, but I wouldn't have liked anybody who told me the things he did. The only comfort I can offer out of all of this, I repeat, is Noonie and Joanne didn't suffer the way you've been led to believe. I can't say with absolute certainty that they weren't aware of being smothered, but it is extremely likely they weren't aware because they were drugged.
But that would have been tested for.
Mrs. Piesta's voice says, and she has a Massachusetts accent, can't pronounce R's, and I didn't realize she's originally from Andover. After Noonie's murder, the Piestes moved to New Hampshire. I just found out. Mrs. Pieste, I think you understand nothing was tested as it was supposed to be, I reply. Why didn't you? The medical examiner in Cape Town. But you signed the death certificate, Dr. Scarpetta, and the autopsy report. I have copies that lawyer from the Pentagon sent me. I didn't sign them. I refused to sign documents that I knew were a lie, but knowing they were a lie made me guilty of it anyway. I don't have copies, as hard as that probably is for you to believe, I then say. They weren't supplied to me. What I have are my own notes, my own records, which I mailed back to the U.S. before I left South Africa because I worried my luggage would be gone through, and it was, but you signed what I have. I promise I didn't. I reply calmly but firmly. My guess is certain people made certain my signature was forged on those falsified documents in the event I decided to do what I'm doing now. If you decided to tell the truth, it's so hard to hear it stated so bluntly. The truth implying what I've told or not told over the years makes me a liar. I'm sorry, I tell her again. You had a right to know the truth back then, at the time of your daughter's death, and the death of her friend. I can see why you didn't say anything back then, though, Mrs. Pieste says, and she sounds only slightly upset. Mostly she sounds interested and relieved to be talking about something that has dominated her life for most of it. When people do things like this, no telling where they'll stop. Well, there's no limit. Other people would have gotten hurt, including you. I wouldn't have wanted anybody else to get hurt, I reply. And I feel worse if what she's saying is that I was silent out of fear for my own safety. I was afraid of a lot of things and a host of people I couldn't see. I was afraid of other people dying, of people being wrongly accused. I hope you understand that when I read the death certificate and autopsy report, not that I understand most of the medical terms. Well, one would think the findings are yours, Mrs. Pieste says. They absolutely weren't, and they are false. There was no tissue response to the injuries. All of it was post-mortem. In fact, hours after the deaths. Mrs. Pieste, what was done to Noonie and Joanne occurred many hours after they had died. If there wasn't a test for drugs, then how can you be sure they were given something? Her voice goes on, and I hear the sound of another phone being picked up. "This is Edward Piesti," a man's voice says. "I'm on too. I'm Nooney's father." "I'm so sorry for your loss." It sounds weak, perfectly insipid. I wish I had exactly the right words to say to both of you. I'm sorry you were lied to and that I permitted it. And although I won't make excuses, we understand why you couldn't say what happened, the father replies. The feelings back then, and our government secretly in collusion with those who wanted to keep apartheid alive. That's why Nooney was making that documentary. They wouldn't let the film crew into South Africa. Each of them had to go in as if they were tourists. A big, dirty secret what our government was doing to support the atrocities over there. It wasn't that big of a secret, Eddie. Mrs. Piesti's voice. Well, the White House put on the good face. I'm sure they told you about the documentary Nooney was making. She had such a future, Mrs. Pieste says to me as I look at a picture of her daughter that I wouldn't want the Piestes to ever see. About the children of apartheid, I reply. I did see it when it aired here. The evils of white supremacy, she says, of any supremacy, period. I missed the first part of what the two of you have been talking about, Mr. Pieste says, was out shoveling the driveway. He doesn't listen, his wife says. A man his age shoveling snow, but he's the hard head. She says it with sad affection. Dr. Scarpetta was telling me Nooney and Joanne were drugged. Really? Well, that's something. He says it with no energy in his tone. I got to the apartment several days after their deaths and did a retrospective. It was staged, of course. Their crime scene was staged, I explain. But there were beer cans, plastic cups, and a wine bottle in the kitchen trash, a bottle of white wine from Stellenbosch, and I managed to get the cans, the bottle, and cups along with other items and have them sent back to the States where I had them tested. We found high levels of GHB in the wine bottle and 2 of the cups. Gamma-hydroxybutyric acid, commonly known as a date rape drug. They did say there was rape, Mr. Piesti says, with the same empty effect. I don't know for a fact that they were raped. There was no physical sign of it, no injuries except staged ones inflicted post-mortem, and swabs I had tested privately here in the U.S. were negative for sperm. I reply, looking through photographs of the nude bodies bound to chairs I know the women weren't sitting in when they were murdered. I look at close-ups showing a livor mortis pattern that told me the women were lying in bed on rumpled sheets for at least 12 hours after death. I go through photographs I took with my own camera of hacking and cutting injuries that barely bled, and ligatures that scarcely left a mark on the skin because the brutes behind all this were too ignorant to know what the hell they were doing. Someone hired or assigned by government or military operatives to spike a bottle of local wine and have drinks with the women, possibly a friend, or they thought the person was friendly or safe when, of course, he was anything but. And I tell them that serology tests I had done after I got home indicated the presence of a male. Later, when I had DNA testing done, I got the profile of a European or white male who remains unknown. I can't say for a fact it is the profile of the killer, but it was someone drinking beer inside the apartment, I add. As much as one can reconstruct anything, I tell the Piestes what I think happened, that after Nooney and Joanne were drugged and groggy or unconscious, their assailant helped them to bed and smothered them with a pillow, and I base this on pinpoint hemorrhages and other injuries, I explain. Then, for some reason, this person must have left. Maybe he wanted to come back later with others involved in the conspiracy. Or it could be that he waited inside the apartment for his compatriots to arrive, I don't know. But by the time the women were bound and cut and mutilated so savagely, they had been dead for a while, and it couldn't have been more obvious to me when I finally saw them. Up here, we got about 4 inches already, Mr. Pieste says after a while, after he's heard enough. That on top of ice. Did you get the ice down there in Cambridge? I guess we should complain about this to someone, Mrs. Pieste says. Does it matter how long it's been? It never matters how long it's been when you're talking about the truth, I reply. And there's no statute of limitation on homicide. I just hope they didn't lock up someone who shouldn't have been, Mrs. Pieste then says. The cases have remained unsolved, attributed to black gang members but no arrests, I tell them. But it was probably someone white, she says. Someone white was drinking beer inside the apartment. That much I can say with reasonable certainty. Do you know who did it? She asks. Because we would want them punished, her husband says. I only know the type of people who likely did it. Cowardly people all about power and politics. And you should do what you feel. What's in your heart? Eddie, what do you think? I'll write a letter to Senator Chappelle. You know how much good that will do? Then to Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden. I'll write everyone, he says. What will anybody do about it now? Mrs. P.S.D. says to her husband, I don't know that I can live through it again, Eddie. Well, I need to go clear the walk again, he says. Got to stay on top of the snow, and it's really coming down. Thank you for your time and trouble, ma'am, he says to me, and for going ahead and telling us. I know that wasn't an easy decision, and I'm sure my daughter would appreciate it if she was here to tell you herself. After I hang up, I sit on the bed for a while, the paperwork and photographs back in the gray accordion file they've been in for more than 2 decades. I'll return the file to the safe in the basement, I decide, but not now. I don't feel like going down into the basement and into that safe right now, and I think someone has just pulled into our driveway. I hear snow crunching, and I'm not in a good state of mind to see whoever it is. I'll stay up here for a little while longer. Maybe make a grocery list or contemplate errands or just pet Sock for a minute or two. I can't take you for a walk, I tell him. He is curled up next to me, his head on my thigh, unperturbed by the sad conversation he just overheard and having no idea what it says about the world he lives in. But then he knows cruelty, maybe knows it better than the rest of us. No walks without a coat. I go on petting him, and he yawns and licks my hand, and I hear the beeping of the alarm being disarmed. Then the front door shuts. I think we're going to try boots. I tell Sock as Marino's and Benton's voices drift up from the entryway. You probably aren't going to like these little shoes they make for dogs and are likely to get quite annoyed with me, but I promise it's a good thing. Well, we have company. I recognize Marino's heavy footsteps on the stairs. You remember him from yesterday? In the big truck? The big man in yellow who gets on my nerves most of the time? But for future reference, you have no reason to be afraid of him. He's not a bad person. And as you may be aware, people who have known each other for a very long time tend to be ruder to each other than they are to people they don't like half as much. Anybody home? Marino's big voice precedes him into the bedroom as the doorknob turns, and then he knocks as he opens the door. Benton said you was decent. Who were you talking to? You on the phone? He's clairvoyant then, I reply from the bed, where I'm under the covers, nothing but pajamas on. And I'm not on the phone and wasn't talking to anyone. How's Sock? How you doing, boy? He then says, before I can answer. How come he smells funny? What did you put on him? Flea medicine this time of year? You look okay. How are you feeling? I cleaned his ears. So, how are you doing, Doc? Marino looms over me, and his presence seems larger than usual because he's in a heavy parka and a baseball cap and hiking boots while I'm in nothing but flannel, modestly tucked under a blanket and a duvet. He has a small black case in his hands that I recognize as Lucy's iPad, unless he's managed to get one of his own, which I doubt. I didn't get hurt. There's nothing wrong with me. I've just been staying in this morning, taking care of a few things, I say to him. I'm assuming Dawn Kincaid is fine. Last I heard, she was stable. Stable? You're joking, right? I'm talking about her physical condition, the reattachment of her finger, and the damage to the rest of them, the other 3 that were cut so severely. It's probably a good thing for her it was so cold in the garage, and of course we thought to pack her hand and her severed finger in ice. I'm hoping that helped. Do you know, I haven't heard a word. What's her status? I've not heard any reports since she was admitted last night. You're kidding, right? Marino's eyes look at me, and they're just as bloodshot as they were yesterday in Salem. I'm not kidding, nobody's told me a word. Benton said earlier he would check, but I don't think he has. He's been on the phone with us all morning. Maybe you'd be so kind as to call the hospital and check, like I give a flying fuck if she loses a finger or all of her damn fingers, Marino says. Why would you give a fuck? You afraid she'll sue you? That must be it. And wouldn't that figure? She probably will. Will sue you for maybe losing the use of her hand so she can't build nanobots or whatever anymore? A psycho like that. I guess psychopaths are stable in the mental illness sense of the word. Can you be crazy and a psychopath? And still be put together well enough to work at a place like Otwal? Her case is going to be one big damn problem. If she gets out, well, can you imagine? Why would she get out? I'm just telling you the case is going to be a problem. You won't be safe if she's on the loose again. None of us will be. He helps himself to the foot of the bed, and the bed sinks, and it feels like I'm suddenly sitting uphill as he makes himself comfortable. petting Sock and informing me that the police and the FBI found the rat hole Dawn Kincaid had rented, a one-bedroom apartment in Revere just outside of Boston, where she stayed when she wasn't with Eli Goldman or with her biological father, Jack Fielding, or whoever else she had entangled in her web at any point in time. Marino slips the iPad out of its case and turns it on as he lets me know that he and Lucy, and quite a number of other investigators, have been searching the rat hole apartment for hours, going through Dawn's computer and everything she has, including everything she's stolen. What about her mother? I ask. Has anybody talked to her? Dawn's been in contact with her for a number of years, visiting her in prison down there in Georgia now and then. Reconnected with her, and with Fielding on and off over the years, latches on when she wants something, a first-class manipulator and user. But does the mother know what's happened up here? Why do you care what a fucking child molester thinks? Her relationship with Jack wasn't that simple. It's not as easily explained as you so eloquently just put it. I'd hate for her to hear about him on the news. Who gives a shit? I never want anybody to find out that way, I reply. I don't care who it is. Her relationship with him wasn't simple, I repeat. Relationships like that never are. Plain and simple to me, black and white. If she hears it on the news, I reply, and I realize I'm perseverating. I always hate for that to happen. Such an inhumane way for people to find out terrible things like this. That's my concern. A klepto, Marino then says, because his only interest is the case and what the investigators have been discovering at Dawn Kincaid's apartment. Apparently, she is a bona fide klepto, to quote Marino. Someone who seemed to have taken souvenirs from all sorts of people, he goes on, including items stolen from people we have no idea about. But some of what investigators have found so far has been identified as jewelry and rare coins from the Donahue house, and also several rare autographed musical manuscripts that Mrs. Donahue had no idea were missing from the family library. Recovered from a locked chest in a closet in Dawn's apartment were guns believed to have been removed from Fielding's collection and his wedding band. Also in this same trunk, a martial arts carry bag, I'm told, and inside it, a black satin sash, a white uniform, sparring gear, a lunch bag filled with rusty L-shaped flooring nails, and a hammer, and a pair of boys' Adidas Taekwondo shoes believed to be the ones Mark Bishop was wearing while practicing kicks in his backyard the late afternoon he was killed. Although no one is quite certain how Dawn lured the boy into lying face down and allowing her to play some gruesome game with him that included pretending to hammer nails into his head, or more specifically, the first nail. The one that went in right here, Marino continues speculating, pointing to the space between the back of his neck and the base of his skull. That would have killed him instantly, right? If we must use that phrase, I reply. I mean, she probably helped him in some of Fielding's Tiny Tiger classes, maybe? He continues to spin the story. So the kid's familiar with her, looks up to her, and she's hot, really good looking. If it was me, I'd tell the kid I'm going to show him a new move or something and to lie down in the yard. And of course the kid's going to do what an expert says, what someone teaching him says, and he lies down and it's almost dark out, and then boom, it's over. Someone like that can never get out, I reply. She'll do more and do it worse next time, if that's even possible. Denying everything. She's not talking except to say Fielding did it all and she's innocent. He didn't. I'm with you. She's going to have a hard time explaining what's in her apartment. I point out as I continue going through photographs. Marino must have taken hundreds. She's good-looking and charming and smart as hell, and Fielding's dead. Incriminating. I've said this several times as I look through the photographs on the iPad. Should be very helpful to the prosecution. I'm not sure why you think the case will be a problem. It's going to be. The defense will pin it all on Fielding. The psycho bitch will get a dream team of big-shot lawyers, and they'll make the jury believe Fielding did all of it. Marino leans closer to me, and the slope of the bed changes again. And Sock is snoring quietly, not interested in his former owner or her rat hole, which has a dog bed in it, Marino shows me. He leans close to me, clicking through several photographs of the dog's plaid bed and several toys, and I indicate I'd rather look at the photographs myself. He and Sock are on top of me, and I'm feeling smothered. I just thought I'd show you since I'm the one who took them, Marino says. Thank you, I'll manage. You did a very good job with the photographs. Point is, it's obvious the dog stayed here. Marino means Sock stayed in Dawn Kincaid's rat hole, and also with Eli and with Fielding, he adds. To give her credit, I guess she liked her dog. She left him in Jack's house with no heat and all alone. I click through photographs that are overwhelmingly incriminating. She doesn't give a shit unless it suits her. When it doesn't, she gets rid of it one way or another. So she cared about him when it suited her. That's the more likely story, I agree. I look at photographs of an unmade double bed, then other pictures of a tiny bedroom shockingly filled with junk, as if Dawn Kincaid is a hoarder. Plus, she had another reason to leave him. Marino goes on. If she leaves the dog at Fielding's house, then maybe we think he's the one who killed everyone, then killed himself. The dog is there. His red leash is there. The boat that was probably used to dump Wally Jameson's body is there, and Wally's clothes and the murder weapon are in Fielding's basement. The navigator with the missing front plate is there. You're supposed to think Fielding was following you in Benton when you left Hanscom. Fielding's deranged. He's watching you. He's following you, trying to intimidate you, or spying, or maybe he was going to kill you too. He was dead by the time we were followed. Although I can't be exact about time of death, I'm calculating he'd been dead since Monday afternoon, probably was murdered not long after he got home to Salem after leaving the CFC with the Glock he'd removed from the lab. It was Dawn in the Navigator tailing us Monday night. She's the one deranged. She rode our bumper to make sure we knew we were being followed, then disappeared, probably ducked out of sight in Otwall's parking lot. So eventually we'd think it was Jack, who in fact already had been murdered by her with a pistol she probably gave to her boyfriend Eli before she murdered him too. But you're right, it's likely she tried to set things up so all of it got blamed on Jack, who isn't around to defend himself. She set up Jack and made it look like he was setting up Johnny Donahue. It's terrifying. You gotta make the jury buy it. That's always the challenge, no matter the case. It's bad. The dog was at Fielding's house, Marino repeats. It connects him to Eli's murder. Hell, it's on video clips that Eli was walking the dog when he was whacked. The microchip, I remind him. It traces back to Dawn, not to Jack. Doesn't mean anything. He kills Eli and then takes the dog, and the dog would know Fielding, right? Marino says, as if Sock isn't inches away from him, sleeping with his head on my leg. The dog would be familiar with Fielding because Dawn was staying over there in Salem, had the dog at Fielding's house some of the time or whatever. So Fielding kills Eli, then takes the dog as he walks off, or this is what Dawn wants us to think. It's not what happened. Jack didn't kill anyone. As I conclude that Dawn's apartment has the same brand of squalor that I observed at Fielding's house in Salem. Clutter and boxes everywhere. Clothes piled in mounds and strewn in odd places. Dishes piled in the sink, trash overflowing, mounds of newspapers, computer printouts, magazines, and on a dining room table, a large number of items tagged and placed there by police, including a GPS-enabled sports watch that is the same model as one I gave Fielding for his birthday several years ago, and a Civil War military dissection set in a rosewood case that is identical to one I gave him when he worked for me in Richmond. There's a close-up of a pair of black gloves, one of them with a small black box on the wrist. What Marino describes as lightweight, flexible wireless data gloves with built-in accelerometers, 36 sensors, and an ultra-low-profile integrated transmitter-receiver. Only I have to infer all this, sifted out of his mispronunciations and mangled descriptions. The gloves, which were closely examined by both Briggs and Lucy at the scene, are clearly intended for gesture-based robotic control, specifically to control the flybot that Eli had with him when he was murdered by the woman who had given him the stolen signet ring he was wearing when his body came to the CFC. Then the flybot was in her apartment, I presume. And did Benton offer you any coffee? I'm coffeeed out. Some of us haven't been to bed yet. I'm in bed working. Doesn't mean I've slept. Must be nice. I'd like to stay home and work in bed. He takes the iPad from me and searches through files. Maybe we could adjust your job description. You can stay home and work in bed a certain number of days each year depending on your age and decrepitude, which we'll have to evaluate. I suppose I'll be the one to evaluate it. Oh yeah, who's going to evaluate yours? He finds a photograph he wants me to see. Mine doesn't need evaluating. It's obvious to one and all. He shows me a close-up of the flybot. Only at a glance it's hard to know what it is. Just a shiny, wiry object on a square of white paper on Dawn Kincaid's dining room table. The micro-mechanical device could be an earring. It occurs to me, a silver earring that was stepped on, which is exactly what is suspected, Marino tells me. Lucy thinks the flybot was stepped on while the EMTs were working on Eli, then later Dawn found it when she returned to Norton's Woods, possibly wearing the same long black wool coat that she had on in my garage. A coat that I believe was Fielding's. A witness claims to have observed a young man or woman, the person wasn't sure which, in a big black coat walking around Norton's Woods with a flashlight several hours after Eli Goldman died there. The individual in the big coat was out there alone, and the person who saw him or her thought it was strange because he or she did not have a dog and seemed to be looking for something while making odd hand gestures. It must have been huge on her and practically dragged on the ground, Marino says, getting up from the bed. I'm not saying she was trying to look like a man, but with her short hair and the big coat and a hat and glasses on or whatever, as long as you don't see her rack. She's got quite a rack. Has that in common with her dad, right? I've never known Jack to have large breasts. I mean, both of them built. So she returned when she assumed it was safe to do so, and even though the flybot was badly damaged, it responded to radio frequency signals sent by the data gloves. I turn off the iPad and hand it to him. I think she just saw it on the ground. Think it was shiny in the flashlight and she found it that way. Lucy says the bug is DOA, squashed. Do we know exactly what it does or was supposed to do? Marino shrugs, towering over me again, still in his parka, which he hasn't bothered to unbutton, as if he didn't intend to stay long. This isn't my area of expertise, you know. I didn't understand half of what they were talking about. Lucy and the general. I just know the potential for whatever this thing is supposed to do is something to be concerned about, and DOD intends to do some sort of inspection of Otwal to see what the hell is really going on over there. But I'm not sure we don't already know exactly what the hell is going on over there. Meaning what? He returns the iPad to its case and says, meaning I worry there's R&D going on that the government damn well knows about, but just doesn't want anyone else to know. And then you get kids out of control and the shit hits the fan. I think you get my drift. When are you coming back to work? Probably not today, I tell him. Well, we got a shitload of things to do and undo, he says. Thanks for the warning. Buzz me if you need something. I'll call the hospital and let you know how the psycho's doing. Thanks for stopping by. I wait until the sound of his heavy footsteps stops at the front door, and then the door shuts again, and then a pause, and Benton resets the alarm. I hear his footsteps, which are much lighter than Marino's, as he walks past the stairs toward the back of the house where he has his office. Come on, let's get up, I say to Sock, and he opens his eyes and looks at me and yawns. Do you know what bye-bye means? I guess not. They didn't teach you that at the prison. You just want to sleep, don't you? Well, I've got things to do, so come on. You're really quite lazy, you know? Are you sure you ever won a race or even ran in one? I don't think I believe it. I move his head and put my feet on the floor, deciding there must be a pet shop around here that has everything a skinny, lazy old greyhound might need for this kind of weather. Let's go for a ride. I talk to Sock as I find my slippers and a robe. Let's see what Secret Agent Wesley is doing. He's probably in his office on the phone again. Would you bet? I know, he's always on the phone, and I agree, it's quite annoying. Maybe he'll take us shopping, and then I'm going to make a very nice pasta, homemade pappardelle with a hearty bolognese sauce, ground veal, red wine, and lots of mushrooms and garlic. I need to explain up front that you only get canine cuisine. That's the rule of the house. I'm thinking quinoa and cod for you today. I continue talking as we go down the stairs. That will be a nice change after all that chicken and rice from the Greek diner.